home, build opportunities for you and your women, and until you can do that, you basically a kid sitting at the grown folks table. You have no right to criticize us, and we won't be tolerating any disrespect. With that said, I'll let.
Fire, fire, fire once again for my good brother. Certified salute to you, brother. Man, you made 100 points. I just want to jump on one of them points you made, brother. You absolutely right. These people come over here and they talk about this coalition that doesn't exist. They talk about solidarity that doesn't exist. They talk about a kinship and a friendship that doesn't exist. They don't have it in their homeland, so you know they can never have it here. And they say things that undermine us, like they're going to get rid of Martin Luther King. About your tether feelings. You go ahead and take that back to your village and your homeland across the street from the water well and 4 villages down from the zebra and the elephant. FBA is not concerned. We focus on ourselves. We're going to do for ourselves. We're going to be independent. Let everybody know this one thing right here. We are the only independent lineage right here in the whole damn country. And I'm going to multiply that by the whole world. We have focused on ourselves, and we always do better when we buy ourselves. We don't need nobody else. Checkmate all the way live. Certified salute to the family. Go ahead, my brother, Marcel.
You know what I noticed? These people have, if you can't destroy it, then claim it mentality. They would have loved to have gotten rid of the Essence Festival. I didn't know the Essence Festival was the largest festival in the United States of America. This goes to show how popular our culture is. They could not destroy it. Some were bragging about how an African guy purchased Essence, but look, we are destroying it because they have forgotten or have refused to honor the essence, pun intended, of the Essence Festival, which is to promote Black American culture. And because of that, we, as Foundation Black Americans, we have decided that we will destroy it unless they honor its roots. Okay? The same thing happened with hip-hop. They tried to co-opt it, or first they tried to destroy it by claiming Afrobeats will be the new popular genre. We see Afrobeat has gone nowhere. It hasn't even charted since that one song with Tim's, and that was, what, 2 years ago? So since they couldn't replace hip-hop as a dominant genre, now they're trying to claim it. And you know what gets me? This real scolding attitude they have where they think they can reprimand us about the stances we can take. If you have your ducks in a row, then your homeland would not be in shambles. I was watching Tariq's broadcast last night, and there was some guy in some musty-looking taxi or something like that telling us how we need to partner with the diaspora because we don't have the numbers, and we don't have a representative who can go to the United Nations. Okay, y'all have all of that on the continent. There's nearly 2 billion of y'all, if not more. You have representatives go to the United Nations, and you're still over here. And you came over here because we're over here. Because you know, if they ever try something with us, we're going to stand up and fight, not stand up and flee. So I noticed they have if we can't destroy it or claim, we're going to try to claim it. And that is something I'm seeing we're pushing back against. And I'm actually glad that they're showing their true colors. Because the more they show their true colors, the more on cold our people are getting. I've seen several videos from young foundational Black Americans here on Twitter that are realizing that, hey, we are Black Americans. This is our special culture, and there's no one going to co-opt our culture. We're not going to allow it. So the more they call themselves speaking out against us, but notice they don't ever want to leave us, the more on we get, and I love to see it.
Damn right, brother. Damn right. Let me give everybody a little tether logic. Somebody asks a tether where you from, they're going to point to their homeland. Somebody asks a tether where grandma's from, they're going to point to their homeland. Somebody asks a tether again, where grandpa from, they're going to point to their homeland. Then they're going to say, where do you live? And they're going to say, right here in America. But then they're going to try to talk down on people here from America. It does not work that way. And like Marcel said, I'm loving seeing the young generation really stand up because more and more receipts are coming out that brothers and sisters in terms of foundational Black Americans have been delineating for quite some time. The only difference is it was a few certifieds that couldn't really get the message all the way out. Now we've got more numbers where people are looking at us saying, you know what the Black grassroots have been saying is damn true. These folks are not like us. These people do not like us. These people want to be everything other than us until it benefits them. Always say it, we'll say it again. They stand next to us politically and stand away from us socially. When it comes to something socially, they always got some hate. Politically, They want to be tied into this. And can I make this certified point to the family before I spin these hands? Let me say this as well. Y'all notice there was no diaspora hatred or diaspora trouble when we were saying minority, African American, and people of color. When we was using them terms, they had no problems. As soon as we got rid and canceled all those terms, and we started saying foundational Black Americans, we start saying freedmen. Now it's a big issue because we have essentially pulled that tether plug out the wall. And without that plug into foundational Black American lineage, heritage, and culture, they ain't got nothing. And that's why they ain't got nothing. Matter of fact, let me add that. They got some handcuffs right now in the van, which is going to send their ass right on back to their homeland. Easy work. My sister, Natural EJ, let me get you guys in a minute, but I'm going to send this right here to a distinguished brother that I spoke to earlier with so much knowledge. It's an honor to always talk to him. Kuna Bomber, the floor is yours.
Hey, peace to the room, peace to you, Black Alpha, Brother JC in Atlanta, Georgia, Brother Marcel in South Carolina, all the people on here, to the various kings and queens. And this is such a wonderful and necessary conversation, and it must be unapologetically too foundational Black American and too strong like our coffee. We apologize to nobody. And I want to put this on the table because other people have things to say. I'm going to stay here for the whole show. I also want to say that I have people listening on other platforms. We've got to have this discussion. But, you know, there's a very good book, and it's called The Fall of Civilizations. And I'll send you I've been listening to the audiobook for much of the day. And it was very good. I was glad I listened to it because, you know, there was a Pan-African historical narrative that I got. And this thing, I mean, of course, it's a white dude that's explaining stuff in a way that it wouldn't be done by folks who are trying to focus us on worshiping all and everything African. And that's not to take away anything great in Africa, but we need to deal with what's not great in Africa, too. We need to balance things. But I want to say to everyone here, because Brother JC said about the people coming here to assimilate with white power. Not exactly true. Most Africans that come here have already assimilated with either Gallo or Franco power. It's the French whose asses they kiss, or Anglo, okay, for the British Commonwealth ass they kiss, or Luso, the Portuguese ass they kiss, or they're kissing Islamico ass, which is basically has a white face. So they're actually adding another tier of white supremacy that they're in line with when they come here. Okay, so they already done it. And if it doesn't fit that way, then it's a Marxist-Leninist, or there's something that's white, and now, to a lesser degree, Sino, which is Chinese, but the Chinese think they white, a whole bunch of them. So there's a type of white supremacy that all of them are connected to before they even get here. And also, if they're not aligned with any of that, then they're connected to some kind of evangelical, racist-ass Christian thing, which is still white and supremacist, and or they're with a corporation that's white supremacist, a multinational corporation, or they're with Bill Gates's ass, or they're with the U.S. military, definitely killers for hire, and the empire. So when they get here, everything that they've got has been connected to being plugged into white supremacy and going along to get along. So it's counterintuitive to hook up with the roadkill of the Anglo-American empire, which is us. That is not how they see it. And in fact, there's nothing to make them understand. And in fact, them not understanding is reinforced by the United States Department of State, which for close to just under 100 years had worked to make certain that Africans that came here did not like Black Americans. And this doubled when they had the National Security Memorandum of the early 70s, where they wanted to make certain, late 70s, that Africans were not to get along with black Americans. So there's a conscious choice, cultural choices, and then let's just strip off the white people because we can't blame white people for everything, nor should we. Almost all the African people that you meet here, when they leave Africa, if they're not part of a crooked, lying, cheating, grifting, stealing, killing, genociding elite group that stole everything from the country and was helping white people rip them off where they came from, if they didn't come that way, if you didn't get the ones from the top, then you got those people who are tribalistic, who have enemies that are black, where they come from. See, this whole thing about melanin and all that, that's heavily an American or a New World thing, because almost everybody there is brown, black, whatever. So their enemies were black where they came from. It's no big transition to dislike another group of black people. And they come up in societies where they're at war with other black people that they have no intentions of getting along with. Even when the languages are similar and everything else, they just fight them. And they've been fighting people for thousands of years. Let me segue back to the book I was listening to. It explained how the large empire of Songhai collapsed. Didn't even last a good 150 years. And before it, there was Mali, and how it collapsed, and the different fights and all. So Africans come from, all of them, I'm talking about continental Africans from Egypt to South Africa, come from either clan-based or language-based or tribal-based cultures, and they don't dig everybody else. Okay, it's them against it. So every African country is its own little microcosm of Foo Hunger Games. And they moved that game from that court to ours. You've got to get this through your head. And this is why I talk so greasy about Pan-Africanists, is that it isn't bad, the idea of a unified black people. But be honest about all the obstacles and problems that make such a unity very, 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 very difficult, and why other people and other places are 100 times more opposed to unity than we are. We are the most advanced black people on the planet of this earth, whether we see it or not, or whether they'll admit it or not. And by the way, in Africa, just in any government, this is what was going on in Songhai and what was going on in Mali, these great African kings and queens, there was always a fight over who was going to be in charge. And it could be bloody, cruel, mean. Seldom were people able to just come together smoothly. They didn't. And they don't. And so if you're to expect someone that comes from a society where folks wage war, economic, social, cultural, political war, on people that are similar to them, but not similar enough for them to want to get along. If you don't understand that, you don't get it. And I'll tell you one thing that's quite interesting. What the cohesion often is on the African continent is them plugging into foreign ideas or religions that create trans-ethnic unity. Catholic Church, Islam, Protestant churches, right? For that matter, they got the Mormons over there. Yeah, there's lots of Mormons in Nigeria, Mormons in South Africa, Mormons in Ghana, Mormons in Ivory Coast. Somebody else comes in with an idea that's often white supremacist, and they can gather and even unite following people that don't even consider them human. Let me stop.
Pure fire, Dr. Short. By the way, everybody, that's Dr. Randy Short, okay? For the record, everybody. Pure, 100% fire. We definitely got to have you speak more. My good, great brother. Absolutely. Natural Torah. Sister, you was roasting them the other day. Go ahead.
Well, hopefully we can do a sequel today. So, hey family. So first I wanted to start off, we need to start laying down the rules of engagement when it comes to us, because every time these tethers come, whether it's street space, any space that we have, and they wonder why we treat them like white supremacists. They always come with the same white supremacist talking points with these per capitas, what's going on in black communities, like that Jamaican lady that was heard in the recording talking about how we're low-lying, we live on Section 8. Meanwhile, Jamaicans are widely known for scams. All they do is pickpocket their tourists, traffic. You know, they always, you know, they come in. That's their way of engagement with us. They don't have to. So now on, you're not going to come and abuse us and engage with us like white supremacists coming here with your talking point. You're going to come to us straight up, because all that is a coping mechanism. You got Haiti with 85% of Port-au-Prince under gang control, and all they do is concentrate on us. I'm sick of these people. They are so disrespectful. You could never, and this is a message to tethers, you could never wag your finger at foundational black Americans. You know, our ancestors fought to make your bum asses immigration possible to be here. Every time they engage with us, the bushmeat barristers, every time they engage with us, they wonder why we treat them like white supremacists. Meanwhile, they saying we CIA and we're white supremacists, but they're the ones with the white supremacist talking points. I do have a question, and then I'm going to land. So this is for the tethers, because whether they're going to come up or not, and this is for the Hispanic, white tethers, black tethers, or all of the diaspora that's not foundational black Americans. So without mentioning Marcus Garvey, Stokely Carmichael, Malcolm X, Biggie, anything that has anything to do with entertainment, your food, because all of those people came from underneath us. So y'all don't have no right to credit them and take no credit for them at all. So y'all need to upgrade talking points. This infrastructure and system laws were already in place, already built by freedmen, foundational black Americans, specifically us. So what I want to know is, and this is the question for the tethers, like, y'all was put in our communities, you extract resources out of our communities, and the money don't circulate because y'all send it back out to your neighborhoods, but now y'all underneath us asking for our help. What would we benefit by helping tethers?
Your asses.
Like, what could they do? What type of unity, or what have they ever done for us, as far as any sharing any resources, you know, any real black empowerment? And I'm not talking about the writers. What have tethers done that deserves, as Black Shark said, that deserves our support? Like, what have they done without extracting from us, or had a transactional or exploitation relationship with us? What have they done to deserve anything from us? I hear a lot of the black content creators getting soft, saying, oh, well, we can't help them until we help ourselves. They're not our children. We don't have to help them with shit. They're not our children. Let them help themselves. What have they done to deserve help from us? Period. And the rules of engagement, y'all gonna stop coming, y'all gonna deal with us straight up, stop with these coping mechanisms, with these white supremacist talking points about black crime, because nobody has more crime than the diaspora. Y'all claim that y'all fled from crime, but y'all come over here and continue to face same crime that y'all say, you know, y'all left from your government. So these are the rules of engagement. You're gonna come deal with us straight up. You're not coming in here with these white supremacist talking points and this per capita black crime. Talk to us straight up when you come and you deal with us. So I just wanted to say, the diaspora, what have y'all done to uplift or help or build black empowerment with foundational black Americans without exploitation, that says that y'all deserve our help? This is what I want to know. Why do y'all think y'all deserve our help? Why do y'all think y'all deserve to be at the table with us, to be a part of our culture with everything you have done? Because if anybody's working for white supremacy, it is y'all. So that's all I want to say, and I'm going to go on mute.
You know, that same question you make, and by the way, you eloquently stated that, but I hope, am I coming through clearly?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good, thank you. That same question you just asked, naturally pure, that's what initially began my rejection of Pan-Africanism. I was in Ghana, and I was having a great time in Ghana. But my tour guide said that he loved Black Americans. He said that we were his favorite clients. He said that we were funny, we were entertaining. He said that we were the most generous when it came to tips. You know, he loved our culture. He said he held one thing against us, and I asked him, what is it that he held against us? He said that when Black Americans get money, we never do business with Africans. He said that we never give back to Africa, and that incensed me. I said, what do we owe Africa? I said, what do we owe y'all? I said to him, if anything, y'all owe us. If anything, y'all betrayed us. If anything, y'all abandoned us. If anything, y'all did not come and seek to avenge us. So what do we owe y'all? And that's when I realized that some of them have this real entitled attitude. I say, y'all are sitting here in the continent with the most resources. Your country should be the wealthiest in the world, and all of your resources goes into the hands of Europeans and Asians, not into the hands of Black Americans who you only want to deal with when you feel you can benefit from them. And that is where my mentality started to change. Now, let me be very clear. I was always very, very, very proud of being a Black American. I always knew we had a unique culture. I always knew we were the most imitated and really admired people in the world. As much as they claim they hate us, they can't stop talking about us. If you really hate someone and find them repulsive, you will not be sitting 98% of your time talking about them, looking them up, and making them the point of conversation. Yet that's what people do. So we're really the most admired people in the world as well. That's the only time I realized that a lot, not all, but a lot of Africans really want to acknowledge us is when they can benefit from us. But when I asked them, why do you feel we owe y'all, he could not answer my question. And that attitude really turned me the hell off. If you are saying that Africa is the motherland, the mother owns the child, especially when you did not raise that child, especially when you abuse that child and abandon that child. If you want to come back into the picture, you should come with your hands full of gifts for that child, especially when you're sitting on a throne of riches. He could not answer that question, so I was asking the same thing. And I was looking at a video of a young foundational Black American woman. She must have just been 17 years old. She was like, we need to stop calling ourselves African American. She said, because we call ourselves African American, that gives these people a really big head. They come over here and think that somehow we are less than them because they're super African, and that we're just poor imitations of them. She said, we need to stop that, because half the time they're imitating us. Half the time they want to be us. She said, no, more than half the time they want to be us. And she's right. We don't seek out quote-unquote African culture, and when we do, is to actually dispel lies that a lot of white supremacists have told about the continent. But we have our own unique culture. We have our own institutions. We have our own initiatives. We have our own movements. We have inventions that we have patented that have modernized the world. We need nothing from the continent. But yet, if they want to be in the picture, they have all the resources that they can come and offer us. Remember when Joe Biden and Kamala Harris were in office, they gave several African nations hundreds of billions of dollars. I don't recall any of those nations offering us a penny. And these whole citizenship programs, they're farces. They are complete farces. A lot of times you can only apply for the right to a vote, and even then you have to be wealthy in order to receive that. So even when they seem like they're making overtures to us, it is really to benefit them. It's to their advantage and not ours. And when they come over here, I want to repeat, they either seek to destroy what we have, and when they can't destroy it, because even the white supremacists couldn't do that, so they can't destroy it. They then tried to claim it. They're trying to claim hip hop. They're trying to claim soul food. They're trying to claim Black History Month. When I make posts, because y'all know I love posting about Black American freedmen inventors. When I make posts about Black inventors, there's always someone from another country, whether it's an African country, a Caribbean country, a Latin American country, who are sounding just like white supremacists. They're either trying to deny that our people invented this particular innovation, or they're trying to claim it themselves. They're trying to say, see what we black people did? Look at what us black people have done. And yet I just saw a tweet that went sort of viral of some young Haitian lady saying that she's a proud Haitian woman, and she just earned her doctorate. She's not claiming black. So you only want to claim black when it benefits you, which is something we've done, and you can benefit from it. But when you do something well, you want to give all props and shout out to your homeland. That's why I'm not keeping at all for these illegal immigrants getting rounded up and deported. First of all, if you're here illegally, get the hell out. You don't have any right to be here. Second of all, you're anti-Black American. And third of all, you're just here to leech off of us. So that same thing you just said nationally toured, that is the exact mentality that caused me to no longer become a Pan-African, to become a former Pan-African. Okay? Boykin, I think you were next.
I'm sorry, before Boy can go, what I just to go on my actual question. So how can we become an economic global superpower? Because there are some people that still think we're going to become this superpower with these people when we're surrounded by people who don't respect us, don't do legitimate business with us, and they still have tribal loyalties that exclude us. So how can we trust those whose ancestors sold us and they brag about it? I see them bragging about it online. How could we, I know they say, we got some writers. I can't cherry pick people. How could we build a superpower with these people?
We can't.
Exactly.
You can't. And someone used this expression, unity, and actually what these people bring, I call screwity. Pardon my language. All they do is fuck us. And I'm not speaking like some hack. I want to make this clear. When I was on the phone Sunday with my auntie is named Yvonne Sion Chappelle, Dave Chappelle's mommy, who was over in Africa in the 60s, who to this day has the CIA file, who did all kinds of stuff to help build the Congo. When she got back to the United States, is the brains behind something called AfriCare, which operates in as many as 30 African countries, fighting hunger, bringing development funds all over Africa. Do you think that Dr. Yvonne Sion gets any recognition from Africa? Do you?
Of course not.
Okay, I will go further. People don't know this about Dave Chappelle's mom. She's one of the pioneers of the divestment in South Africa movement. Has the South African government, now that it's black controlled, said, thank you? No. And I can say, you're hearing the voice of the person that started the Stop the Genocide campaign in Darfur 21 years ago. Has anyone ever said thank you? There are a couple million people walking around because you cared. Maybe 2 people I know have said thank you. No, in fact, the people I worked with, once they got connected to white people, they never spoke to me again. They were worried about being eliminated. You hook them up. They got with white folks, and they didn't even come back and say, thank you, brother. And so, and we can go on and on and on with that. I'm going to give you an example of unity. 6 years ago, it was 6 years ago, they did the year of return to Ghana. And what a lot of people don't get, and I do not hate Ghanaians or anybody on the African continent, but I hate tribalism, I hate bullshit. The year of return that a lot of stupid black Americans thought it was all about us being welcomed back. That was an economic grab. Ghana would have collapsed had black Americans not pumped their money into Ghana. Okay, I didn't hear this on the street. I heard this at dinner with the ambassador of Ghana in their house. I asked the question to the ambassador, is there any way that we can really do something with this and it not just be people wear nice clothes and travel around? And he basically says, I don't see that. It was about taking. And even now, the tens, the scores of thousands of black Americans that are in Ghana spending money and buying stuff is boosting Ghana's economy. Ghanaians don't want these people there who aren't taking social benefits, who aren't taking jobs from Ghanaians, who are paying their own way. The Ghanaians want them out, but they don't want the Lebanese out. They don't want the Saudis out. They don't want the Chinese out. They don't want the Germans out. It's just us. And so I don't hate anybody. I adore it being in Ghana. But this tribalism, that is part and parcel of who people are. You can't not be what you are. And this is why I despise the Pan-Africanists who've sold us the idea that blackness or the black identity that we have in America is more or less the same with what's in Africa, with a different language, slightly different culture. And all we need to do is sort of get along with them, learn a language, do this or that, and everything's going to work out. It isn't so. And I'm not saying, by the way, the more unwesternized Africans are, in many instances, the cooler they are. The ones that aspire are following the British, the French, the Portuguese, or they're following white America. They're often the most difficult people for you because they've learned what America is based on what white people have told them. And in the words of a young man at the University of Ghana, as I was warning them about Obama in 2004, his comment was, you just don't want to share America with us. I wasn't saying they couldn't come to America. I simply said, come to the United States understanding. And they felt like just facts of things turned them off. So the people, they're no different from any other group of immigrants that come here. They're coming to get their piece of the cake that was baked with the blood, bones, sweat, and tears of our ancestors. Not to be reinforcements to us. Not to be brothers and sisters, although some are. And no, we shouldn't have to cherry pick them any more than we cherry pick who's a good white person from a white supremacist. We have the right to be on an extreme case of trust, but only with clear verification.
Thank you so much, Dr. Short. And you know, it's true what you're saying. What I have noticed is the ones that come over here and cause problems for us, they often are the ones that are causing problems in their homeland. They are not positively contributing to their homeland either. They're often selling out their own people and their own resources to the Europeans and Asians. But even then, they'll do it with the Europeans and Asians, but they will not do business with us. I bet you that will be the case. Boykin, thank you for waiting. You have the floor.
Thank you. Hi, Black Alpha, Queen Alpha, Marcel, Dr. Short, everybody on the stage. I see you, Eric, and everybody who tunes in. I will just say this. Africans in their countries, Ghana being one, their relationship vis-a-vis Black Americans is strictly transactional, financial, period, end of discussion. They do not see us or our culture as contributors to the United States culture whatsoever. They have adopted the white supremacist attitude. I'm going to give you a little bit of information about me from the past 20 years. First of all, I've worked with resettlement agencies in the Seattle area for the past 17 years, okay? So I've helped French-speaking Africans assimilate to American culture. And I'm just going to be blunt with you guys. They don't want anything to do with this. They don't even want to learn from us. They don't want to know anything about our historical institutions, schools, churches, communities, not even our leadership. They say the same thing that's been programmed into them by the missionaries, the white missionaries, by the white ambassadors and government officials who educate them in these classes that teach them that black Americans are the permanent underclass. Yes, this is a fact, okay? One of the things that we have to take is no prisoners and no mercy with these people at all. I stopped being a Pan-Africanist in the year 2000 simply because after I saw what happened in the elections of 2000, and then when I traveled to Côte d'Ivoire, Ivory Coast, and Senegal specifically, I'm just going to say this bluntly. Any educated black American, they are trained not to accept. Okay? They think that we are a political pariah or extremist group of individuals who are troublemaking and want to destabilize the American government. Seriously. They think that black American is a false identity. And when I talk to immigrants who come from the Horn of Africa, specifically Somalia, Ethiopia, Eritrea, and so on and so forth, they think we're still slaves. Let that sink in. They think that black Americans are still slaves, and that we are a separate caste or a separate group of people, and that we should stay separate and away from mainstream America. I am dead serious. Even the folks who come over here and who have lived in this country, done their best to assimilate to the white man's culture and white man's ways, and even had kids over here, that's what they teach their kids. That they are not slaves. That they are not black American, and because black Americans don't have a culture, don't have a say-so in anything. This is what the immigrants learn and what they reinforce. Okay? So it is incumbent upon us to take that energy that we have, sit them down, and shut them up. And if we have to just shut them off, then so be it, because one of the things we have to start asking up front, is this foundational black American? Does this have anything associated with black Americans of North American soil? We've got to start doing that.
Hey, Morgan, are you still speaking?
I yield.
Yeah, I'm about to say this was going in and out of it, but I wasn't sure if it was on my end or your end. Okay, Eric, you have it.
Thank you, Brother Marcel. Elon Musk, this is a word of advice. Please stop lighting up on them heroin spoons because the app keep crashing, man. It's like my 6th time trying to get up here. Thank you, Black Apple, for throwing me a hook, because this don't make no sense, man, when you trying to speak good game to the family. But the moral of the story is, with these Tethers, they haven't shown unity. They have shown plenty of delineation and tribalism in the country, on the continent of Africa. And they have the nerve, and they have hatred and vitriol to be talking about what foundational black Americans should be doing. But if you want to be talking about, Pan-Africanism, those are the main people that need to be doing it on the continent. And I do want to thank, DrRandyShort for his wonderful knowledge and all the contributions that he has been giving to the family over the past couple of decades. And I do say salute to you, brother, because we need more elders like you out here in the new black media, let alone behind the scenes, still keeping your knowledge for historical, for history. But, the moral of the story is, as y'all can see in the Jumbotron, Nigerians are the main people that are contributing to the savagery that's going on in their homeland. We do have a Nigerian drug lord named Original Japan. He's a Nigerian tether who wasn't man enough to name himself after a strong African. He's naming himself after an Asian that has really colonized their mindset. And this just goes to show you that when you do crimes in countries, let alone your own homeland, there are going to be consequences and repercussions to your actions. I get really sick and tired of these people, not only in the diaspora, definitely the Caribbean, and you got to be real careful because these Asians, they real sneaky too. You got to watch out for them in their you know, racism because they want to be honorary white supremacists too. But let me get back on to these African tethers. The time and the day of trying to explain stuff to these people have been long overdue. And I wish we would catch from mutual mic because I know you about to say something stupid. But yeah, like I was saying before, I was almost rudely interrupted by one of these, voice notice. Like I was saying, the time and the place of us trying to explain stuff to some of these people is over with. And I do want to thank Brother Marcel because he's definitely been out here doing the work for the past couple of years. So the moral of the story is, when these people come into our spaces talking real crazy, we're going to keep hitting them with the bamboo stick, hashtag make your countries great again. And I just want to say that, once y'all go back to your homelands and, see if y'all can do something better, then maybe I can give y'all some respect. But don't come in here when people have been putting in the work over the past couple of years and your paperwork has been dirty. If you want to be a rider and you want to be somebody that has a black first mentality, you need to come with the paperwork, man. You need to come with a track record of actually trying to help somebody. Just don't be running and fleeing all over the place in these spaces, causing chaos and confusion and having hatred and vitriol for black Americans when we've been the ones trying to help y'all for the past 60 plus years. Y'all don't have the energy for the colonizer, definitely the white man in y'all country, because we see y'all building off-brand white Jesus statues and not building up places like Akon City. But with that being said, I'm going to land my plane and let somebody else talk.
Thank you for that. And you know what's funny? Speaking of Akon City, y'all know throughout the United States of America, we have freedmen communities. I'm not talking about historical freedmen communities. I'm talking about communities right now that black Americans are establishing. Like they have one here in Georgia. I know there's one out in Texas. And they are thriving. They're small right now. I don't even think they've received their official papers to be recognized as a municipality by the counties. They still have to meet a certain population number, but they're thriving and the people are doing well. And we've done this in just a matter of years. Whereas Akon, he couldn't even get a damn pole in the ground, but over here talking about us and how Africa needs us. That's what I don't get. If y'all are saying that you work so hard, you have a better mentality and better work ethic, then why do you need us? It makes no sense at all. The Black Vanguard, it's on you.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Shout out to everybody. The room ain't gonna be long because I'm kind of busy right now. Yeah, I'm gonna tell one story. I went up to the Pan-Africanism camp is because I was in the military. I was stationed in Qatar, and then you had a whole bunch of these African Caribbean immigrants, and they don't mess with black Americans in the military, though. They mess with their own little enclaves. They got their own little groups still established in the military. What really woke me up is that a few years ago, they had this event called Africa Day. You had all the Kenyan ambassadors, you had Ethiopian ambassador, and then you had this wonderful woman, and she's got respect for the sister, her name is Dr. Jill Humphrey. She actually broke to us, though. These people tried to scam her. They stole her ideas, and they tried to finesse us to support their cause, though. So that really broke me up. And I traveled to 10 different African countries. I actually helped the people over there. I gave them money. We actually was trying to build a hotel over there to get back to the people, though. I was in Tanzania. It was these Indians and Chinese abusing the locals over there in Tanzania. And then we got word of it, so we started having campaigns over there, and we got them start hiring the locals over there in Tanzania, especially in Zanzibar. And then they didn't show gratitude and appreciation, though, too. And then once I took them, they have a dance group called Full Mall Dance Group, though. After we helped them establish their stuff, then they have not a white woman that went to Germany, so that's a good story. So, respect Dr. RandyShort for sharing experience. I'm going to tell my experience. I got days I can tell people what happened in a lot of zones because I traveled to 10 different African countries, a lot of Caribbean countries, though. So I got a lot of experience too, just like DrRandyShort, though. But I'm glad DrRandyShort sharing his experience. I'm listening to him, though. And we need more elders like him, though, that speak that fire, speak that truth, though, because it's actually true what the elder Dr. DrRandyShort has been saying, though. Because I experienced that too as well. I was on the top in the Caribbean. But I'm allow other people to speak.
Ragnar, you were cutting in and out some. It is acting up, because that's been happening a bit with everyone. So, but I think we got your point. But thank you. Naturally Tura is using its Melrose.
Okay. I just wanted to say that as of lately, it shows that the black dollar only circulates in our community for 6 hours, the Jewish community for 20 days, and the Asian community for 30 days, and of course the white community unlimited. These people have not done nothing nor do anything but extract resources. There is no reason why we should be feeling bad, feeling like we need to connect, link up with these people. As of 2025, our black buying power is at 1.98 trillion and projected to be at 2.1 trillion by 2026. There's no reason for us to have to link up. So when I hear people say, we need to link up with Africa to become an economic global power, no, they need us. We do not need them for nothing. I don't want to link up with these people at all. I don't know why we have to. So when I see some of these content creators saying, we need to, think about this economic global power, how strong we will be. No, if they want to help and link up, then this would have happened. And as EJ said, I'm tired of explaining to these tethers. I know that we do it for learning experiences for everyone else that's in spaces as well, but they come in here to waste time so we can spin our wheel, and they keep saying the same thing over and over. Listen, they already know what it is. I don't waste my time with them. They know what it is. They want to waste time, because the same way that they look up these stats and per capita or whatever the white supremacists saying, they can look up our history. So they can act dumb, they come and act dumb, they ask the same questions over and over. Well, what have you done? Your ancestors haven't done. It's just an abusive relationship with them, and I do not like it. I don't waste my time with them at all, but we don't need to link up with them. So when I hear people say we need to link up with them so we can get this economic good, they can't do nothing on their own. They need us. We do not need them. So I just want to say that, and I'll land.
Our population, and I know we're undercounted, let's just say somewhere between 50, 60 million, with a spending power, and I can really delve into the spending power, but I'm just going to keep it at the surface level, around $2 trillion. We're good. We're good. And, even with that being said, however, I wouldn't be opposed to doing business with, other entities outside of our community, because that's kind of what we've always done. But if they're going to say that we need them, I need them to show us where they've already been successful. Again, you are sitting on the most precious materials in the world. Some of these materials are not found anywhere else besides in your country, within your borders. And you are still among the poorest places in the world. I need you to show us why we need you. I need you to show us your business acumen, because I am not seeing it. So before they can say that we need them or we need to link with them, I need to see what they have going on. Because you have a continent of 2 billion people, again, the most precious resources in the world, and you are still struggling. That's a bad look. You have to make the case. When you go for a job interview, you can't tell the people who's interviewing you that you are such a great candidate, and you have been so successful, and you don't have a portfolio, you don't have a history, you don't have a record of success. You have to come with a record of success. So when they show us that, then we'll consider it. Until then, I think we're good. Melrose?
Marcel, what's good?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm well. Great to hear from you. Peace to everybody in the room. Black Alpha, Queen Alpha. Yeah, I just wanted to, I just came in. I'm not sure if y'all already covered it, but it caught my attention when EJ said that there was a Nigerian drug lord in the Jumbotron, and there may be a mistake. I think I got the wrong picture. Those niggas look like customers. They don't look like no drug lords. I never seen no foundational black American kingpins that look that dusty. I never seen like a Fat Cat and them niggas looking that dusty. Never seen no pictures of none of the FBA hustlers ever looking at Dusty. So those might actually be the customers. Brother Cornbread might want to go get the real picture, because I could imagine the real Nigerian drug lords, since they got all these diamonds and all this big bull and shit in Nigeria, he probably looks different. So yeah, y'all might want to update that. But other than that, peace, and I'm going to drop back down and listen.
You know, I heard about this particular incident. I heard that it's in Liberia. And you see, that's the other thing right there. And no insult to Nigerians, but the truth of the matter, the Nigerian passport is among the lowest ranked in the world. They are literally banned from certain countries. There is no country where Americans are banned, outside of some outliers like North Korea, for example. And let's be very honest, I don't think any of us are trying to go to North Korea. And there is no country, especially when you consider the countries of Asia and Europe, where we go and you don't see a significant portion of the population emulating Black American culture. Look at Beyonce right now. Look at Kendrick Lamar and SZA. They are selling out stadiums worldwide. People who don't even speak English know our songs, know our music. They know our beauty trends. They know our lingo. I remember going to Mexico. I remember going to Spain, and there were soul food restaurants in those countries. I saw a protest in Greece, and they were saying things like hands up, don't shoot. Now, we know those slogans from the Black Lives Matter era, we know they are problematic, but my point is, these people were standing up quoting James Baldwin, quoting Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. These people have mirrors of Muhammad Ali. The point I'm making is, our culture is iconic, globally speaking. You don't see this about us. You don't see us getting rounded up in countries throughout the world for some type of debauchery like this. You just don't see it. You see us being emulated and admired globally. And that's just something a lot of these other cultures just can't do. And you know what really bothers me? I hate when they say things such as, well, the only reason your culture is popular, hold on, someone's mic is on. I hate when they say the only reason your culture is popular is because you're from America. Hold up. White people, including white Americans, they went throughout the world colonizing different areas, subjugating different areas. If you had so much going on in your country, you don't think these white people would have found it? They know how to find your country to take your resources. They know how to find your country to help make deals with your leaders to disenfranchise you. If you had such a popping culture, they would have found it by now. You don't. That's why they imitate ours. That's why they can't stop talking about ours. As much as they claim to hate us, as much as they claim that they want to degrade us, and they do, they still have nothing else to talk about and to concern themselves with besides us. Because we set the standard. America went out their way to try to demoralize us. America went out their way to try to deny our greatness. We are globally imitated and admired in spite of what America has done. Not because of being in America, because there would be no America without us. I'll find you back.
Yes, indeed, brother. Yes, indeed. Absolutely. I want to add something to what everybody's saying, and it makes a hell of a lot of points. First things first. These people who run around here and they talk about our culture and how we don't have a culture, I can simply say, who has no culture more than somebody who runs and flees and hops and skips and jumps? They don't stand still enough to have a damn culture. And if they do have a culture, it's that of backstabbing, tribalistic behavior, con artists, everything that isn't good. And to try to tell foundational Black Americans that we don't have a culture when we sit back and watch people in their homelands do exactly what we do. The most astonishing thing that everyone sees whenever they leave the United States of America America is how many times these people are out here mimicking us. You got folks in the village way on the other side of the planet, and they out here trying to look like the Migos. If your ass left back in the day, they was running around here trying to look like Outkast. If you was back in the day, they was running around here looking like Snoop Dogg. Okay? They got a hell of a lot of people, and they duplicate every single thing that's ever been done. And American culture is from foundational black Americans. So this trying to separate us from America and speak about American culture and us as two different entities, that is null and void. That's canceled. That doesn't work. Every single thing that you see here in the United States of America is because of us. Our brother Tariq made a point last night. Civil rights is a black American culture. That's why all of these people are running around here duplicating foundational black American revolutionary struggle. Like you just said, my brother Marcel, they were running around here talking about hands up, don't shoot. As a matter of fact, Marcel, when me and you were in South Carolina, you know, rumbling up with them damn NAACP folks and the Palestinians, remember the Palestinians had signs that said no ceasefire, no vote. Remember that, bro?
They were calling Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Injustice anywhere is a threat to the strength of justice everywhere. Matter of fact, they were coming over to us trying to get some gain from us about how to protest. Remember? Then they went back in and started using some of our tactics. Which, you know, there's only but so many ways to protest, but they didn't have that off that we had. They just didn't. We were way smaller in number, and yet we stole the damn show.
Big facts. Big facts. They was out there straight up trying to get it on. They had Muhammad Luther King, okay? They had Muhammad Luther King out there, and they thought that was going to work, okay? But Muhammad Luther King is not Dr. Martin Luther King, all right? So try again, all right? Try again. And they all do that. So the fact that they've been trying to do that, separate foundational black Americans from the United States, you cannot speak about it. I said it in Washington, D.C. at the Rally for Reparations last June, where I was honored to share the stage with my brother Marcel and the great Dr. Randy Short, as well as others. The highest honor I could ever receive was not to be there, but to be on that stage with these two great brothers, as well as the other speakers. However, I said it best, and this is my quote, and I always say it: there be no USA without FBA. So you cannot separate a black American culture from America, okay? You just can't. They wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for black American culture. And then I'm going to say this, and this is what we all been wanting to say, and we're going to finally get to the goddamn point. The African American term is officially fucking dead. It's over with. It's done. No one really ever wanted to be that shit in the first fucking place. Nobody runs around here and talks about Africans. I remember being 7 fucking years old and saying, why the fuck am I considered an African American and I ain't never been to Africa? All right? We're not playing these games where these people put that jacket on us. You can take that jacket back the fuck to Africa, and you can take Jesse Jackson back the fuck with you. He knows what day it is, because he might be the only person older than Joe Biden, who's 3,337 years old. So fuck all of them, and we don't want that term. That is it. The term African American has been such a detriment to our people, because when you run around here and you call yourself an African, even though you ain't never been to Africa, you've been generic. You've been you have no nothing. You have nothing going for you. And this is why these folks come over here. And what's the two things these Tethers do? They always overemphasize African American because it works for them. And they always overemphasize, I'm black like you, brother. That's what they always love to do. So we have separated completely from the Tethers, and we have completely deleted, erased, and canceled that term. If somebody comes into space and they say African American, not only am I looking at them sideways, but it's about to be G-Tech time. And we're going to go ahead and regulate them and get them the hell about the paint. That term was created to put us in a position in which we're all in today. And more studies have come out, and people are seeing more receipts going back to the 1980s that black Americans didn't even want that shit in the first place. People have to understand that it has always been a multifaceted apparatus to get foundational black Americans reclassified. They will reclassify us 1 billion times. And now what we're doing is saying that we're going to identify ourselves. See, there's a difference between being classified and being self-identified. See, when you self-identify, that's you. You empower yourself. When someone else can classify you, now you're going in the direction in which they want you to go, and no longer is that happening. So the term African American is over with, and we've made that term dirt in these streets. Anybody who thinks that term is belonging to them, you can have it. I don't want it. You can take that shit back to Zimbabwe. All right. I have no connection to Africa. I'm not an African. So therefore, you damn sure ain't gonna put African and American together and then put that on me. my grandparents passed away, okay? And if I want to go to their grave sites, I'm right here in the United States of America. If I hop on the plane and I want to go to my home places, I'm going to go right up there where you at, Marcel, and Honey Path, and then I'm going to go on down to Gulfport, Mississippi, okay? And I'm right here in the great state of Georgia. I don't have to go to Zimbabwe. I ain't got to go to the Ivory Coast. I ain't got to go to Nigeria at all. I tell you who can go there is the people who are from there, and they can stay there, and they can get the hell up out my lane. No longer are we playing nice with these people. Remember, everybody, tethers do not tether at 22%, so your ass better not gatekeep at 22%. A tether's not out here saying play nice, play fair, be good, be easy. A tether wants everything from your arts, your crafts, and your citizenship. That's for everything they want. So I don't want to hear none of these black folks running around here talking about be nice to the tether. Hell no. Being nice will have your ass out the paint. It's all about full-fledged delineation and gatekeeping. That's the way to play the game. That's the way we will play the game. And another thing, don't let these people always try to use a white supremacy that they themselves subscribe to as some type of reverse tether psychology against us. Y'all notice these people never fight against white supremacy until they want to say, white folks is going to divide us. Y'all going to let them divide us? It's funny because the same them that you're referring to is the same them that got your ass flying over here trying to get a date with Karen. Don't let these people who are white supremacist puppets and minions try to pretend to be some type of crusader against it when they're trying to get foundational black Americans on board with their everybody can be black. That is reverse tether psychology. I be telling everybody, they come over here and they run that tribalistic con artist shit. You see how you see the Nigerian scammers? They be on them damn dating websites and they be scamming 400-pound white women from Massachusetts. All right? That shit they try to pull on FBA and they find out, hell no. And I'm going to take this to another level. We are the only people on the planet Earth who are proud to be who the hell we are. We are proud foundational black Americans. We love it. These people don't want to be nothing. You got people who are 14 shades darker than midnight, and he gonna tell you, I look white, don't I? I look like Denzel Washington, don't I? No, you look like Mr. Fufu and Mr. Joloff. All right? And you ain't what happened? Say it again.
I say these niggas be looking like Flavor Flav in the mirror. They need to stop, man. Just love who you are, man. The glass ain't gonna break their heart, man. Just be who you are, man.
They look like Flavor Joloff, Flavor Fufu. All right, and Flavor Fufu can get their ass the hell up out of here. So damn all of that, family. You got to stand on it 100%. They don't like the fact that that's exactly what the hell we're doing. Dr. Randy Short, it's on you, brother.
Oh, yes. First and foremost, I want to salute you for having this space, and Brother Eric, and I see Sister Nikki and others. I want to emphasize something that Brother Marcel said, and he went so fast and so strong and so furious that some of you didn't completely get what he's trying to tell you. So let me add in what Marcel knows, but he wanted to give an overview and give other people a chance to speak. Nigerians, I don't even have to mess with any place else. How many of you were aware that at one point within recent memory, 60% of the heroin that reached the East Coast of the United States, hurting black Americans, was being brought by Nigerians? How many of you know that? How many of you know that many of these people are involved in human trafficking all over the country, and they've targeted black American communities? Many of you don't know that. How many of you know that in places like Saudi Arabia, which does a lot of executions for crimes, you'd be amazed that in countries that execute people for smuggling drugs and all throughout the world, like in Saudi Arabia, Nigerians rank very high in the number of people that they have to execute every year. Malaysia, they're executed. You can look at jails across the world. It's full of people from Nigeria. And I'm not attacking all Nigerians. I'm just saying this greasy, cynical, criminal activity is done everywhere. And what some of them will do is say, oh, we only do with white people. It's a lie. They will steal, rob, push dope anywhere. What people need to know, they will tell you how bad and how criminal and awful black folks are. But once you recognize that the CIA and other entities are involved in drugs reaching our community, then you realize that these Nigerians that move dope are working with the intelligence communities to destroy us. Just put that in your head for a moment. Then let me add, not only are people doing this, they're also working very, very, very hard to displace people who teach Black American history and culture in the universities, in the schools. When they get somewhere, they block out and keep anybody that's not in that specific ethnic group from getting jobs. They get brought in and they exclude everyone else. They go in with a total war, kill, steal, and destroy approach. And that's what's happening here. There are riots that have recently happened in Ireland. I'm not going to make all the Irish people racist because racism is there, but tolerance is there. But just take the Nigerians again, have a notorious legacy globally of impregnating people and abandoning children the world over. America, they were getting so many people pregnant because in Ireland, if you got someone pregnant in Ireland, you could get citizenship. So the Nigerians were flying into Ireland and just screwing the white girls, giving them some black shamrock. And as a result, they understood, like, you'd be amazed, and it's an undercount. Ireland right now, I'm talking about the southern part, is easily 5% Nigerian Irish mix. It's 2.5 to 5%. And that's how much boning hard and making kids. In fact, the Irish were so concerned, they changed the rules that you couldn't just become a citizen by getting people pregnant because they would have been replaced in their own country. So these folks, you understand that the history of Western Africa for the last last 1,000 years has been a constant era of ethnic conflict. Religious wars, wars over resources, wars over water. You're dealing with warlike people. The reason that this European trade and bodies where people waged war to enslave neighbors, and they also did this in other parts of Africa, there's no conscience in that. So destroying, taking, breaking all the rules, that's how people have been operating for 1,000 years. And it won't just change because they get a green card. You take South Sudan, where the people have these cattle cultures where people every year go around, rape, kill, and murder neighbors and steal their cows. And this happens, the Fula are doing this all over Nigeria. They burn people alive in churches. Hundreds, dozens of people. This is how people do business. So putting someone on a plane doesn't suddenly make them cool. Somalis come here, but most people don't know. In Somalia, they would identify us more or less as Bantus. Did you know in Somalia, they have a group of people that are slaves that are called Somali Bantu. So if you get treated rudely by Somalis, it's because you remind them of the slaves, they don't know where they came from. Somalis are Cushitic-speaking Africans. They see themselves as almost a separate race from those that speak Bantu languages. And this is, they got this thing in Ethiopia. They have this stuff all over the place. So we need to know more about them, but also know who we are. And we don't need anybody's numbers. We simply need to work together. And I want to be clear with you, all over the country, you've got problems of people that are stealing, cheating. And it's not just here. Part of your human trafficking and drug problem throughout southern Africa is driven by Nigerian drug dealers. You're talking about Liberia, where the people all over West Africa are the drug that's killing and destroying people. They're digging up human bones, crushing human bones, mixing them with other substances and smoking it. It's called Kush. See, we get lied to by the Pan-Africanists. Oh, the African family is strong. African culture is strong. African this, African that. And a lot of this was to make us feel good about who we are, but in reality, who are we? We really need to understand that. I just had to go off on someone my age who's talking some dumb stuff, talking about how we all got brought here on slave ships. And I said to him, you know, I, I, I don't have a problem with Africans. I don't have a problem with African lineage. But I said, you know what? My great-grandmother was a Cherokee that came off a reservation in Maryland, right? And that means that through my great-grandmother, I'm a Cherokee. My other grandmother's folk are Creek. So I'm a Creek, since it moves through the maternal lineage. And on another side, there's Blackfeet, and another side is Powhatan, and another side is Piscataway. We were already here. I don't need to be into juju, want to kill twins, need to risk all my money getting robbed and cheated and being an extra generous tipper to try to convince someone somewhere else that doesn't like toilet paper or use roll-on deodorant, right? That I'm okay. We need to get to the point where we feel good in our own skin here where we are. It doesn't mean we're against anybody, but we are against anybody that's against us. I don't care what color, I don't care about none of that. And you need to understand, and I will keep telling people this. Bill Clinton and the 1990s, before the Million Man March, which took place 30 years ago, one of the United Nations rapporteurs, his name is Doudou Diné, he's Senegalese, wrote up that one of the biggest threats to the survival of Black Americans were the African and Caribbean immigrants displacing and This is 30 years ago. Bill Clinton had this man removed from the United States, meaning that the government, these other people knew that this was being done. This is called a replacement population strategy. It is an act of genocide. I repeat, when you look everywhere and you keep seeing people, they're black, but they're not. This is ethnocide. This is genocide. Culturally destroying a people is an act of genocide. Essence Fest is an act of genocide. The replacement of all the black actors and actresses in Hollywood is an act of genocide. Your HBCUs, where all the faculty are from other countries, is an act of genocide. And yes, the Boule are traitor, no good black elite who are universal. In fact, this is something that you'll hear: phony Africans and phony Caribbeans and fake Boule people, when you ask them where they're from, they'll say, I'm a world citizen. The reason you say that is you don't like where you came from. You say you're a world citizen because you don't want to identify with, say, Barbuda or Montserrat when the volcano nearly took it out. You don't want to say, you know, my folks all had to leave because the volcano made us leave. So you say you're a world citizen. That's your way to deflect, because in reality, you can't take pride in a place that's not doing well, right? You can't take pride having erectile dysfunction at an orgy. You can't be proud talking among advanced nations in the world, and you've got doo-doo flowing down the street, where you think a window is a toilet. I mean, it is absolutely insane. World citizenship is a code word that I'm not with you, and I don't want you to know how my place is screwed up where I come from. And all of these people, to some degree or another, involved in illegal activity. Most. Okay. And that whether they're working off the books, because if you go to Africa, most people are functioning outside because the economies are so bad. Everybody has to be a hustler, scammer, and a chiseler to some degree. I'm gonna say one last thing that's unforgivable about Tethers, and I just had to lay out someone that I've done a whole bunch of things for, and so I want everyone to know I'm not stingy like that brother was speaking. I have given easily tens of thousands of dollars to people who are African and didn't even beef about it. But my issue, or if not 10, at least over easily 10, 15, $20,000 over the last 20 years, easily. What I want to tell you is virtually none of them ever reciprocate, which is why I say I'm a reciprocal Pan-Africanist, and most of them are not into reciprocity. But I'll tell you something about Africans. In Nigeria, another country where they talk so much shit, Nigeria doesn't grow enough food to feed itself. In fact, that's true for most of Africa. They got land that did more than they can spare, and they don't feed themselves. They're too busy trying to want to live like you do here. I just had to cuss this man out. You're telling me that you haven't eaten in 2 days and you live in Malawi, right? That you got all this great sunshine and land. You got 4 seasons. You never thought to put some seeds in the ground? Understand something. They'll sit up counting your money here if they know you, thinking about what you can do for them and not what they could do. They've got a bionic, supersized inferiority dependency syndrome, and generosity and compassion doesn't cure it. When we delineate, in fact, you want to meet folk, they're just like black people who vicariously identify with rich Negroes that hate us. We love rich black people that hate our guts that don't do anything. Africans look up to rich people that don't deal with them. They tend to think when you come and you lower yourself to be cool with them that you're stupid. That's a cultural thing. I'm not saying all, but too many tend to see that as weak. Because if you spend some time in Africa, folk walk right by people who are crippled, who have polio, and they don't even stop. I'm telling you, they see people are broke, they don't care. When you start doing things, a lot of people think you're weak. You can be taken. You're a sucker. And so the values that our ancestors came up with to get us through Jim Crow, through Indian removal and everything else is unique to us. Don't assume because the person's brown or whatever that they share the same. They don't, and you shouldn't expect them to, nor do I hate or despise them for it, but we shouldn't subsidize their backwardness. We shouldn't subsidize their tribalism. I mean, you copy us in certain things, but the good things that we do, you don't know about them, nor do you care to. And part of how we get screwed is what we know about Africans is they're not white and that they might be able to dance. We need to be a little deeper. We need to know where they're from, what they do. The minute I was at a party the other day, and this Jew that was Nigerian tried to say that they didn't have slavery in southern Nigeria, and I had to embarrass him. And but he had black American friends his whole life, but he's gonna run this shit that they didn't have slavery, these Igbos. And I says, nigga, you're a liar. You got this system of Usu. To this day in Nigeria, they look down on the people that they once owned as slaves. Did y'all know that? Slavery ended in Nigeria as late as the 1930s. In 1930, Nigeria had the most slaves of any country in the world, over 3 million. Think about that, people. I'm landing.
Pure fire, brother. Pure fire. Every single thing that our brother just said right there is exactly the reason why we must delineate and separate from these people. Or shall I say, it's the reason why we are delineating and separating from these people. They have a backstabber tribalistic mentality, as which Dr. Short alluded to earlier. These individuals come over here with predisposed hatred towards us because they got hatred towards each other. There's no unity over there in Africa. You always hear about the African militaries, but nobody ever tells you that they got the weapons pointed at each other. They got the weapons pointed at each other. It's never the colonizer. There's always an excuse, family. There's always an excuse. And they don't want to just say it because, like I said, you're dealing with very disingenuous people. They'll come over here and they'll say, oh, it's the government. Why everything is bad. Y'all know the song Tariq sang. It's always the government's fault. It's the colonizer's fault. It's the other tribe's fault. It's everything other than Mr. Jollof in the mirror. Because if they have to acknowledge Mr. Jollof in the mirror, that indicts their whole continent. Their whole continent. So the very fact that they come here to the United States of America, they deal with everything they deal with. But notice, their jealousy and their envy and all of the hatred that they have always runs towards Black Americans. It's never towards the dominant society. They'll sit there and say that the dominant society, they colonized Africa because they were able to pit two tribes against each other. Family, what's more of a different tribe than a colonizer? You could say colonizer, you could say different tribe. It's the same damn thing. Only difference is that tribe came from Europe. How come y'all never teamed up and went against him? Because you would rather go against the person next to you that looks like you, opposed to going after the colonizer. But then you want to come here to America and tell us that we all look alike. First off, no the hell we don't. And second off, now they want to talk that look-alike shit. They didn't ever talk that look-alike shit when they could have got together with the person who looked like them and ran the colonizer out of their village. But nope, it's always an excuse. And this is how they play the game, and this is how they always will play the game. It'll never change. People back in the old days used to kind of be on that, but like we said, it was brothers and sisters that was like, nah. And now it's only grown. And let me make this clear as well. Back in the day, people love to pull out statements of some of the older generations, and they were talking about maybe Pan-African and all that kind of stuff. Family, that was then, this is now. You don't have to be a Pan-African because someone showed you a clip of somebody from 1972. That was their era. This is our era, okay? So you don't have to say, well, I got to do it because of the past. No, because now the receipts have piled up. And if you're looking at the receipts and how these people have came towards us, and I'm talking about all that petty shit that they do, only person running around here on that type of time is somebody who's trying to inflict a genocide on us, just like Dr. Short just told us, because that's exactly what it is. You come up with any other word, but that's the pinpoint term. It's a genocide in which they're trying to inflict on foundational Black Americans. And what they really want to see, because I'm a forecaster, all right? We got to see the forest through the trees, right? A few years from now, what they want to do is have no Black Americans, and there's a hell of a bunch of Africans. That's really the future that they want. They want that future, and they can come up with every type of alibi justification that they can possibly fathom. But we understand that's definitely what it is. Because notice, they'll come over here and they'll try to get the Essence Festival, but how come they don't ever go to none of these country concerts or any of these rock concerts? There's a hell of a lot of little salsa events. How come they don't ever tether on to any of that? You can tether on to all that. What was that dude, Mexican OT, who saying that he was going to say the N-word? How come they didn't try to tether on to him? How come you don't come over here and replace the brown folks that they're always talking about? We's all one. Notice that every time there's a situation where they're trying to tether on to something, it's always Black Americans. Basically, they come over here, they try to replace foundational Black Americans, and when you check them, they just play pussy and say, oh, you being mean to me. Family, we got a million Karens out here that's gonna pull that damsel in distress shit. I don't need that from a 6'5" African from Nigeria with flip-flops and ashy knees. I don't need to hear that. But the very fact that 6'5" ashy knee African is telling us we're being mean to them, sounding just like that Mayo Karen, that tells you exactly who's giving them their orders. Because I've said it before, immigration is about proximity. Immigration is not about these people just coming over here. They all want to be next to white people. That's really what it is. And we can just get to the brass tacks, okay? The meat and potatoes. These people come here and they want to be next to white folks because they look at America and they see white folks as some type of godlike figure. And they say, well, let me travel over there. You notice every interaction with an African and a white person, it's always the African up underneath the white person. How many white tribal chiefs have they made over there? You've seen one today. I've seen the video come out. White man. This man fucking looked like Joe Biden's uncle. And he's over there. You see,
I was over there, everybody told Mr. Charlie over there. Mr. Mayonnaise was over there doing it big, bro.
He over there do nothing. They roll out the red carpet for him. That's what they do. So think about about it, family. If you just judge this and you look at it from the framework of the interactions between Africans and Europeans, you got to look at it from this aspect. Either they're going to be immigrants in the white man's country, and they're going to be up underneath the white man's armpits in his own land, or the white man is going to be the colonizer in their country, and they're going to be up underneath his armpits. But no matter whether it's colonizer or it's immigrant, they still up underneath white people. That's what it is. And if you really want to go there and take it a step further, this is something I've been saying for a long time. Can we start talking about these Euro-Africans or these African-peans? Because as they sit here and they try to connect to Black Americans, last time I checked, Europe and Africa are neighbors, and they have thousands of years of history. You know, slave trader, slave owner, slave buyer. So we got to start examining the actual relationship historically between the African and the European, because last time I checked, foundational Black Americans who've been over here since day one, not 2, 3, 4, 5, okay? We've been over here since day one for thousands of years. There's a big ocean that you got to come over here to deal with us. But Europeans are right next door. So let me ask y'all this question. Who do you see more on a day-to-day basis? Your neighbor who lives next door to you, or the person who lives on the other coast, on the other side of the country? Think about that, then you'll understand the mind of an Afro-European or a Euro-African. Brother EJ, it's on you, and then Black Vanguard.
You can let Brother Black Vanguard go. He been out here for a long time. I'll wait.
Go ahead, Black Vanguard.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you, brother.
Yeah, well, I went out there to Japan, and I know the audio's about choppy, though, because I'm at work right now, though, but I'm going to say this, though, but when I went out there to Japan, I went to this soul food restaurant. It was real packed out there. That's the biggest soul food restaurant. I'm going to put this in the Jumbotron so y'all can see out this interview with the brother, the biggest soul food restaurant in Tokyo, Japan, where I went out there. So it'll take a little few seconds to put in the Jumbotron, though, because I know it's how choppy audio, though, but that place was real packed. I went out there. It was real packed, though. And then when I went into the African restaurants over there, it wasn't hardly nobody in there.
Absolutely, family. And let me say this as well. Let me make this clear as well. Everybody notice how quick the Caribbeans and the Africans team up real quick? Whenever it comes to foundational Black Americans, everybody ever notice that? Whenever it comes to hating on us, they become tag team partners very quickly. All right. So this is why we say we're not a part of the diaspora, because that's basically all lives matter and everybody can be Black. All of these everybody groups and organizations or ideologies, they never benefit us, because those people are only using those terms so they can connect to us and they can steal from us. Look at it as a bridge. We over here on foundational Black American Island, and then there's the All Lives Matter Island, and they create a bridge that takes goods and gifts from us, transmits it over to their side, and then they take it and run with it and then close the bridge and don't share. Okay, the days of not sharing, fuck that. It's over with.
Can y'all hear me? Sorry about that audio for coming out. I might have to reset the audio app, though, but what I say is that,
fam, you gotta drop that down, brother. It sounds real sketchy, fam. Real sketchy, brother. It sounds real shaky. Drop back down. I'll bring you back up. I'll bring you right back up, fam. These people are always on the same page with each other. These people are always on code with each other so they can have each other, is what I'm saying. Let them folks have each other. Foundational Black Americans will do our own damn thing. And the more we do our own damn thing, it's clear. See, I'm not one of them people that takes 300 years to figure some shit out. All right, we don't have to sit here and guess and wonder how these people feel about us. If you don't know how these people feel about us, you're lying. And we ain't got no time for no damn liars, all right? These people come over here, and what they do is they send out a few people to make it look like, oh, you got some riders over here, we friends. Listen, if you're from over there and you down with foundational Black Americans, then it's not your job to come tell me. Don't tell DrRandyShort how down you are with Black folks. Don't tell Marcel how down you are with Black folks. You need to go tell all the 3,000 TikTok tethers who has nothing but anti-Black American hatred. You go tell them. I don't need you to come over here and tell me that we all friends and we all need to get along. Don't do that. You wasting time. See, the difference with us, family, we check people who are off code. We have terms for it. Cool, sellout, counterfeit, smut. What term do you want? Tap dancer. Tell me the term that they have that calls out their off-coded Africans or Caribbeans. I'll wait. But now you gonna tell me the terms that they have that are anti-Black American slurs. I promise you, you will find more slurs that are directed towards us than you will ever hear terms that are directed towards their off-coded people. And they got a hell of a lot of off-coded people. So the writing is on the wall. The receipts are on the table. The tax returns done came in. These people are clearly anti-Black American, and that's why we got to start taking it a step further. Anti-Black hate, that may be something that a supremacist does. Anti-Black American hate, that's something that supremacists do, Africans do, Haitians do, Jamaicans do, Mexicans do, Puerto Ricans do, Venezuelans do, Cubans do, everybody does. So there's a difference between Black American and just blackity black, point blank. Go ahead, EJ.
Thank you for that, brother. And these tethers don't have no smoke for those Latinos down there in South America, because this is where most of the Africans went to mix in with the people down there, and they became their own different ethnic groups. See, they don't never say nothing to them, but they want to come thousands and thousands and thousands of miles to the country that our families done built, and they don't ever have that same smoke for the people who sent most of the Africans down there in South America. They spread it out throughout Mexico and Central America. They don't say nothing to those people, because most of the time they'll probably chop their hairlines more quicker, because they think that since they come over here that, you know, you got some people within our lineage that feel sorry for these people, because they've been looking at Sadie Struthers, you know, commercials since the 1980s. They've been sending sad commercials since like the early 2000s, you know, with their kids having flies around their heads and stuff. So, you know, I'm gonna need y'all to just, you know, separate. You know, we don't want nothing to do with y'all tethers. You know, we need y'all to get together. And for the ones that are on code, regulate your people, man. I'm gonna need y'all to be doing that on a higher scale, because we shouldn't be doing y'all jobs for y'all, man. We need to be overly compensated for all the work that we've been doing. We're working overtime. You know, you keep putting all this weight on us. It's time for y'all to, you know, prove yourselves, to come with y'all paperwork. Correct your people, man. Put your people in place, because once we do it, everybody be calling us xenophobic. And I wish that this tether one was in here earlier, because I knew that dude wasn't no damn good. And I sent you something in the, not the Jumbotron, but the chat. We had one of the dudes a couple of years ago. The nigga's name is Andre. You probably remember him from a couple of years ago in the Twitter spaces. So he's one of these, you know, Pan-African individuals. So, you know, he's very long-winded. You probably remember him from like the older spaces from back in the day. I put like a screenshot of his page up in the chat for those who know that long-winded individual. But to the Pan-Africans, you talk all this Pan-African stuff, I give y'all a challenge. If you so knowledgeable and you want Africans and you want Black Americans to be on code with the same Pan-Africanism ideology that you got, I want y'all to go over there to Africa and teach us how to be on point with those people, since you know so much. Since Black Americans are so off code and we need to learn from, you know, the Africans, why don't y'all take y'all knowledge of practicing Pan-Africanism, unlike Dr. Umar Johnson opening schools? Why don't y'all do that instead of just staying in America and talking Pan-Africanism? Because, you know, you can't get nothing from us Black Americans. We're too delineated. We don't want to know nothing about Pan-Africanism. It's okay to have a Black first mentality. You know, you got to come with your paperwork. I want you to take your knowledge over there to the motherland, because they need y'all over there. It's very tribalistic over there. You got, you know, Musty Tethers with McDonald's upside down headlines crying because they get 20-year sentences for drug trafficking. You know it's so bad over there that you got people throughout other countries talking about, we want these Nigerians out. Like, I thought that y'all was unified over there. I thought y'all was all brothers and sisters. But on the outside looking in, a couple of weeks ago, and I said this in one of your spaces, they was over there busting them choppers off in Nigeria. They were having a civil war. They was shooting AK-47s off of Chinese scooters. And this just goes to show you that everybody got to hold their own nuts, man. Y'all do you. Y'all get y'all shit together. And hopefully one day, you know, y'all can, you know, tear down the white Jesus statues. And to the Ethiopians, too. Y'all need to build a statue of John Robinson, because that's very long overdue. Because no telling if that brother didn't come over there to teach y'all how to fly those planes, those Italians would have been over there, crisscross applesauce and spaghetti strapping, smacking y'all across our faces. But with that being said, I'm going to let Brother Marcel talk again. I'll let my plane.
You know, I want to say that
We always say that if you are on cold, we're not referring to you. We appreciate the ones that are riders. But where are they? Where are they? Where are they when we need them? It seems that the most they do when they are on cold is tweet in favor of us online. You have some exceptions, like you have the gentleman named Richard Sudan, who's in the UK. He's not even over here. He's not an American. He's English, but he has a media company. He always writes articles and he does podcasts, and he always speaks out in favor of reparations and delineation. But he's an English. He's not an American. Where are these black immigrants that are on cold? They need to do more than just make an occasional tweet in favor of us. They need to do more than just come on spaces and speak in favor of reparations, speak in favor of delineation, and maybe on occasion check the tethers. I demand more from these that are on cold. Because see, when black Americans are on cold, we do what John Robinson did. We go to their country and we help them fight against the colonizers by putting our lives on the line, by teaching them how to pilot airplanes. When black Americans are on cold, we do what DrRandyShort said that David Chappelle's mother did and what many others did. We organized to sanction South Africa because of apartheid. When black Americans are on cold, we do what Michael Jackson did. We raise hundreds of millions of dollars to donate to countries that are ravaged by HIV and AIDS. When black Americans are on cold, we do what we did when we refused to help the United States of America invade Haiti. When black Americans are on cold, we do what we've always done. We write books dispelling myths about African history. We tell people that history really started in the African continent. We dispel myths that Africa is a land of savages. When black Americans are on cold, we do what we do. We welcome people from all walks of life if they are quote unquote black, or at least we used to, until we realize they were not walking with us and they come to our country, benefit from our struggle, and turn against us. But we welcome, Africans, Caribbeans, Afro-Latinos. When we are on cold, lives are made better. So to these black immigrants who are on cold, what have they done to make our lives better? Where are they? Where are they when they are needed? Because we spend a lot of time checking their brothers and sisters and mothers and fathers, cousins, nieces, and nephews. So where are they? Because when we are on cold, we lift entire nations out of poverty. We change the political atmosphere of entire nations. When they're on cold, our lives are not benefited at all. We just have someone who likes a tweet online, and that is insufficient. And I'm a little tired of giving them credit for doing the bare minimum.
Brother, man, you hit a home run, a grand slam. Damn right. Where the hell are all of these people ever at? We have the most invisible allies that anybody has ever not seen. Okay, we got all these people who claim to have done so much for us. The receipts show that they never have. There's no pictures of it, by the way. All these people say that, oh yeah, we march with you here and we march with you there. Let's say this as well. All these people running around here talking about they march with us, that's not a flex to say you march with us. It's not, because you notice, fam, it's always with us. How come there isn't an Africans Against White Supremacy protest or rally right here today? How come there isn't a Mexicans Against White Supremacy protest or rally today? How come every single march against white supremacy is always led by black Americans and they always got to come and join our shit? If white supremacy is global and all these people always come and try to lecture us about white supremacy when they're trying to get us to support them, because that's the only time they ever care about white supremacy, is when they're trying to get black Americans to pick up some type of arms or have some energy for them. How come you guys don't go and protest white supremacy right now? White supremacy hasn't went anywhere. Mr. Fufu can have his own protest and rally today. So can White Clef and so can Kodak Crack. Both of y'all, go right now. If white supremacy is such an issue for these people, then they'd be out there protesting against it. Let me tell everybody this. Those who do not protest against white supremacy are those who subscribe to white supremacy. That's why every other group out there doesn't say shit or do shit against white supremacy. The only people on the planet Earth with all 7 billion human beings that do something against white supremacy is one lineage right here in North America called Certified Foundational Black American Freemen. We are wrapping rectangles around the whole damn diaspora. Go ahead, my brother Marcel. You done got me heated, boy. Go ahead.
And another thing, when they are quote unquote on code, it always benefits their homeland. It never benefits us. For example, I heard someone say, well, we are starting schools in Africa, partnering with Black Americans, opening businesses in Africa, opening businesses in the Caribbean. Okay, what about us? What about us? Don't you dare extract our wealth. You invest our wealth back in our community so we can build more wealth. But beyond that, where are these Black immigrant organizations in support of reparations? Damn all this other stuff. That's what I want to know about. Where's the pressure being exerted on these politicians for us to get reparations? That's what I want to see. You have white Jewish organizations, there's not a lot of them, but you do have them who are in support of reparations for Black Americans. And they've actually exerted some pressure on politicians to pass H.R. 40. Now, we know H.R. 40 is problematic. I'm not here advocating for H.R. 40. I'm just stating the facts. You have some organizations of Japanese Americans who are descendants of the Japanese Americans who receive reparations, and they have exerted pressure on politicians for us to get reparations. Where are the Black immigrants groups doing that? What I have seen are some Tethers who have shown up at reparations hearings, whether it be in New York, whether it be in Georgia, or whether it be in California, who have tried to derail our reparation hearings. Where are the on-call Black immigrant brothers and sisters that we supposedly have, shanking the hell out of them? Why are they nowhere to be seen? Why? But you can see them on TikTok telling us we need to be out there protesting against ICE, which you know ain't going to happen. I support mass deportation. Trump needs to step the hell up and get more of them out here. But you can see them on TikTok, you can see them on Twitter, you can see them on Instagram, you can see them all over trying to get us to protest against ICE. You can see them trying to tell us to vote for that Indian woman so she can let more illegals invade us. You can see them then. When they want us to be out there stepping for them, they're very, very visible. Where are they when we need them if they are truly on call? Why are they nowhere to be found? And I don't want to even say his name, but someone mentioned him who opened his school. Why is he never putting pressure on them? He always goes in his interviews and talks about what we need to do and what we should be doing. Why is he never telling them what they should be doing to show appreciation for us being under our country?
He got too many baby mama problems to be handling his business. I just want to say that because he's going through some stuff right now.
Well, that explains it right now, at least for now. But in the past, never putting pressure on them. And don't get me wrong, he has said that the American government's trying to replace us with foreigners. He has acknowledged that. He has even said he gets tired of the disrespect from these Black immigrants towards Black Americans. So he's even said that, or Africans in America, or whatever it is that he says. But where are these so-called on-call Black immigrants when we need them? That's the question I need to have answered right there. Because I have seen, like I see Brooke in the audience, I've seen Brooke, shout out to Brooke, I've seen Brooke showing up at these reparations hearings, going in. But why does she have to do that? Shouldn't our Black immigrant, quote-unquote, brothers and sisters be doing that? I've seen a lot of us who have shown up at these hearings, who have shown up engaging with these politicians. Like Black Ops and I have both done that. And I'll tell you what I have not seen. I have not seen one Black immigrant, quote-unquote, brother or sister who has been there alongside us doing the same thing. Not one. So where are they?
Brother Marcel, I'll tell you where they are.
Okay.
They're trying to play catch up. They're trying to get reparations before we get it. And they're trying to derail us getting it if they don't get a piece of it. And in reality, the Pan-Africanists have basically said that America should pay them too. I mean, so we have traitors. But look, I was at the World Conference Against Racism that the UN had 24 years ago. When they had the follow-up conferences around reparations and racism, the Caribbeans all petitioned various countries. They never made any reference or anything, even to say, we want reparations and let us remember those people in British North America. They systematically only went out for themselves, which is their right, but it says that they don't give a damn about our situation, and they're never going to. And if you go back, you mentioned New York If you're familiar with Malcolm X, there was a tether, a Caribbean named Hoolan Jack, who worked for Tammany. They always used, in particular, Caribbeans against black Americans. They used Shirley Chisholm against black Americans. This is old. There's a long-standing understanding. This is why you'll begin to see Republicans that are African and Caribbean. Some of the main people saying we don't need Black History Month, you'll see it repeated all over the country, are often Nigerian Republicans. Their mission is to destroy our reparations, because in reality, we become their reparation, that they can exploit us the same way the Koreans and everybody else does. And therefore, they also know if America repairs us, it means that they're going to get their lips ripped off the titty of Mother America. So in reality, it's a zero-sum game. The repair of black Americans comes at the expense of parasitism of the Tethers. That is why they know, and I said this on Tariq, maybe I didn't, many years ago. A lot of people have heard of this film Sankofa, made by Javi Garima, an Ethiopian, who lives here in D.C., taught at Howard, one of my teachers. I sat in on a meeting of Ethiopian elders, and this happened about 2002, 23 years ago. They were just thanking God that black Americans didn't have a stronger identity. They were so glad that black Americans weren't completely unified, or they'd be shut out of everything. Say this. Their prosperity is dependent on our destruction. They see things not too differently from rednecks. And so that's why our healing, our repair will hurt them.
You know, may I say something real quick? Dr.
Go for it, brother.
Oh, okay, there you are. I thought you got out for a minute when you had, but okay.
Selfish. Yes, I want to hear what you have to say. Come on, bring it.
Dr. Short, you there?
Yes.
Can y'all hear him? Look at me. Oh, okay, I hear you now.
Dr. Short, he just going in and out.
No,
Okay,
I just stopped. I thought you were going to say something, so I was waiting.
No, you go app cut out, and I thought you had just stopped speaking, but the app had cut out. So no, you go ahead and continue.
So all I'm going to say to you is that our people getting ourselves together threatens white supremacists and African and Caribbean tribalists. You see, black Americans we're like a delicious corpse that everybody's feeding off of us. And they're counting on us never to get ourselves together so they can live off of us. Us getting ourselves together threatens them. If you're a Southerner like some of us are, white folks see black people with a nice car and their world is ending. Doesn't matter if you saved up for it. You shouldn't have that, because you having means I'm losing. This is the same kind of competitive thing that you'll find with white racists and ethnics exists with these people from other countries. And so what, their skin color is different. And my issue is, why can't we get a clue from hundreds of years of them doing business happily with white people to kill, murder, and displace other people? If they've never even acknowledged or said that shit was wrong, why do we expect them to be different? Let people be who they are. Let them show you who they are, and then take them seriously. And I'm saying this as a person that devoted a lot of time to helping people from various places, and Africa and the Caribbean. And I don't have any shame for being concerned about the larger diaspora, but I'll tell you this, and that's when I quit this Pan-African group years ago, was when I couldn't get them to show any interest in the police murders of blacks here. They basically laughed in my face. They don't care if we get killed. They really don't. They come from places where there are wars all the time. Their thing is we should get tougher. or we should flee, we should run away. That's how they see it.
All right. And let me tell you about that part about recently. I'm sorry, let me say it real quick. I have a friend. She's a fellow reparationist. Her name is Nia, and she went to Italy. I think her mother has ancestry in Italy, or at least partial ancestry in Italy. And she was at a conference because she's into dancing and art and things like that. And she met these other two ladies, and I think they had ancestry in Senegal, and the other person had ancestry in some other African country. And they had been to Italy as well, and they all were talking about how much they enjoyed it. And the other lady was like, you know what? We want to go back. We might retire there. We might move there. And she said that, I want to come back home. I want to fight for my people. And they was like, well, hats off to you. Could it be us? And she said, you know what? That's when I realized even more. We're different. She was like, I was thinking about my people. How I want to fight for my people to do well. And they were just thinking about themselves and how they want to flee so they can do well. So, DrRandyShort, you hit some good points. The other thing I want to let me be clear. I have met foundational Black Americans, freedmen, at some hearings and stuff like that. Well, like a rally for reparations. But when I meet people who are not foundational Black Americans or not freedmen, it's only partial. That means they're by ethnic. Like, they may have a parent who's from another country, but another parent is foundational Black American or freedman. I have yet, or at least I cannot remember right now, to meet someone at a hearing. I think at the Rally for Reparations I met a few, but I'm talking about at a hearing when it's time to actually stomp. I have yet to meet a foundational Black American or freedman at one of these hearings. And I understand that I'm in South Carolina. We're not exactly a state that has a lot of quote-unquote Black immigrants. I mean, in my area, we have a good bit of Jamaicans and Haitians, but they're very small percentage of the population. So I understand that I'm not in an area with a high of a penetration of Black immigrants. So I understand that factors in as well. But damn, we have all these so-called writers. I would have met some by now. And let me tell you, I've driven to larger cities to speak and to do things that were on code. Just haven't seen them. You can't be like the angels, say that you're benevolent, say that you're good, you're for us, and we never ever see you. Alpha, I don't know who's next. I don't know if it's Naturally True or is it Andre? Do you have any idea?
Yes. I'm going to spin it to Natural and Andre. I'm going to get to you in a second. Before I go there, I want to add on to the great points that the great DrRandyShort said and the great Marcel Dixon just said. I want to add an extra point to that right there because I want everybody to notice that Africans are not on code here. They're not on code in Africa. And if you ever see somebody who's on code in Africa, what happens to them? You notice that anybody who ever has an African first mentality in Africa, they end up getting assassinated. They just take them out. They don't rock with their on-code riders over there at all. So you can see it clear. A lot of people talk about, Malema in South Africa. Do y'all know that he has a horrible rate of people who like him over there in South Africa? They don't like him. They don't like him because he's going a little too hard on some of the white folks over there. Now, I'm not going to get all into African politics or whatnot, but what I will say is his approval rate is not that good. Now, I'll tell you who does have a great approval rate in Africa, any white person who comes over there. You will have, again, 500-pound white woman from Kansas named Beth. She will go over there, and all the African men will line up down the village and around the corner. They'll get down to the elephant and 3 zebras down, and they will all get in line for her, okay? But let an African say anything about a colonizer, their approval rating goes down the drain. So the receipts show clearly that they do not see themselves as Black. And let's be real. They also come over here saying, I'm not Black. And remember all that, I didn't know I was Black until I got to America. Isn't it funny? They don't see Blackness till they come to America, but they see whiteness everywhere they go. I rest my case. Go ahead, Sister Natural.
Oh, let me say something real quick, too. Look at Robert Mugabe. The contrary to popular belief, Zimbabwe was booming underneath Robert Mugabe until they applied the sanctions. And what happened? The African continent failed to stand with him. He was taking land from those white Rhodesians that had stolen land from the indigenous Zimbabweans, and he was giving it back to the Black Zimbabweans,
the United Nations, United States of America, the UK all applied crippling sanctions on him, and the continent of Africa failed to stand with him. Like you said, anytime there's truly a pro-African politician that gets in office, other Africans will not stand with him. And like you said, when they talk about corrupt leaders, they put those damn leaders in office half the time. And those leaders are able to abuse them because the other Africans go along with those corrupt leaders. Other Africans work with the Europeans to oppress those leaders. So just want to say that. Naturally, Tua, you have the floor. So they got to get on code before telling us we need them. Get it together. Build a house for us. Build the mansion. And invite us to what you have built. Naturally, Tua, you have it.
Thank you. I just wanted to agree on what you said about, I have the same question. Where are these invisible allies? I feel about them how I feel when people say the good cops that stand around and watch an unarmed black man get killed. Where are these invisible allies? I did want to say that I noticed that during Juneteenth, these tethers, they were loud and disrespectful. And shout out to Arthur Watkins that shut a lot of that disrespect down in regards to our Juneteenth celebration. But I do notice that it's almost mum's the word since that epic embarrassment of Essence has happened. Now the conversation has switched to, you guys need us. You're being xenophobic. It's not, y'all don't have no culture, because still, we've been here for a while and I haven't heard not one tether come up. Any other time they're in our spaces telling us how we don't have culture. I still don't even know what tether's culture is, but I noticed that the conversation is changed, even though there's still some disrespectful individuals out there. In regards to the hearings, the reparation hearings, there was a tether in Alpha's comments that said, y'all work for the white man because y'all not boycotting the white man. The white man is not going to our reparation hearings trying to sabotage us. They're always trying to deflect. And you're the same people that work with said white man. So, again, I'm trying to figure out how can we come together, because I know some people still saying it could be done. How could we come together and link with people that don't even do legitimate business? There are frauds over there. The government is fraudulent over there and corrupt. How could we ever even think about linking up with people that don't even do legitimate business? How could that happen? That's just a question that I have.
Good point. Let me add to that real quick. Everybody see exactly what my sister just said right there. There goes another tether only mentioning white people when they're trying to trick us into supporting them. They never mention white people when it comes to getting deported, when it comes to getting beat down, when it comes to being colonized. They don't have no rallies, no protests, no march. They act like white people only exist when they want FBA to support them or when they want the white man to extort them. That's the only time white people exist in their brain. I'm tired of seeing folks who subscribe to white supremacy everywhere. Hell, they bleach their skin to look like white folks. They over there doing backstrokes and cake soap right now to be next to the white man. However, they'll do all of that, and then they'll come to black Americans and say, see, y'all's working with the white man. How come you don't ever protest against the white man and white supremacy? How come you don't ever run the white man out of your country? And I'm talking about all the Europeaners that go down to Africa and dice you up like a piece of goddamn pie. How come? You ain't never talked about the white man. You were never concerned with white supremacy. Let me tell everybody this. These people don't care about white supremacy until they can try to use that against us. See, they understand that we are the only people who don't rock with white supremacy. We're the only people who crusade against it. We're the only people who reject white supremacy. And they use our disliking towards the system of white supremacy as a weapon against us. They don't go against white supremacy. They weaponize it against black Americans. That's what they always do. Anytime you call them out, they'll start saying, you gonna let them white folks divide us? You gonna let them white folks separate us? How come you don't ever go and protest against them white folks? If Africans or Caribbeans wanted to have some type of anti-white supremacy protest, then they can go anywhere at any day and have it, but they don't. They only mention them when they're trying to fool us. Every time I post something, every time Marcel posts something, every time Tariq posts something, you're going to have some tether in there saying something along the lines of, how y'all going to come against us, but y'all not going to go against white people. Motherfucker, you don't go against white people. So be quiet, sit your ass the fuck down, all right? And if they cannot be like white people in terms of bleaching their skin, then they want to be just like white people in terms of being ashy as hell. So you can be ashy or you can use cake soap. You still are not white, Mr. Joloff. Nikki the God, I got you on the stage. I don't know if you're there, my sister.
Can you let someone else go?
Yes,
give me
indeed.
2 minutes.
Absolutely, I got you, my sister. Andre, I seen you was up here, and I know he's gonna say some Pan-Africanism, and you dropped. Come on back up here, because it's the wrong time, but you got the right brothers. Go ahead, Boykin, and I'm gonna get you, EJ. You know I see you, bro.
Hi, Black Alpha. Thanks. On my end, the app is going real wonky, so y'all bringing the heat, and these tethers are just hating and hating and hating. Well, you know what? That's a good thing, because foundational Black American, freed men and freed women, we are delineating, and we are not looking back from these tethers, these leeches, these hangers-on, these people. Let me tell you something. You know, I had to just go ahead and insult somebody. I said, listen here, foundational Black Americans are of the North American soil. We created the United States. We don't bow and scrape to any monarch, okay? Whether it's King Charles, okay, or the monarch over there in Saudi Arabia or those other places. You guys need to understand this. With those tethers, especially the ones coming up out of the Caribbean, they only think of white mommy and white daddy in terms of father, mother, and child relationships. That's it. They don't look at themselves as independent people. That's why they don't have any loyalty. That's why they stab each other in the back, because they're competing for white daddy's attention. And when they compete for white mommy and white daddy's attention, white mommy and white daddy will give them an allowance. And then white mommy and white daddy will tell them, now you see those other troublemaking Black people over there? Go in and put them in place, because they're coming after you. They're not like the ones, okay? You're obedient. You do as we tell you to do. Those troublemaking Black Americans, they ain't no good. And so that's why they're so problematic, because they can't think for themselves. They can't do for themselves. They don't build anything. They don't have an historical record of building and fighting for anything. That's why they fled over here, because in the United States, this is the only country where you can say it loud that you're Black and you're proud. You don't have to worry about violence. You don't have to worry about anything, because we, in our history, fought back. These other folks, they couldn't fight back. I had to check a Haitian. I says, let me tell you something. Did your folks flee from Papa Doc or Baby Doc Duvalier? The heifer never spoke to me again, because I spoke truth. Okay? And then some other tether got on my case because of what I posted in my timeline. I said, hold up. Robert Mugabe did more in his 40 years in Zimbabwe than you've done in your 56 years on this planet. So who are you to take down Robert Mugabe, who cleaned up the corruption in Zimbabwe before the United States and other colonial powers took him out? And you ran from Zimbabwe over here to the United States, running from South African white supremacy to United States white supremacy. Why do you hate yourself and your people like that? And this was a Shona woman, okay? I'm not trying to understand that. I'm not trying to get along with people who don't want to get along, first of all, with their kith and kin and people from their own ethnic group, let alone get along with us. And now, you know, for years and years, I kept my mouth shut, but now I don't have any fucks to give. And with that, I yield.
And that's exactly how delineation is supposed to be, sister. Is exactly supposed to be that. No fucks given, zero tolerance. That's the way it is. And before I go to my brother EJ and Natural, anybody, by the way, who wants to come up and your request isn't being seen, just go ahead and DM me and I will send you an invite. Because we in here like 300 plus deep. So much respect to everybody. Let me say this as well. Tethers have a very, very historical record of causing divisions amongst the Black Americans. Okay, let's make that crystal clear. The East Coast, West Coast situation. First off, Notorious B.I.G. was Jamaican, but if you look at all those people that were behind the scenes, Haitian Jack, all of those people, Haitian Jack, they were a lot of the people that were causing a hell of a lot of division amongst foundational Black Americans. And if anybody remembers, just a few months ago, you had a lot of those Haitians and Nigerians that were up in New York, and they were trying to talk down on the South. And they were saying how Southern Black folks this and Southern Black folks that. They were trying to run this gambit amongst each other so they can get foundational Black Americans to finger point. The same exact tactics that they say that the white man is doing to them and us is the same exact tactics that they use against foundational Black Americans. Don't get on TikTok and say that the white man is dividing us when you run around here and you try to sow division between Northerners and Southerners, people from the East Coast, people from the West Coast. That is a tactic that the Tethers have been using because, like we've all said a multitude of times in this space, whenever you see a Tether, you're looking at a melanated supremacist, okay? Because they have a track record, they have a clear indoctrination of white supremacy, and their job is to be the white supremacist with melanin. That's all it is. And that allows them to get certain access. See, they understand that they can go get the coons over here in America, but the coons over here in America don't really do nothing because we check their ass. So they know you're not going to get a coon who's a domestic foundational Black American. We're going to get him. Clyburn, Marcel, you know what it is. Clyburn still be running from you. Bam, we done went places and Clyburn be trying to keep Marcel out of places. I know that for a fact, okay? So they know that we handle ours. So this is why you started to see all the Roland Martins of the world, the Barack Obamas of the world, the Kamala Harrises of the world. They send all these Tethers to be our fake spokespeople and to also try to sow the divisions that really don't exist amongst foundational Black Americans. That is straight out of COINTELPRO. That is straight out of J. Edgar Hoover. That is straight out of the dominant society. So you have to watch these Tethers and you got to take them very, very serious. And another thing I want to say and another thing I want to add, and those of you guys who subscribe to the Black Alpha Network, you know I break this down. There's this new wave now of having fake Tether Southerners. See, they used to try to do the thing with New York, but we started calling that out because everybody knows there's a hell of a lot of Tethers up there in New York. The thing they're doing now, they're having these Haitians and these Jamaicans and Africans, and they're growing dreads, and they're talking in these fake Southern accents. One thing about FBA, we know a fake Southern accent. We know that shit. Nice try. And they're coming out here and they're trying to pretend that they're us. How many of you guys seen the videos where they'll be in there talking like they're Southerners, and then they'll start laughing, and that damn Nigerian accent will just pop out? That Tether Tourette syndrome will pop out. They can't hide it. So you're starting to see an influx now of not just them pretending to be Black Americans from New York, like Busta Rhymes and them. Now you're starting to see them try to say that they're from South Carolina. They be saying that a lot. Joteka Edie, that woman that was behind Kamala Harris, she looks like she just got off of the goddamn boat from Somalia. And she runs around here and says she's from South Carolina, okay? That guy who's all up underneath Carmelo Anthony, that guy, whatever the fuck his name is, that dude, we exposed him on the Black Alpha. I forgot his name already. Dominique Alexander, whatever. This guy is clearly a Haitian. Clearly a Haitian. His sister looks like Wyclef. Okay, stop playing with me. All right, he got 1804 all over his.
Is that why all the money is gone? All the money, somebody got it.
Absolutely. And Carmelo Anthony, your family, get them damn Tethers away from you. Okay, pause, freeze real quick, everybody. Get them Tethers away from you. If it all go down and it go down bad, there's going to be a lot of reasons, but get them Tethers and get Charleston White the hell away from your case. But that's another topic for another situation and another day.
Better get your bug-eyed nigga away from Brother Carmelo because he was talking big shit. He was just out here fighting some skinny crackhead cheesy thick dude. nigga was up there looking like a 40-year-old off his stuff in the boxing ring.
But you know, Charleston White, what he needs is a crack rock the size of Mount Rushmore. We get him the pipe and let him go somewhere, leave us alone.
I don't know
I
about
noticed that by Alpha. They like to say, "Oh, I'm from South Carolina." I don't know where that's coming from. Why all of these tethers like to lie and say they are from South Carolina? I've been noticing that. First, I noticed it when they come into Tariq's space. They always want to say, "Oh, I'm South Carolina. I'm Gullah Geechee. I'm Gullah Geechee." And now it's caught on. They're always saying they're from South Carolina, and they think they're slick. They look up South Carolina and they name towns they know no one outside of South Carolina, and probably even people within South Carolina have heard of, to try to give themselves more authenticity. So that is a little scam they're running. I want to say something else. You know, we have so much influence. We're even influencing these black immigrants to go back home. I've seen some videos of some black immigrants who have been born here in the United States of America saying, you know what, why don't we go back to our homelands and build our homelands up? Like, how can we tell people that we're so great and our homelands are in shambles? I was just scrolling just 10 minutes ago through Twitter and saw a video of a young girl. I guess she's of Haitian descent. And she was like, why are we up in America talking about how great Haiti is, but we're not in Haiti? So, you know, our talking points are catching on with everyone. And that's good. Because truth be told, had Reconstruction not been demolished, America, we think it's a world power now, America will be 60, 70 times greater, 60, 70 times richer, had they let us lead like we were, and we would have been even more during Reconstruction, had it been allowed to be properly executed. But back to your point, though, I do know a lot of these tethers tell us they're from South Carolina. When they don't say South Carolina, they like to say Mississippi. Like, I'm like, why are they always picking Mississippi and South Carolina? I guess in their mind, they're trying to think, how can I really convince people that I'm Southern? And I guess in their minds, it doesn't get any more Southern to them than Mississippi and South Carolina. You know, they don't want to say Georgia because people kind of know more about Georgia.
They know better than myself.
Right, so they pick Mississippi and South Carolina because I guess they feel, well, those states are southern states. They have deep roots here in America, but they're not quite as popularly known as, let's say, a Texas or a Georgia.
There's some colorism. There's some colorism too. They know enough that black Americans in certain places in the country have lower rates of white mixture in certain deep states. So they're very, very, see, it's really interesting how they buy bleaching cream to look like we do and then criticize us for whatever our mixtures are. But when they don't do that, then they claim to be from someplace where people are darker. They're assuming we're so stupid. If you're just dark skinned, well, he's from Mississippi. And they're counting it. And they don't know people in Mississippi are light skinned. I've got light skinned people in my family from Alabama, Mississippi. They don't really know anything about us other than they think we're suckers.
That's what they're trying to do now. Like, that's the whole game of these people. It's always they pretend to be. That's another thing. I've never, and I mean never, seen a black American ever pretend to be an African. Okay, never, ever at all. I've never seen somebody really be from New Orleans and say they're from Nigeria. I just don't see that at all. But these people do that all the time. And by the way, anybody who's ever left the United States of America, one thing you always see is that these people try to act like us, especially the African men, to get women.
Well, there are two things we can help them with. Lose the white socks. And then two, work on body odor.
They might fall out for the good sense. They can't be using something water like that.
They said they're immune to funk. They're right. That's what they do. They always try to pretend. They'll come in our spaces and, again, just like white supremacists, okay, this is, again, number 5,082, how they come and they pretend to be us so they can try to infiltrate us. That is the main thing that they've always been doing. Go ahead, Sister Nancy.
I was thinking about your live you had, and you posted that woman that exposed the owner of Essence. And what I think we're going to start seeing more of the very same powers that be that they were working with to work towards our erasure and gentrification is going to start dropping receipts how dirty and illegitimate business that they do. So it's not going to stop with that Essence owner. We're going to just start seeing a bunch of receipts of these scammers and how they really do business. And I'm waiting for it because, see, now the white supremacists, or whoever the powers that be that's trying to help the diaspora to gentrify us, now they want to jump off ship because of delineation and the taxes are not working anymore. So they're about to start dropping receipts on these Africans or Haitians, whoever's doing this dirty business with them. We're about to start really seeing, a bunch of shit that's been going on behind the scenes. That's why, again, I just don't even understand how we can come together and do legitimate business with these people, because everything with them is transactional with us, and every part of business that they do is just scamming. So, I just wanted to say that I'm waiting for more receipts, because the people that have been working with them is like, nah, this delineation, like, things are going left. They're going to start dropping receipts on them and these scamming Africans, scamming Haitians and Jamaicans, and how they really do business.
Well, something's been left out. I got to say this. The Boule, the Greek letter Negroes and other people, when you've done all the little stupid shaming rituals, they'll take people from anywhere. That includes white folks. We've got very, very evil people in our community that sell us out. Okay? That's in the cities. It's everywhere. It's everything. We have an element in our community that likes everybody more than us. E. Franklin Frazier talks about this in The Black Bourgeoisie. There are people who are ashamed of the black grassroots. They hate our guts. And they're anxious to replace us with anything other than us. The way that they're coming in many places is through black American affiliated organizations. I'm pointing out the Greek letter people. If you do their stuff, you help them run the train on a couple of women, let them beat you down, you get to be a brother. These people, these tether women are coming through Delta. They're coming through AKA. Oh, yes, they do. It's their way in. It is their way to not be aligned with all black folks, but to have a small, supportive constituency group. And see, if I do right by my one or two frat brothers and sisters, right, or my sorors, then I can just dog all the rest of black folks, and I'll have people cover for me and say, well, that's my brother. We need to delineate between black people who are in organizations where they can justify and allow themselves to be part of our erasure. I will never forget being in a meeting at Howard University, and this little vile, nasty, degenerate Ghanaian named Kwabena made a comment that black Americans had no culture. And all the other coons at the table didn't say anything. And I said to him, killing twins isn't the culture I want. And then everybody jumped to his defense. He's A5A, he's down. Are y'all hearing me? We can no longer allow this. Just because you have an NAACP membership, just because you go to some black church. In fact, you want to see a segregated church that's delineated? African churches typically do not take black American members unless the church is white-led. And it can be mixed. They'll kind of mingle a little bit. But they typically don't join black churches. And they typically, if they have something, they don't, and the music's so bad any damn way you don't want to go. Last time around, some Africans singing gospel, I told this bitch, step off of me, I'm about to be a Muslim. That singing is so bad. We can't have the same God. It can't be. I must be in the wrong place. They already delineate any organization And that includes these black churches that are full of crap. They're so interested because it's transactional between elites. They offer us as human sacrifices the same way that the people allow them to open up liquor stores and things in our community, that white people offer us up as human collateral or human sacrifice to Tethers and to Asians and to others. We must have a civil war in our community. We must have a regime change. We have to get rid of the no good Xers, people my age, the boomers and the silent generation people. We've got to shove their asses off the stage. You're not too young to be a leader. Martin Luther King at 27 was on the world stage. Stop listening to the lies of old liar niggas who tell you to wait your turn. It isn't true. I know from dealing with them. You cannot wait your turn. If you've got the ability to stir up and organize and mobilize your people, don't wait until you start having health issues like I have to do something. But understand, this thing that's happened with the Tethers is largely the result of betrayal of nigger preachers, coon, nasty, degenerate Greek letter organizations, and other white-controlled civil rights groups that are kumbayaing us out of existence. We must get rid of anyone that will say, well, just a black, there's a group called the All African People's Revolutionary Party. So you just an African. Fuck that. I'm not just an African. Africans don't see themselves as just an African. Why should we? Someone put up on my feed the CBC, the Congressional Caribbean Caucus. There should be CCC or KKK. We must punish these people. We have an issue. We've got respectability and aspirational contradictions in our community where we end up giving honor and respect to people who are not worthy. They haven't earned it. They should be disliked. In fact, hated, scorned. And celebrities, anyone that does not make their prime group of people foundational black American freedmen is a problem, right? Everything else is treason. Yes, you can be a traitor. And we got traitors every day. Traitors in bed, traitors at work, traitors in church. I mean, people who find it impossible. Whenever there's something that comes along, if you say black Americans only, oh, well, why would you do that? Well, why the hell not? We're excluded from everybody else's thing, and we include everybody else in our thing. This is psycho. That's never made anybody love us. And in fact, with all the STDs and that certain people have, I don't want your love. We can just see each other.
Yes, indeed. Andre, go ahead. Andre, come off your mic.
Thank you, brother. Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, I was just getting back to my phone charger. My phone had died. So yes, I'm with you guys about all of this stuff. I just had a question to the room and to the hosts and everybody about what we're going to do about the economic system that underpins all of this. That's my focus. That's what I studied in college. I'm a social worker, so I deal with housing and community-based supports through, the social investment such as Medicare and Medicaid. And people who most likely know somebody who knows somebody at least who's a social worker, and so I have my own focus when I'm looking at, some of the economic stuff. So I feel like capitalism is a big issue in the United States, and it really sets, like I said, the background for a lot of the things that we've been talking about. So how are we going to move the needle with that? Because that is, in a way, how the tethers are weaponized against Black Americans. This is how white supremacy gets its power. It's through owning and controlling the material world that we live in. And so that's what economics is about. How does a society distribute the goods and services? Right now we have a racist, white supremacist economic system, but underneath that is a system that says that any society, whether it's the United States or anywhere that capitalism ever goes, it's about taking the working class and screwing the working class. So I just want to make sure that, you know, throughout our rich history, whether you're talking about the Black Panthers or Malcolm X, they all address this question about what kind of economic system are we going to exist in the context of, right? Doesn't mean kumbaya and make space for people who haven't shown their alliance or I would rather use the word unity, right, with our people, but rather, right, because I think all of the anger and the bitterness from the mistreatment of others is stemmed in the fact that it shouldn't be that way. It shouldn't be Black Americans against the world, right? That's the reason why we're upset and we feel as though it is. But, you know, again, context says if we don't want it to be Black Americans against the world, if that's not right, and it's wrong, then what would be right is if Black Americans did have support and find unity among the rest of the human race, right? I mean, I think the objective would be peace instead of war and cooperation instead of competition. These are just concepts, you know, that are up for grabs when you're talking about what kind of economic system we want. So I just don't want to get too lost in the weeds about this racial struggle unless we pay insufficient attention or focus on, you know, what kind of system, right? Because we need some leadership in that regard. The world at large is lacking in leadership about how should we do shit. White supremacists, they oversaw the global capitalist system, right? That took off in Europe, and it has landed in the United States. Before that, it was Great Britain, and these were world empires. Capitalism took it to the world stage. Nowadays, we're talking on phones that are built in China with materials gathered and mined in Africa and sold by the United States and, you know, consumed by people all over the world. We're connected as a global system. So how are we going to, whatever we do, whoever we're fighting off, at the end of the day, we got a whole modern world to consider what was going to be the way forward. And it doesn't seem like the United States is showing that leadership. That's why the rest of the world is doing all sorts of stuff that is causing economists to panic about the well-being of the United States in the future. How brother. So I'll land my plan. Brother, yeah. Can you explain?
Yeah, what are you talking about, brother? Like, you dropped us all off down the block. Are you for tethers? Because it sounds like that was. Listen. No, I don't need to touch on the tether thing. You probably touch on tethers. That's another story. I don't need no roundabout way of you telling them that you're down with tethers. It sounds like you're trying to misdirect us about the economy. You was talking that like 5 years ago. It seems like every time we're talking about
still on your page. You got them on your page.
It's all love. It's all peace and love.
Yes, you seem like whenever we're talking about coons or oppositions or groups and organizations that provide some type of hurdle or obstacle to stop us from going where we go, you use the economic, elongated speech to basically tell us to leave them alone and play nice. But I'm not going to play nice. I'm going to allow my brother Marcel to talk. I understand that, but I'm going to let my brother Marcel go ahead and handle all of that. Go ahead, my brother.
I don't even know what to do, how
your comments connected to the topic. Can you please explain that?
Yes, I'm saying that this issue that you guys have been discussing, and that I'm very aware of the discussion about tethers and the issue.
How do your comments connect to the topic, Andre?
So what I'm saying is, I'm arguing that we need to put it within the context of how the United States. In other words, we're talking about how America treats Black Americans in immigration, how that plays into it. So if you're talking about tethers, you're talking about immigration. You're talking about immigration, you're talking about the government of the United States.
All right,
wait about that. About the economy.
All right, so you're saying. So you are saying, if I understand you correctly, you are saying because the topic of immigration, yes, it does connect to tetherism because a tether is a Black immigrant who's anti-Black American. Yes, I get
so
that.
That's a
hold on, wait up, stop trying to overtalk me because it's not going to happen. So you're saying that a person who immigrates here, they have to become a tether because of the economy. So they have to say that they can use the economy as use. That sounds like what you're saying. That sounds like what you're saying. So you're saying. So hold on. We have Black Americans. We have Black. You're not going to overtalk me, okay? We have Black Americans, freemen, who don't have a lot of resources. They're not anti-immigrant. They don't like these illegals flooding their cities and towns and neighborhoods, but they're not anti-immigrant, but they don't want to bunch of people flooding their towns and cities. So you're here trying to say the American economy makes someone a tether? That's an excuse for them being anti-Black American freemen? Huh? You just said the American economy is a immigrant.
You said that. I never said that.
What are you saying then, Andre?
I never said immigration equals tetherism. That's something.
I didn't say you said that part. I said that what you're saying is that the American economy somehow and the unequal disbursement of resources somehow excuses these immigrants from being a tether?
I'm not trying to disagree with y'all or you, Marcel. It seems like you're looking for me to disagree about why tethers are bad. I don't disagree about why tethers are bad. I've already brought that up in my initial submission there. I was saying, what are we going to do in the context of the system that we have?
We're getting them out of here. That's why Trump's in office. That's why Trump's in office. We're getting them out of here. We are getting them out of here. That's what we're going to do. And make sure they never come back. And then maybe you can go to their countries and you can help them implement this economic system that's supposed to solve all of their problems. What economic system is going to solve all of their problems, Andre?
Okay.
Tell me. Give me an example of a country that has an economic system that we should have. Please do.
See, what I'm getting from this is that we're trivializing economics, and we shouldn't do it.
Andre, I asked you a question.
All right,
I'm not trivializing it. I'm asking you for more information. What country has what? Yeah, because you're not going to overtalk me. You're not going to overtalk me. What country
to talk about it, but you don't have to.
What country has an economic system that will work and address all these problems? Yes, I am.
Man. You just keep. I'm trying to. He keeps muting me and
answer the question. What country has this ideal economic system? And you are being long with it. Please get to the point. What country?
Okay, so I don't appreciate the bad faith question. I'm not talking about.
How is it a bad faith question? How is it a bad faith question? You came up here talking about the American economy, how it contributes to tetherism. I'm asking you, which economic system would address these issues? Can you point to a country that has this ideal economic system? Please identify the country. What country?
Okay, so I'm gonna start talking, and then you're gonna mute me because I don't give you the answer you want fast enough. And you gotta
be fast
about it. But it's kind of sad because I'm just talking here about something from a different perspective. You asked me what economic system that's perfect and ideal that I suggest.
I didn't say perfect. I said ideal, and I asked for the country that has the system.
Okay, ideal is perfect. You're being disargument.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It means good
Ideal
enough. It does not mean perfect.
brother.
It does
You're
not
being
mean perfect.
argumentative.
No. Ideal does not mean perfect. If someone says I'm looking for my ideal wife or my ideal husband, that doesn't mean they're looking for a perfect man or a perfect woman. They're looking
now
for
we're
a
getting
perfect
into
equality.
semantics.
What is the country, Andre?
This is about you getting into semantics.
Andre, what's the country? What's the economic system? Please identify it, and I'm going to unmute you. Get to the point. You can't get to the point, you're going to get dropped.
I'm trying to
get
talk.
to the point.
You keep muting me.
If this Muslim bastard don't get up out of here, you wasting people's time. Just answer Marcel's question, or did you get dropped on your head?
He doesn't need a cheerleader, brother. You're not the co-host. I'm a
Answer
so please have some respect. I don't know if they're teaching you to be disrespectful to people.
Watch your mouth when you're talking, homeboy, and quit talking about a co-host when you the co-ho. Okay, that's you and your partner. Okay, y'all the co-hosts. All right. So answer my brother's question and quit complaining about the mute, because what you're really doing is you're using the mute button as some type of excuse why you can't answer what our brother said, because what you said was bullshit. Okay. So yes or no, left or right, up or down. Answer the question directly. I don't want to hear about the mute button. I don't want to hear about what EJ's saying towards you. Just talk your talk directly, brother, because it sounds like you don't have an answer.
That's where I'm starting again, Andre. You don't have an answer.
Oh, there is an answer. The answer is don't delineate. That's the answer.
Okay. What's the country, Andre? Say the country, please.
That's a bad faith question. I'm not about to name
so you don't have one. So you don't have one.
Name a random.
You don't have one. You don't have one. You don't have one.
He doesn't
you don't
have one.
You're making me sound like Medea up here. Okay? You don't have one. You don't have a country. So therefore, there's no excuse for being a tether. Everyone is in a country that doesn't have a perfect economic system, and yet somehow we don't become bigoted, we don't become xenophobic, we don't work against the interests of others. The tethers come here and they do exactly that. There is no excuse for them, because there is no country that has an ideal economic system. You can go to countries that have a socialistic model, a communistic model. They still have issues dealing with poverty. Okay, there's no perfect economic system. That's not an excuse for tetherism. That's my point exactly. And by the way, America has no issue generating extreme amounts of wealth. The distribution of the wealth is the problem. But America did that deliberately. That is not something inherent with capitalism. That is something inherent where America implemented centuries of black codes in Jim Crow to prevent us from the wealth that's due to us. If we get our reparations, we'll do just fine underneath this capitalistic system. And the tethers don't mind this capitalistic system, Andre. That's why they're here. If they didn't like this capitalistic system, they would have gone to Vietnam. They would have gone to Russia. They would have gone to Venezuela. They would have gone to Cuba. They will go to China in larger numbers. But instead, they're flooding here to America. That's how Joe Biden and Kamala Harris invaded us with 20 million illegals. They love this capitalistic system. It's a system that we built, and we would have been doing just fine. We would have been flourishing had we received the wealth that's due to us. That's why we're fighting for reparations. So, Andre, you're making a non-point. Say your last word before I drop, please. And don't make your last words whining about the mute button. Would not have been muted if you would have answered the question instead of whining about being muted because you was trying to ignore the question. You didn't have an answer.
All right, well, I mean, maybe people in the room are convinced by your rendition of how capitalism works in the United States, but I'm not, because I studied it, and I actually know what I'm talking about.
If you know so much, then go to these countries for where these people are fleeing, implement the economic system there. It's a win-win. You get to show your genius, and they will have a perfect economic system, so they wouldn't be flooding here underneath our economic system. If our economic system is so flawed, then why the hell are they here underneath it? And I'm not saying things can't be better. I'm not saying things
That's
can't
all
be
I'm
better.
saying.
But why are they
Agree
here
on that.
underneath our capitalistic system? If it's so
Well,
flawed.
That's the best thing you could have said at the end. I agree with you. I think things can be better too. That's literally all my argument is.
And I want things to be better. I want things to be better for them in their homeland.
Yes, the world is full of various homelands, and we want the best for everybody. I agree.
And I mean, you know who I want? You know who I want the best for? No, you know who I want the best for? Primarily, my people. First and foremost. Andre, are you foundational Black American?
So you gotta put it in context.
No. Andre, are you a foundational Black American?
That by the way, I need the profile picture is looking. I can tell.
No.
But I think.
No. Hell no. Andre, answer my question. Are you a foundational Black American? That means, do you have the ancestry of the people who were emancipated from American slavery? Yes or no, please, Andre? And I can believe that you are, because that last name,
Yes,
Manigault.
I am.
Hold on now. That last name, Manigault, is a last name that's kind of common here. From where are you people
Yes,
from?
sir. I know you're from the South, so I know you would know. And you're right.
Where, Andre? Where's your family from?
From the Carolinas.
Yeah, I could believe you. I'm going to say I could believe you, because that last name, Manigault, is the last name that's here in South Carolina.
Why do you think I'm in this space? Why do you think I'm tolerating all of this?
Because you want to advocate for Tethers. That's why you're in this space.
That's
Oh
what
God.
I'm saying.
Oh my goodness. We got more. We got another one up here. Whereas Andre is obsessed with this economic stuff, we have another one up here who capes for Tethers all the time. He just entered the room. Okay, Andre, you go ahead and find a nation. Andre, you go ahead and find a nation where you can implement your economic intellect.
Can I lay my
and maybe the people will feel the need to flee here and work against us. And by the way, wait, hold on.
Okay.
Before I go any further, this is not necessarily an immigration conversation as much as it is a tether conversation. The immigration conversation is another conversation. Are they related? Yes, they are. This is a tether conversation. You can immigrate to the United States of America and not work against Black Americans, freedmen. It is possible. We're talking about people who work against us. Economic system that is flawed, there's no excuse for working against us. That's BS. The economic system is not too flawed, or they want to be coming here. Yeah, I'm going to give you a minute now. Go ahead. Go ahead now.
It's not too flawed to stop immigration from places like the United States where there's a lot of wealth. So I don't know what kind of argument you're making. It seems like you're on the fence about whether we need to really do something about it. It could be better. It's a place to start. I think once you look at what economics has to offer in terms of the insight it provides,
Andre,
damn.
Andre, you've been saying the plane's been landed. The plane's been landed. You said this already for the past 5 minutes outside of complaining about the microphone being muted. We are moving on. Okay?
Hallelujah. Thank you, Jesus.
What's my best?
Boykin, it's on you. Boykin, are you there? I see you unmuted, but I don't hear anything.
Andre Babel done messed up Boykin's signal. Shame on you,
For
Andre.
real?
Yes, it did.
Okay, I hear you.
Hold on.
I hear you now.
I'm on the floor. Can you guys hear me? I got the floor.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, good. Let me tell you something about economics and immigration. All right? It was A. Philip Randolph, the labor leader of the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters. He said this back in 1929, and he said it again at the New Negro Congress in 1950. The reason why we should keep and maintain the immigration quotas is that immigration, unrestricted, undermines the economic structure and economic systems that Black Americans built.
Yes, he did.
It takes away from our wealth building, wealth generating abilities. You know why? Because they dump the immigrants in black communities all the time. Because of what? Segregation. These immigrants, whether they come from Africa or Asia or the Caribbean, anywhere else, they can't go live in white communities because the whites have always had the political and social and economic clout to restrict red line and restricted covenants, keep these people out. That's why they have their own separate Chinatowns, Koreatowns, Little Italy, Little Brazil, and all these other places. Okay? Immigration to white supremacists is a boon to them because not only do they get money off of these immigrants, they get black money. They extract our labor and our capital and restrict our access to economic wealth building opportunities within and without our communities.
Sister Boykin and everybody in the room, I just want to say one thing and I'll go mute again. Illegal migrants, illegal people coming into this country are not immigrants. Immigration is a legal process. People who just bring their asses across the Rio Grande are not immigrants. They have us talking like, see, immigrants have some legal rights. Migrants don't. We had 20 million people come to this country that don't have any rights, and they've been given practically the rights to citizenship under the guise that they were immigrants or they are people fleeing political persecution. It's garbage. They're not immigrants. If you look, my passport expired almost a year ago. I've got to renew it. I can't go anywhere without it because that's the proper way to travel. They know whether I have a disease, whether I've gone to jail. They know my age. They know all of that. Anyone coming into your country without verifying and being vetted is an invader. And that means they put the barbarians in our neighborhoods. They're not immigrants. When you come to this country unlawfully, you're a felon. You've drowned our community in criminality. And those folks bring drugs and all kinds of stuff. They are not immigrants. A huge number of these people we're dealing with aren't even here legally. The shower posse people weren't legal. These folks from Cité Soleil in Haiti that are shooting and killing people did not come here legally. They are not immigrants. They are invaders. And so anyone talking about, in particular, economics, you won't have an economic system if your country is invaded and overrun by people who don't care about the culture. These are barbarian invasions of our country. I don't care what color they are. If you don't come here legally, your ass doesn't belong here.
Exactly. All right, King Michael.
Let me just make this point. Let me get in just real quick. Let me get in just real quick. Illegal aliens have no constitutional protections, period, end of discussion.
Exactly.
Okay? When people claim that they're asylum seekers, I just bust them all the time. I tell them, no, you're not. You know why? Because an asylum seeker has asylum before they step foot in this country. Having asylum is a designated and very specific legal class. If you have asylum, you have a specific card and you have paperwork that proves that you have legal asylum. All the rest of this mythology is nothing but garbage. They open the floodgates, let these barbarians come in and tear up the place.
And to destroy and erase black people. It is a human rights crime to engage in population replacement. We are being exterminated by illegals, by barbarians. These are not immigrants. And we have to get that word immigrant out of our mouths.
Okay, boy,
illegals does. Illegal aliens. That is the legal term. Yep. It's also in the Constitution. Illegal aliens.
And that's what I've been using more. Instead of saying illegal immigrant, now I'm saying illegal aliens. King Michael, You have it. I already know how you are. Please come in here with your incoherent babbling or trying to troll. King Mike.
No, I ain't trolling none of that. I ain't never been trolling. What's up? Shout out to the room, man. But what I'm saying is, man, like, all right, yeah, we got these people, these illegal motherfuckers that come here. Yeah, we know that, right? But what I'm saying is, like, we should be able to capitalize off of these illegals coming here. You know what I'm saying? Like, if 10 new people move into your neighborhood and you selling something, you should be able to sell them whatever you selling. That's new clientele.
They don't buy from us, dude. What are you talking about? Oh my God.
Don't interrupt me. I was quiet. Listen, they will buy from you. They will buy from you. You know why these white people ain't complaining about these illegals? It's because 82% of the business owners in America are white. So they out here capitalizing off this new clientele that's coming in. Y'all saying that they backed by the government, right? That's money. That's money you can get. Housing, food, clothing. But nah. We as black people, you know what we doing? We just workers. We just being workers.
Michael, stop,
you know what I'm saying?
Stop right there. Wait. Who is we?
Who is we? I mean, shit. Listen.
Wait, no, stop. Who's we? Because last I heard, aren't you Jamaican?
I'm Jamaican, but I got some American. My grandfather.
Don't interrupt. So, Michael, there is no we. I am a black American. I'm a freeman.
I'm black American too, bro. I'm black American too.
How?
Bro, listen. My grandfather is black, bro. My mother is half American, bro. Y'all is telling me I'm 25%. Listen, y'all tell me I'm 25%, right?
Bro, where?
Hold up, I'm about to explain to you. You'll tell me I'm 25%, right? But you got 2 arms and 2 legs. Go in life without a leg. Try to go through life without a leg. I'm black, bro. I'm black and Jamaican.
How are both of your parents from Jamaica, but somehow you're black American as well? How did that happen? Michael, how did that happen? Because I remember in other spaces, people clearly saying you were Jamaican.
Yeah, you got the mute button on. You got this. Can we just talk and stop muting? But listen,
well, you got to listen when I speak.
My mother.
When I speak.
My mother is half American, bro.
I remember. Okay, listen. That's why I have to.
I'm gonna check out, guys, in about 5 minutes.
People saying you were Jamaican.
But I'll leave this on if y'all want to keep listening.
And now all of a sudden you have a grandmother who was half American. How did that happen?
I always told y'all I'm Jamaican.
It's a double mute, so let's wait.
Okay. This is bull crap.
I always told y'all I was Jamaican and American, bro. I'm born in America, bro.
That doesn't make you a black American.
My mother is half American. My people come from fucking Philly. My grandfather is from Philly, bro.
Philly?
His people come from look. They migrated from. Listen, I traced it back. Okay, I'm about to tell you. I traced it back to Georgia, Washington, Georgia. It's a small. That's where I traced
My grandmother's from Washington, Georgia. What's your last name?
Huh?
My grandmother was born in Washington, Georgia in 1911. What's your family name?
Hodges.
Okay, Hodge Academy.
Hodges.
No, Hodge Academy is the school she went to. Hodge is the name in Washington, Georgia.
Okay, so you know what I'm talking about.
No, right? I'm not certain, but I'm taking you. Now, which county is Washington, Georgia in?
I don't know. I forget what county it
was. You should know.
Yeah, I forget what county it was, but you know
you should know. You should know.
Okay, I want to address his points earlier. Hold on. Let me get to this thing about we should be capitalizing off these illegals. First of all, the illegals come here to capitalize off of us. They come here to capitalize off of what we have built. Let me tell you about supply and demand. The United States of America has a limited amount of resources that are renewable. And some resources who are renewable take a long time to regenerate. We only have a certain amount of homes available for people to buy. We only have a certain amount of apartments for people to rent. And we only have a certain amount of land for people to buy. If the illegals come in and there's 5 homes in a neighborhood and an illegal buys 2, those 3 remaining homes, their prices are going to skyrocket. That means the actual citizens who are here in this nation who have to come out of their pocket even more to pay for housing. Money they probably do not have. That is why home ownership is at an all-time low in the United States of America. Marcel. No. Do not interrupt me. Do not interrupt me. That is why rent is at an all-time high in the United States of America, while wages are at an all-time low in the United States of America. Because we have these corporations, those are the white people who haven't been complaining, not the white people who don't own these corporations. The white people who don't own these corporations, they want these illegals the hell out of here. That's why Trump is in office. The white people who own these corporations and the white people who love cheap labor who are in office, you're right, they're not complaining at all. And you know why they're not complaining? Because they get to replace us, because we black Americans, freedmen, when we go to work, we demand to be paid fairly. We demand fair compensation. That's why we started. Let me ask you something. You believe you're not going to interrupt me. That is why we started labor unions, to get fair compensation, to get a pension. In the early 1900s, the late 1800s, they brought over immigrants from Europe to replace us. What are they doing now? They're allowing illegals from all over, from Asia, Latin America, Africa, the Caribbean to come here so they can pay them low wages. So when you have corporations who know that they're always going to have an abundance of individuals who are going to work for lower wages, they don't have an incentive to increase the wages. That brings all of our pay down. So these illegals are capitalizing off of us, and it's hurting us. So then someone who wants to sell a few extra hot dogs or a few extra t-shirts, you're telling me that because you want to sell more cups of coffee, we should accept our country being invaded. We should accept sky-high rent, sky-high mortgages, sky-high prices for land. We should accept the anti-black American hate that a lot of these illegals bring with them so you can sell more t-shirts. I have a hard time believing that you are black American as well. Now, listen, we usually think about what's best for all of us, not what's best for some of us. No, wait a minute. I'm not going to accept you wanting to sell 5 to 10 more t-shirts so while all of us hurt, not just now, but for a long time in the future. Not accepting. Now,
what I'm trying to say is, though, like, listen, I'm not saying we all should accept the hurt. What I'm saying is, bro, it's a movement going on in the U.S., and I want black people to fucking get on the fucking bandwagon. Y'all see what's going on?
Y'all not a part of the movement. What you talking about?
Nature, hold on. It always been some shit with black people here, bro. We always had to go through some shit. Bro, we gotta just get on the fucking bandwagon and fucking do what the fuck we gotta do, bro. No matter what we do, if these immigrants here or not, we always gonna have a problem here because the people who's in charge of this country is not us.
That's why we've always fought. That's why we've always fought. Now, what movement is taking place? The movement I know about.
You said it. You just explained it.
It's interrupting me. The movement that's taking place is the reparations movement. And you need to get on the bandwagon. The movement that's taking place is getting these illegals the hell out of here and even bringing legal immigration to a hill and getting it reined in. That's
so you feel like
that's going on.
So you feel like once the illegals get going, we're going to get reparations?
You are going to stop interrupting. You're not going to speak over me. You're not. Now, that's the movement we have going on. Getting these illegals the hell out of here and getting our reparations. Those are the two moves we have going on right now, and I agree with you. You do need to get on the bandwagon. It sounds like you are not in the wagon. There's still room for you to join. You either get in, you get in the wagon, or you get ran the hell over. So which one is it going to be?
Right.
Which one?
Hell no, if he get on the wagon, he got to stand up.
Listen, I've been on the wagon, right? But listen, this is the thing. I know for a fact that if these illegals is gone, reparations is not going to happen.
How do you know? How do you know that? How do you know that? We have like 30 million.
Because before the illegals was here.
How do you know that? How do you know that? We have like 30, 40 million of them here. You don't know how things would be. You don't know how things would be if they were not here. How do you know that? I'll make you an offer. Let's get them the hell out of here, and then let's find out what happens. How about that? Let's try that. But also, we do know that without these illegals here, we would have a better chance of getting reparations. There has never been a time in this nation's history where illegals have come here and have been on our side and have advocated for us. There has been consistently throughout history where immigrants, legal and illegal, have come here and they immediately rally against us. So we have a better chance of getting reparations without them. So you are wrong. History agrees.
Let me ask you something, Marcel. Before the illegals came here, right? Did you get reparations? History would tell you that without these illegals, even if these illegals is not.
Hold on. Stop. Wait. I said there are two movements going on.
Now you keep interrupting me though.
The movement for reparations and the movement to get these illegals out of here. They are connected. You know who the people are who fight against reparations today? Do you know who they are? They're the children of immigrants. They're the children of people who came here legally and illegally. Those are the people we fight against today. It's their children and their grandchildren and their great-grandchildren. And you are sitting here saying that we should advocate for them? That we should capitalize on their presence because you want to sell some T-shirts? Man, give me a damn break.
I mean, white people capitalized on slaves when they was free.
The illegal immigrants coming here are white. A lot of these Latinos call themselves white. They could be as black as me. They could be as black as those of us here on this stage, and they proudly consider themselves white. They aspire to whiteness. Stop acting like being an illegal alien and being white are mutually exclusive. A lot of the illegals are white, or they aspire to whiteness. So what is your point? Don't act like you can't be white and be an illegal immigrant or be a legal immigrant who's anti-black American. What kind of stupid mindset is that?
That's what I'm trying to tell you though, bro.
You ain't trying to tell me nothing. I'm telling you.
Tether mindset.
Actually, a defeatist mindset.
I mean,
A defeatist.
I'm gonna just say you a second-class citizen.
A defeatist. A defeatist. A defeatist.
And only a tether would say that to a foundation of black Americans. Only a tether, and that's why you triggered. Only a tether would say that.
Hey, brother Marcel.
Hold on. So, okay, Michael, what's your next argument? What's your next baffling argument? Okay, we done destroyed all of them. What you got next? So we can move on.
My argument is.
Can I ask a question before we move on to another argument of his?
Yeah, go ahead, Brooke. Go ahead. Go ahead, y'all. Let Brooke speak.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to ask him a quick question. Mr. Michael, you have the majority of Caribbean ancestry. Why are you here? Why aren't you at the reparations meeting telling your people to sit the fuck down? Why aren't you in Caribbean spaces telling them to stop fighting us on our reparations? Why are you here? We have extended our hand to you. I live in New York. I know you don't know me. I live in New York. In fact, I'm from Brooklyn. In fact, I'm from East Flatbush. So I have grown up totally immersed in Caribbean culture. And we've never gone to, I've never gone to the West Indian Day Parade and heard jazz. No, we don't come there and play R&B music. Why? But we just want to know, why is it that we must be the ones to change? When we have, for years, we haven't said anything. We let y'all say all kind of craziness, how we lazy and we this and we that. We didn't say nothing. We let y'all say it. You know why? Because what y'all said didn't really bother us. But it wasn't until we started noticing, like we said, the political and this, and you guys are in political positions and you're blocking what we're trying to do.
So you gonna put blocking reparations on Jamaicans, bro? On Caribbeans?
And part,
No,
yes.
I'm telling you,
Let her finish speaking. Okay, go ahead, Brooke.
I've been at just about every single reparations hearing in New York. Just about all of them. I missed maybe one or two. Okay? And I'm telling you that the people that are getting up and speaking and trying to make our reparations unconstitutional are Caribbeans. Why aren't you dealing with that? Why are you telling us what we should do instead of the majority of your blood is with them? So why aren't you telling them how they should just even look? At this point, we already see y'all not gonna fight for us. How come you not just telling them to sit the fuck down?
Because
why are you over here telling us what to do? And
I'm about to explain to you if you let me. Listen, I'm about to say this again. Caribbeans, illegals, immigrants, they don't got no power in America. The people who got the power in America is the people who we need to be coming at.
Power. I didn't say anything about power, sir.
So how can they block you if they don't have power?
Sir.
It's like you.
Sir, I just asked a specific question. I said, why are you here? Why aren't you
that 25%
pulling your people down who are trying to block us?
Listen, anybody. Listen,
you here telling us to stand down?
I'm not telling you to stand down. Anybody, any melanated person who is not for
I don't really like
is
the
a coon.
fast talking with a bunch of bullshit. I like people to get to the point because I'm a New Yorker. You know how we do.
I'm from New Jersey. I'm from New Jersey.
You from Philly? You from Philly? So you know how
Jersey. I'm from Jersey.
Okay. Jersey, same thing. Close enough. We all family. Okay, we tri-state. Okay, so you know, get to the point. I don't have the time.
Listen. Anybody that's not for reparation and that's melanated is a coon. You know what I'm saying? Is a coon. Now, listen.
Why aren't you stopping your coon?
Okay, so listen. This is where we all got to take accountability, right? We voting for these people in office. So okay. Listen. The next election that come up, we need to be on here like, oh, now we not voting for that person. We not voting for that person.
Are you starting?
Hey, Michael, you have not answered Brooke's question. She has asked it ad nauseum. Why are you here? No, you have not. Why are you here, and why are you not checking the people who make up the majority of your lineage? You have not answered that. Answer it. Because you're here doing bad faith babbling like you typically do, Michael.
I mean, I made some good points, but listen, like I said, we gonna check these people when them elections come.
It ain't no we.
When the elections come up, we gonna vote for you. That's the only way I can solve it.
Okay, if you're gonna check them, have you started campaigns in your community to let people know what they have been doing and blocking us, so you can start that?
I mean, in my community where I'm at, I don't really see nobody blocking reparations. I don't see nobody. There's no melanated immigrant, no melanated people not for reparations where I'm at.
Hold on, sweetheart. You said that what we have to do is to stop voting for these politicians. So I'm asking you, have you started campaigns to stop voting for these politicians in your community with your people so that they can stop blocking our reparations?
Like I said, it ain't no people where I'm at that's not for reparations that's melanated. There ain't no people where I'm at not for reparations where I'm melanated.
So
I would never vote for nobody that say, I will never put nobody in power that's not going to be for reparations.
Fair enough, because I don't want you to go off the rails, right? You answered the question, fair enough. Now, my next question is, okay, you're not in East Flatbush right now either.
No, but not all of us in this room is.
Marcel's not in East Flatbush either. Our Black Alpha is not in East Flatbush either, but we're all here talking. Why are you in this space?
Man, I came in this space to instill power into y'all. Listen, stop being workers and get on the business side of it, man. So we can destroy our own people.
You just told us y'all don't have no power.
A Caribbean that come up here, they don't have no power. They don't have no power.
So how can you
instill a small group that we don't have in America?
How can
Jamaicans
you
is a
instill
small
something
group in
in
America,
me
man.
that you don't have, sir? So that doesn't make sense. How can you instill something in me that you don't have? So again, I'm gonna ask you.
No, that 25% of me give me power.
You ain't got here.
25 ain't enough.
25%. My grandpa side. That give me power. You heard?
Why are you here? You still not answering. I just want everybody to realize, like, it cracks me up that they're constantly, and we keep making this point, they're constantly coming to us and telling us what we should do.
I mean, I really came in the room. I came in the room to drop knowledge.
Hold on, y'all. One at a time. Let Brooks and Michael have this little back and forth.
I'm literally at these reparations hearings doing battle with people that are telling us that we should be for something that we know is unconstitutional. And you're here. You're not
It
there.
makes no
You're not
sense.
stopping them. You're not on Twitter. You're not doing anything. But
I'm
you're
not the
in our
moderator.
face.
I would have gotten him
And
off a long
we're
time ago.
tired of that. When you show us receipts, honey, how about this? How about you go talk to your people, and then you come back and let us know what they say? How about you be
Listen, you got more
go
power.
tell your people that
Black
we
Americans
said
got way
to
more power in America than Caribbeans, bro.
You go tell your
You know what I'm
people
saying?
go tell your people to stop voting for the people
I would.
who are blocking
I
our
would.
reparations,
But
and then come back and let us
that's
know
only.
the progress.
Tell me one person that's blocking reparations that's in power though. That's Caribbean. Tell me one person. Tell me one person that's in power.
The dude.
Where's Brian Donalds at? Okay. Where's Brian Donalds at?
Okay, so now you're sitting here moving the goalposts. You ask somebody who's Caribbean that's blocking reparations, they gave you Byron Donalds, and you want to say, where is Byron Donalds? It doesn't matter. He answered your goddamn question. First of all, you came here saying your grandmother was half Black American. Now you just said your grandfather's half Black American. You are slipping and sliding like you're wearing damn socks on an ice rink. So, okay, you need to show up at the next reparation hearing they have in New York City, and you need to be there alongside Brooke, speaking in favor of reparations. The same way you decide to come on this stage,
I'll do that.
You speak in favor of illegal immigrants. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're not. Okay, well, we better have you on camera, man. You're not. You're not going to do it. Okay. Brooke, okay.
Why wouldn't I be for reparations if I got 25% of me? I'm going to get reparations too.
Hey, Michael, okay, we got it. But we said you will show up at the next hearing. Brooke, go ahead and make your last point, bro. I know he's about to say you're going to post it. He's not going to show up, but Brooke, go ahead.
Those who don't care about reparations, you ain't showing up the hours. You don't got the heart to do that.
Why not? Who's going to stop me? What I'm scared of?
You are
Brooke,
defeated.
go ahead, Brooke. What you were saying, Brooke? You were saying to him that you was going to post the details, but then you got cut off. And it's a double mute. It's a double mute. Brooke, you go ahead and unmute now. I think it's a double mute. Or maybe a triple mute. Yeah, it's a double mute. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, there we go. It wasn't letting me take it off. I was just saying, yeah, sure. Yeah, because the president of the U.S. Freedmen Project that I work closely with, Divine, he says something that I love. You know, the doers find the doers. And you don't know this, but this is a room full of doers, my nigga. Okay? We don't sit on spaces and just talk. All of us have met in real life. All of us.
I'm new to this.
But we're not. We're true to this.
That's
We
what's
live
up.
it. We breathe this. So we don't get on spaces and talk shit. Okay? We are at the hearing. We're out here doing work. We're drafting bills. We're having meetings with senators. We're you know what I'm saying? We're out here in what, like they say, like the kids say, that we are in these streets. Okay? Doing this work. You're on Twitter.
Listen, man.
So I'm going to post, as like I was saying.
You posted and you should let me know.
Get it right. Hold on, Michael. Let Brooke finish. Go ahead, Brooke.
I posted it in the thing. I'm going to figure out how to post it in the Jumbotron. I'm going to figure that out. And then, I pull up. And let's see what you have to say, and I'm very good at voices. I am very good at voices. I may forget your name.
I got my picture on my page. Remember my face.
Okay. So I will remember. So I'm very curious to hear. I want you to be prepared too. So
just let me know what your meeting is.
I posted it already in the chat in the purple pill. It's already posted in the purple pill. Okay, so it's there already. It's been there. Okay, but so you'll see all the hearings, and you're gonna get 3 minutes to speak. And I'm very curious to hear what you are going to say. And for that, I'll drop down. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Hold on. Before we do it, go ahead. Well, thank you, bro. Michael, I really don't believe you, quote unquote, 25 are Black American. First of all, let me say this real quick, because most Black immigrants that come to America and they've been here for, let's say, 2 or more generations, they usually have a child with another Black American. So you would probably be more than 25%. That's kind of weird. But also, you have a lot of anti-foundational Black American material on your page. A lot.
No, I'm just not with telling other.
And he called me a second-class citizen.
I'm not with telling other melanated people they not Black. I'm not with the.
You're not with the what? You're not
the racist agenda y'all have against me.
What racist agenda? How is delineation racist?
I mean, the rhetoric is racist, bro. Like, so
you up there saying you are Jamaican. Jamaicans right now telling Haitians to get the hell out their country. The Haitians are telling Haitians to get the hell out their country. The Dominicans are telling Haitians to get the hell out their country. All we're doing is saying that you are in our country, which you are, and Black Americans are a unique culture that's globally recognized, admired, and imitated. That's a racist, but if you try to roast us, we're going to roast you to hell back, and we've been doing it. Y'all can't take it. So how the hell is that racist? You are not 25% of a full-blooded person of Caribbean descent, of this race, and stop trying to lie. Okay, Capone, we here waiting for a while. Go ahead, Capone.
Thank you, my great brother Marcel, for
it must be a double mute.
You got me now? Can you hear me now? Am I clear? All right. First off, I want to give a salute to all the greats in the room, Brother Marcel, Brother Alpha, Sister Natural, all y'all. Sister Brooke, giving these tethers an everlasting work because they need it. Telling us do not delineate. Worry about the economics this bullshit they talking about brings. This nigga is an op. I don't give a damn. If you worried about having a passport to run, worried about fleeing, your hairline is fucked up, you 25%, worried about delineation, ICE coming to get you. You know, I'm glad we have certified individuals who are giving these. Right. Thank you, Brother EJ, and I love the way you articulate every swing against these nappy tether peppercorn heads. You know what I'm saying? Because they need it. And I am getting sick of everybody trying to sit here and go halfway with the delineation movement. We need to delineate as quick as possible just to make sure our money come up straight. You know, a must alert. There must be a must alert. Oh shit.
Yeah, I took care of that. But go ahead. Saying some bullshit.
Man, they have them Joel off Tic Tacs on the floor. Get them Joel off Tic Tacs out the room. We don't need none of that shit. You know, but I'm so proud of my Black Americans and the vanguards of the lineage who are sitting here, you know, holding the Black American, foundational Black American lineage accolades up to these tethers' noses because they come here trying to jack our culture, and RIP to the Essence Festival as we know it, because that shit was a goddamn travesty. I have not seen Joe Law versus Jambalaya battles in my life. What the fuck was that shit? But anyways, to my point, what we are doing needs to be continued, and this fight cannot be left to our children. So with that being said, my brothers and sisters, please stay with your power tools, Brother EJ, please keep giving these people the everlasting work with the weapons of the ancestors, the chair, you know, the Billy Club of Justice, iPhone numbers, you know, Django's pistol, whip, you know, we gon', you know, Harry Tubman's pistol, we gon' get these tethers and all these illegal immigrants back in order. And with that being said, love, peace, reparations, delineation, and deportations. And I land on that.
I don't think I heard the Essence Festival was down like 75 to 80%. I love it. I saw some.
Oh, it was terrible. It was a I love it.
Yeah, I have friends in New Orleans, and they said it was empty. They said,
shout out to the brothers and sisters in the NOYA for putting in that foundational on the couch work. Shout out to the NOYA.
They stood, what you say, they stood on damn business. They did not support it
shout
at
out to
all.
the brothers and sisters out there in the loop for sure.
And I saw a clip of people asking what tribe you're from. I said, what the hell? What type of question is that? We don't say, hey, where are you from? Who are your people? We don't ever say what tribe. They were really trying to Africanize something meant for black Americans, freemen. I know, Michael, were you at the Essence Festival? They did it for you. They didn't do it for us.
I never went to no Essence Festival, and I know a lot of black Americans have not been to Essence Festival. Like,
okay, well,
y'all just made it a thing.
I'm asking that you go.
No, it's been a thing. Just let you know you ain't part of our culture.
I'm asking that you go this year.
Well, no, I'm never going to go, though. I'm never going to go to Essence Festival.
Well, they did it. They did it specifically for you. They did it specifically for the Africans and the Caribbeans, and y'all let it flop. Whereas when black Americans were running it, when it was about our culture, it was the largest festival in America. Everything we do, we get it popping. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay? So talking about get on the bandwagon, you better get on the bandwagon with us if you are truly 25%, which I'm down because, boy, you got some anti-black American things on here. Because I'm looking at your page, and yeah, I don't know whether it's so-called 25%.
Listen, I'm with y'all. I'm with y'all, and I'm with Jamaicans, bro. Like, y'all act like that's not a thing. Like, I can't be Why, I love black people, bro. I didn't know it. I just came on this app and found out, oh, somebody ain't black.
If you love black people, you want to be keeping for these illegals to come around here and invade us and telling us to capitalize on them. You need to get them the hell out, and that's what we're doing.
Amen.
Alpha, are you there? Yes, indeed, I am enjoying the show. I actually literally, truly have popcorn. Let me tell everybody, there's no such thing as 25% FBA family. We got to be 100%.
That don't sound right.
No, because 25% FBA is going to turn into 15%.
I ain't say FBA.
Black American, you're talking about FBA because that's the only black people that matter here in America. Now, when I'm talking, you listen here, the Jamaican no shower posse. I'm talking right now, this certified foundational black American energy. And I don't like you false claiming Georgia neither. EJ, you're from down here as well. You know what it is. I've never met anybody who's 25% from the South. I've never seen that. That's a lie. That's a lie, homie. Okay? I don't know if you got dreads, but they may be twisted too tight, maybe messing with your brain and stuff. But let me tell you what it is. There's no such thing as 25%. And when you say, I'm not FBA, you're talking about FBA. Okay? Stop playing. See, I want everybody to notice this gentleman came in here and he was very smug. And I don't care now, I don't mind. Now his energy's starting to shift after my brother Marcel checked him, my sister Rook checked him, Natural EJ, all of us. DrRandyShort pulled this guy's whole ethnicity card. He got pulled out. And by the way, he's talking about the wagon. I don't think he needs to worry about anybody getting on the bandwagon. I think he needs to worry about that white ICE van. Okay? Because I'm thinking this guy is illegal. And I'm thinking that perhaps Tom Sinnemoman may be coming after this guy very, very soon. All right? So the bandwagon is nothing that you need to worry about. The white van is what you need to worry about because you might be back in Kingston, Jamaica. Okay? And when you get there, you tell Ox I say what up. Now, my brother, my great honorable brother, DrRandyShort, I know that you were pretty much in the process of checking this guy and talking about Washington, Georgia, and he's a 25%. You know they say 25%ers? I've never seen a 25%er when it comes to lineage. Doesn't exist, man. Either you are a certified foundational black American, which means you have it all intact, or you are a counterfeit in a tether. He's on the counterfeit tether side. DrRandyShort, go ahead, and I know you were listening and observing the guy was. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I want to first of all say even if we have the misfortune of having to claim this brother as a foundational black American, of which I'm not ready to do, what he's been doing, saying we can't get reparations without these illegal barbarians, it's called defeatism when you're in a struggle. And in the military, anybody who's a soldier, if you're a defeatist, it's an act of treason. In fact, this has happened in war. In fact, you get the term decimate from when you had defeatists. They would kill every 10, they'd count to 10, and the 10th person would get killed for being a defeatist. Defeatism is grounds to be killed on the battlefield. This happened in the Civil War. It happened in World War II. Certain people who said you couldn't win, that were destroying the morale of the group, would be executed under military justice, and it's justified. To say that we need people who hate our guts, who identify with white supremacists, who bring dope and misery and are running us out, cheating us out of everything, that we need them to survive, is an act of defeatism. It is an act of treason. And I don't care if you're 10%, 15%, no percent, 100%, a defeatist. And the struggle that we have, we're going to have to start setting standards. Part of the delineation and the demarcation is penalties. And a defeatist, a person says we can't get free. We can't have two-parent households. We can't have black. We can't do this without something else, which is what the Pan-Africanists or Scam Africanists and others are. This is defeatism. It is an act of subversion. It's an act of betrayal. In World War II, they were called fifth columnists. This was a column of people that were enemies working for the other side, moving amongst you. This is treason. And one of the things that must come out of our movement, because this is what's gotten us all before, we've been too loving, too accepting, too quick to embrace. We need to have an understanding that we have enemies and we have traitors. And traitors, nobody. A traitor is also the equivalent of a spy. Anyone knows anything about spies? In a lot of countries, your spy, like I've been to Iran, all the people that helped the Israelis bomb it, they have hung and shot all kinds of people. We've got to put, and folks will continue to insult and waste our time, there's got to be a consequence. None of these people would dare go into a room of El Salvadoran or Mexican because there'd be punishment. We must have a coercion and a punishment instrument, not just a power tool for home. We need an army. We're the only people in the world without an army. MS-13 is the army of the illegals. You know, I was doing an interview on a show. They never had me come back because they wanted me to, this Boule dude wanted me to put down our young brothers and sisters. And he asked me how I felt about gangs. And I told him I love gangs. I just hate who they're fighting. Okay? And they got mad. You're supposed to be a preacher. Shoot. Gangsters of my family. Frank Lucas is one of my cousins. I have a family full of gangsters. And we did better with gangsters than we're doing with these preachers, these tethers, these sellout, these boule people. But defeatism, whenever you hear someone say we can't, this will never happen, that is an act of treason.
I ain't say that, though.
Yeah, no, yes you did. Don't you lie. Don't you lie. You said we would not get it without the illegals being here. You said it would not happen without immigration. Yes, you did. Yes, he did. No, everybody heard you say we're not going to get it without them being here. And we didn't get it before they got here. And so you said that. That's defeatism. You don't like the fact that I'm delineating your ass right here. To say what this brother did is something that you younger people must punish ruthlessly. Let me tell you something. I've worked with all the communities. You as a black American could not go into anybody in anybody's group and tell them what they can't have, what they can't do. But you said we wouldn't get it without it. You're a liar, man. You're a liar. Yes, you did say it. I heard you. I listened to you. You lied. You're a liar. You're a liar. That's defeatism. That's defeatism. You young folk,
Hold on, DJ. Then you called us second-class citizens.
If I'm a tether, you a second-class citizen. You call me a tether, I'm a second-class citizen.
You are saying
You got to listen.
you are not going to overtalk.
He's a first-class hoe.
Defeatism.
You are not going to overtalk me. You're saying we need to take advantage of these illegal immigrants, but somehow we're a second-class citizen, even though we are American, but we shouldn't take advantage of our rights as American citizens, get these illegals out of here, take advantage of our rights as citizens of the nation we built, and get what we are owed. You're saying we should let our nation be flooded. No, we'll become a second, third, fourth class citizen if we sat there and did what you said. Just let our nation be flooded so we can sell a few more t-shirts, or we can sell a few extra cups of coffee.
No, if America is yours, like how you say, those immigrants.
It absolutely is. And I can tell you're not one of us by the way you're speaking. Because I could have sworn in spaces in the past you admitted to being Jamaican on both sides. And also, you switched your story on here in this space. You went from saying your grandmother was the one that was half Black American to your grandfather. I'm not sure if anyone else caught that, but I did.
No, I said my mother is half. Her father is.
Now you're saying your mother. You literally started off saying your grandmother. I remember that vividly. Then you said your grandmother. Now you're saying your mother.
See what we're dealing with?
Lie about being
liar.
You're not a Black American.
He's a liar.
You're not foundational Black American. That's fine. Okay? Don't come up here and
liar.
My mother is half. My father is American.
No.
If I could, I would rather be full Jamaican, honestly. I don't give a fuck about this shit, bro. I don't give a fuck about it.
Yes.
You get mad now. I don't care about being American, bro. Like, American.
Yeah, he's a tether. Tether. Yes.
You mad. You an upset, Tether. Hey, everybody, notice how he came in here talking crazy. Now I don't even want to be on no more. EJ.
You went from grandmother half Black American, the grandfather half Black American, to your mother's half Black American. What's gonna be next? A damn family dog?
No, hey, it's gonna be his grand cousin. EJ, hit him with the. EJ, brother, come off your mic. I need you to hit him with the. You know he done fucked up, right? My mother is half. Her father is a full Black American. Yeah, but
This nigga, man, you been talking too fucking long.
that would be my grandfather. Listen. If I could, I would be all the way
You
Jamaican.
been talking all day, nigga. Shut up, be quiet.
You hold on. You can be all the way Jamaican. Take your ass to Jamaica.
Yeah, and stop being a curry
You
coon.
go back to Jamaica and help them, motherfucker.
Exactly.
You go over there, hit y'all across the head with the cookies. Lost them,
Go to
talking all that shit.
Go to Jamaica and go to that little stretch of beach that y'all can still go to, that the Chinese ain't bought up yet. Go.
Listen, man. Listen, I don't give a fuck about that shit, bro.
We don't need your nigga. Shut up.
I live in New Jersey, bro. But listen, man, like real shit, bro.
I don't want to hear you no more.
Hey, he sure, for somebody who don't care about America, he sure trying to explain himself to some Americans, ain't he? Ain't he? I don't even care about y'all. I mean, I need y'all to listen, though. I mean, can you hear me out just a little bit, please? Help me, master, please. No. Your ass is a tether. You done got walked down. You mad, you upset. All the wind that came straight from themselves, family. Now he sound defeated and upset, okay? He gonna cry in Kingston. He gonna cry in Kingston. That's what it is. You done messed up. Marcel done caught you to name the whole family tree. Okay, he said Bob Marley. He's gonna say Bob Marley was his granddad next. Okay, Ziggy Marley, all the Marleys. All right, he done went down the whole damn list. Even that little Asian woman that be on Twitter making fun of Jamaicans. I guess he related to her too. Okay, and the beach that they can't go on because the Asians control that. You done got exposed. You were tether. You clearly are bothered and triggered by foundational Black Americans exposing you. You truly want us to somehow accept you and your little 25%, which I think is negative 25%, to be honest with you. Okay, so you don't reverse fleet. You ain't no Black American, partner. You're a melanated Jamaican. That's really what you are, okay? And you came in here thinking you was sweet, and you was talking real confident, and then that confidence done went straight on out the room. Now you're in here splaining, trying to get everybody to understand and to accept you. you will not be accepted because you're not one of us. And when you're not one of us, you just have to deal with it. So this is just what it is. You are not a foundational Black American. I'm a foundational Black American. Melrose is a foundational Black American. Natural Torah, EJ, Dr. Randy Short, Marcel, me, Queen Alpha. We are all foundational Black Americans, and you are the Jamaican no shower posse, okay? And you are no lineage of mine, and you are none of us. That's what it is. Bottom line, point blank, period. Go ahead, EJ. What award you get for that? I'm trying.
Nigga, shut up, be quiet, man. It's my turn. Be quiet before I hit you with the banana boat. Calm down, man. Don't want to keep hearing you no more. Been babbling all fucking day. See, this is the problem with these people that don't want to fully take, they don't want to fully represent their lineage. They come in here, try to cosplay and act crazy. These motherfuckers right here are so pitiful, man. Your people are crying on the island of Jamaica. Your Caribbean brothers and sisters are crying, but you got Chinese people dirty whining and smacking y'all with the Wu-Tang sword. You need to be worrying about CARICOM. You need to be uplifting your Jamaican brothers and sisters.
Hey, yo, half of Black Americans got roaches in their house, bro. Like, it's not
be quiet, be quiet.
half Black Americans got roaches in their house.
There you go.
Like, 50% of all Black Americans
Calm
got.
down, Coconut.
Oh, no, I know this. Because
Cockroach, please.
He mad, you mad, you mad. Y'all got roaches. Hey, I know somebody from Jamaica is not trying to talk about a clean house with
like half of the.
Like all of you, okay? All of you got roaches. You also have colonizers. And like my brother EJ said, you also have a bamboo stick, all right? And you also have dreads that are too damn tight, all right? And you also are embarrassed. And you also getting walked down. And you also getting completely exposed. Where do I stop? Be quiet when a foundational Black American is talking. All of the games that you thought you was going to run in this space are not working. This is what you call a complete breakdown. And I want everybody to know she's sitting there laughing at emoji, so he's laughing at himself. Damn, you know it's a crazy day when we get these tethers to laugh at themselves. Jeez, get it together, partner. Your stuff ain't landed because it never took off. Okay, this is how you can't take off at the airports because the Chinese own them. I mean, goddamn, you just can't get in the air at all. But we also took the air out of themselves because you thought you was going to come in here and run that type of game on us. You are tethered, and you better off going somewhere where you can deal with maybe Jamaicans or some African Americans or whatever it is that you like to do. But right here in the foundational Black American space, you can't get it. Sorry, it is what it is. Now, I know you're upset and you're going to have some tether temper tantrums. I understand that. But like my brother said, you will have a banana, you have a banana boat, and you can shut up and sit down. Go ahead, brother EJ, continue.
Thank you, brother, for this banana babbler kept interrupting people. You see, these niggas got a team. Yeah, so Devin Reed is covered this nigga breath fucking up the space, but these people have a tendency of not knowing how to shut the hell up. And it just comes to a point in a time that, you know, you got to get these people out of the space. So I think this nigga's entertainment value has been depleted just like the resources in his homeland. Because this nigga kept talking. I really wanted to cut this nigga dreads off and just burn him in front of his, baby pictures and shit. Because these people are just so disgraceful. He coming in here talking about he's Black American, but now he's getting mad. He done went back to his...
Nah, just keep it real. Half y'all got roaches, half y'all got bed bugs.
Be quiet, roaches. Calm down, roaches.
We sorry.
Calm down, man. Calm down.
Hey,
Nigga, I don't think you don't want roach.
hey, brother Black Alpha. But you know what? When you have Barrel brothers, you know about Barrel kids. He sounds like a barrel. Yeah, okay. So, Barrel brothers, right? Those ones where they leave the people, them all up here, can't sneak up here, so they send them shit by the barrel. And all they do is dream about coming to America. In fact, that's the best hope, is to get the fuck off the island. Okay, and all of that. So I don't want to hear anything, guys. We need to stop playing this game and understand that people are jealous. And at the core, it's jealousy and hatred. It all came out. Just a little bit of ribbing. I bet you, Sister Brooke, and I know other people that have dealt with, when you're the minority among Caribbeans, how ungracious, how mean, how cruel, how dismissive. Across the board, most of them are towards us, even when you're intermarried with. And that's the kind of visceral, tribal, saltwater bigotry that we get from those folks. And I don't hate anybody. I'm just telling you what it is. So that's a barrel brother. But again, it's defeatism. And never forget that we need to have a system in our mind of exclusion, ostracism, and other things, the sanctions against anyone that would dare mouth off against us having our full freedom, reparations, repair, and restitution in this country. And we don't want to hear from anybody. And I don't care who you slept with. And by the way, so you guys will know, Washington, Georgia is the county seat of Wilkes County, Georgia. You should know that. Okay, that's where the Eli Whitney stole the cotton gin from our ancestors. Certain people, so somebody said, remember somebody said George and shit like that? I think it was Marcel who was talking about how people claim they're from down south. I don't believe until you can prove it. I can prove my family in Washington, Georgia back to the 1780s. I'm very curious. And no one says percentages. Only people that use percentages are racist. Quadroon, octroon, mulatto. When someone tells you you're 25% something, it says how little they value that percentage. It's a dismissive, extinctive thing. And you can't be loyal to two people simultaneously. Look at what these Zionist Jews and Zionist Christians have done to this country in all these wars we've been fighting. You can't, the Bible says man can't serve two masters. And Dr. Short says you can't be two peoples. You're going to love one and you're going to hate the other. And he showed us he hates us.
Yes, indeed. I want everybody to catch that. Our brother put it absolutely clear. We don't talk in percentages, y'all. Okay? I ain't never seen nobody say, where you from? I'm 30% from New Jersey, and I'm about 27% from Missouri. Okay? These tethers get it together. Tethers, get it together. Okay? I'm going to need all the tethers on the planet to get it together. It's a new time and it's a new day. You ain't FBA. You ain't one of us. You can't stand near us. We on a different playing field, and y'all sitting on the damn bench. And the bench that you sitting on is in your homeland. And you probably got the colonizer standing on top of your ass with a bamboo stick about as long as a light pole. Okay? This is our generation and our time, family. Tethers, y'all ain't got no culture. You ain't got nothing. That dude ain't got no coach. He talking about Americans, but he's in a space with a bunch of Americans trying to explain himself. He tether explain it. Understand this, y'all. It's foundational black Americans and it's everybody else. I don't care if they get mad. I don't care if they get upset. They need to get upset at them goddamn hairlines is what they need to get upset about. And as we speak about upset, think about all the things that tethers could get upset about. And why you worrying about FBA? You want to know what a damn hater is? A hater is somebody who got a billion problems, but they worried about what foundational black Americans are doing. We ain't got no problems. We live in good, exceptional, okay? They got 99 problems, and then if you add deportation, then they got 100 problems. Foundational black Americans, we only out here standing on business and pushing principle, and we don't talk in no damn percentages, all right? They're mad now, fam, that we're pulling out receipts on everybody, and we're exposing everybody for what they really are. They're used to a time when they could just say anything and anything goes. See, that's what they want to do with us. They want to get to this time where anything goes. Anybody can be black. Anybody can show up. Anybody can be a part of a coalition. Y'all can have that shit. Foundational black Americans, we airtight. Everything we do. We're not a distant lineage. We are an immediate lineage. Shout out to my sister. Me and her, we roasted a tether the other day. That tether I heard is still somewhere upset, mad, and crying, but that's okay. I ain't got no Kleenexes. Cry me a tether river.
Goya Snorter blocked me too, so I had to hit her ass with the bamboo stick.
Yes, you did, brother. And you know, I know you got a couple bamboo sticks, and I heard you got them in different colors, and I heard you got them specific designs for different regions, brother. So I appreciate the bamboo stick. And by the way, your bamboo stick is kind of famous today. Your bamboo stick is about as famous as the colonizers now. So shout out to you.
Thank you, brother. It's just like the whip that Django was using on the Overseers of the movie.
Yeah, and we're going to send him a bunch of goat bones so he can suck on them.
Kendrick was beating the owl.
Shout out to Queen Michael too at the bottom of the pit.
Kendrick was beating the owl in the Not Like Us video with one of EJ's bamboo sticks.
Oh, you know what?
Yeah. I'm gonna get some money though.
Yeah, hey, EJ, you're gonna have to go ahead and get some paper on that. You're gonna have to get them Georgia sponsored ones, man. Get a bag off of that.
I'm about to pull out in a second.
Them EJ FBA bamboo sticks.
Knock the pinata candy out that poor little owl.
Hey, Hey, and we're knocking the Joel off out of all these damn tethers. They know what it is. We're getting the curry chicken ones too, okay? However you want it, you can get it. That's what we're doing, and I'm loving it. This is all about foundational Black America. That's what it is. This is our generation family. We making it happen.
And we
Blank.
ate some serious curry coon tonight. Yes, Lord. Right. With extra sauce, right? I mean, have y'all ever been to a Caribbean restaurant and they overcharge you, don't give you much food, and they give you all the bones and shit? But if it's a Caribbean, they give you good food. American, they give you a lot of rice, no meat or no vegetables, and a lot of bones. It's incredible. Last time I was in Harlem, went with a friend of mine who's Jamaican. I tell him about this stuff, and he says it's not. I said, but yeah, it is. It's exactly like I'm telling you. And when I said I wanted some goat, she says, that's $18. Do you have the money? And I says, I'm not eating here. Fuck these people. You know? And everybody, please, if you can, get some ICE money. Snitch, call. You have my permission to betray. I mean, to just, let's screw Pan-Africanism like it screwed us. If you see something and you think you can get one of those bounties, get yourself, in fact, have a nice Christmas, go on a cruise with hopefully nobody twerking from the islands and shit. Live a good life. But snitch. They all snitch on us. I've worked in all kinds of jobs, and the illegals and immigrants always did everything they could to dog Black Americans. Always. You couldn't even, they seem to delight in hurting us. I do not hate other people, but I've experienced it. That's why I'm being very honest at this advanced stage of mine. In my 6th decade of life, it's time for me to be real. We should stop, as Sister Brooks said. Why do we have to be the ones that reach out to every damn body and nobody reaches out to us? Right? You talk about Bob Marley. Who fucking made Bob Marley? They'll never tell you that Bob Marley was basically made by Black American artists, in particular, one who's died in the last 2-3 years, Johnny Nash. You know, they act like you just broke out and people are listening to that 3 to the bar beat shit that y'all got that nobody can dance to. We've always helped other people and nobody's helped us. It's time for us to turn to each other instead of turn on each other to try to love everybody else. Now, what is it, 11:17? I need to shut up. It's probably time for me to take some old folk back rub stuff. If y'all know anybody above the age 35 that could do massages, that don't mind the old nigga that's 60, give them my Twitter. I might have to hire someone because it's hard doing your own back.
If I was a Democrat, I would recommend Kamala Harris, though, but I don't want to do you like that.
No, Kamala Harris wouldn't do the back. I went to school with that bitch. Kamala Harris, man, that girl did more swallowing than a damn whale when we were at Howard. You can't tell me. And the little Caribbean bitch on the Supreme Court, she was goofy. Katanji, I went to Harvard with her. She's a Caribbean too. We got fooled. They really screwed us. Not that she makes some good legal decisions, except when it comes to pedophiles, because she knows how to do what white folk want. Okay, just saying. But yeah, Kamala Harris. In fact, let me give you a joke. What does Kamala Harris's feet have in common with burner phones?
What's that, doctor? What is it?
Airtime.
I'll be damned.
I'm supposed to be asleep messing with Dr. Short. Dr. Short be up here slaying people.
Black Alpha, I'm trying to get it. I want to ask, shout out to everybody. Can I speak for a minute, brother? Because I got to go to work, Black Alpha.
Go ahead, working man. Go ahead.
You know, I'm from out of New York, and I'm listening to my man, what was his name? King what? Queen Michelle was just blown out the water. Y'all was chopping his head off left and right.
It was Queen Michelle. You know, I had to use a flying guillotine, brother.
Yeah, he sat. Oh, first of all, shout out to Capone, man. Capone, what's up?
What's going on, my brother?
Long time no see, brother. I want to say one thing, then I got a question for Dr. Short. Money, he sound like he's from up here on the East Coast. You know, I'm from New York. And he's, for a whole hour, I'm using Tyreek words. He's just saying things. That's all he's doing, just saying things. And once y'all started peeling it back, the real him came out. When he said half of Black America got roaches in the house. Are you kidding me? Hey, Dr. Shorts, I got a question for you. You know, I have a lot of brothers that I rap with, you know. They Black American, but they want to save everybody else except themselves. How do I handle them?
By accepting that a suicidal person is going to find a window or a ledge to jump out of or off of. That's number one. And number two, for that dude that made the comment, at least our roaches have something to eat. In fact, they probably have to have their roaches immigrate with them so they can get something. So the only reason that if they don't have roaches is because they don't have no food in the house. You can't save people, you know, you can't save people that don't want to be saved. There's a video that I put up, and I'll have to put it on this Twitter page with A. Peter Bailey, who's a Pan-Africanist. You know, I told him I'm reciprocal. I don't mind working with anybody that want to work with us, but I don't want to work with anybody that ain't for us. It's just transactional. To hell with that. We've got a world full of prostitutes and everybody else is transactional. We don't need to deal with people from other places that we don't like, that we didn't invite here. Peter Bailey made a point that when he was with Malcolm X, the biggest problem was that we were trying to convince people. Okay, we can't convince people. In fact, we should be looking for people who already get it, who already believe, who already know. Okay, it's sort of like meeting a woman, y'all look at each other and you know y'all gonna get together, versus someone that you got to take to Red Lobster 500,000,000 times and buy a bunch of flowers and shit, and it turns out they're screwing someone in jail. You really shouldn't waste time on anyone that has to be convinced. And in reality, target the young people. Frederick Douglass made a comment. It is easier to do something with young people than to repair broken men and women. The Negroes had already gone. Like, I went off on this nigga the other day when I was coming back from Cleveland, and this dude was talking this stupid stuff on Alex Haley, who I can't stand, who was a crook and a fraud, right? And roots was stolen from my family and other people. I mean, the title stolen from our research. This dude's thinking that all of us came here on a slave ship, and this dude is my age, and he's dumber than people that are 15 years old. And at a certain point, I said to him, let me just ask you a question, sir. Do you read? I didn't say could he, because I didn't want to go there. And he said he read the Bible. I said, that's the only book you look at? I said, and he says, well, you got more knowledge than me. I says, no, I'm not here to compete or put anyone down. In fact, it doesn't make me happy if I do or don't have more knowledge than you. What should matter is what you want to do for yourself. And it doesn't seem like it's that much. And so how can I talk to you? And how can you really believe what I tell you if you don't read or do something for yourself? I could be lying to you like most people lie, unless you're doing something for your mind. This is a man that's a grandfather who's never taken his ass. He lives right here in D.C., has never gone to any of the museums, not even the new Black Museum, although it's got a lot of shit in there that's full of shit, but it's still worth going to. Never. And his whole life has never done it, nor taken his family. So you have generations of folks who have dead minds because of people like what you're describing. Some of our people are walking dead. And the best thing you could do for them is not be available. I got a buddy I've known 51 years, and I'm learning at this point to give up on certain things. You want to see my ass? Be in the damn library. I'm going to this or that. If you can't go, cool. But and not even do that. I'm going there. If you want to see me, not even that. I'm going there. Don't even invite them. There's certain people, they know what you are about is real. They know what you're saying is true, but there's a term called mental space. There are people, friends, family, people you see every day, who don't give 1% of their brain to anything outside of sports, sex, grooming, nails, shallow stuff. And anything that has any weight or significance, they're not interested. By the way, these are the people that love the Tethers, and the Tethers and others love them. Why? Because they're useful idiots to the people looking to take us down. And therefore, in fact, those same people are the first ones to inform the FBI, the police. They says, well, do you know of anyone that would stand up? They'd give your name. Oh, yeah, well, my friend, he always angry. He hate white people. Before you know it, I've had people say I'm racist against white people. How? That's how they process that. We have a lot of sick people in our community. They will not be saved. And they would be more willing to listen to a black history, anything from a white person, or even a crooked scammer African, or arrogant liar, coconut biting Caribbean, before they'd listen to you. We have to kind of learn how to let certain things go. So you know how in business you do a write-off? We need to do a sorry ass, never going to do any better black write-off. And I'm just telling you, I know certain people, I can say this to you honestly, you're more interested in talking to me, and I don't even know you, than people in my own blood family that I've known for 50, 60 years. They're not interested. Anything I said do has no... You know what? I'd have to be on TV and a bunch of white people. They say, oh my God, he was about something. I want to say this to you. One of the most significant black people that have ever lived in this country is a black woman from the Macon, Georgia area named Jewel Mazik. This woman was behind A. Philip Randolph, Malcolm X, and others, even African heads of state, a black American woman. This woman's behind the Brown case, doing research to end segregation in schools. Jewel Mazik, you'll never hear of her. Her children didn't appreciate her work and threw all of her papers away. And if you meet certain important black people, a lot of times it's their own family members that throw away their books, their papers, their photographs. All they want to do is sell the house, get high, and screw. We have our own barbarians in our community. And until we make being stupid and mediocre and trifling and lazy a crime, it's a crime for, that you don't read and write on at least the 6th or 7th grade level when you're in your 50s and 60s. It's a disgrace. We try too hard to help and cure and bring people along. Sometimes you need to leave people's asses in the dust. I know folks, I got cousins, they've been on crack since the 80s. The only way that they would ever like me is I'd have to be on crack too. So I don't deal with them. I don't hate them. They hate me. And that's sort of where we are. Part of the delineation is the true believers that know what we must do. The new people for the Underground Railroad and the North Star and the descendants of Nat Turner and Gabriel Prosser and Denmark Vesey. We need to find ourselves and let the others catch up with us once we get something going, versus trying to get them, because I'll tell you, there's a faithless and perverse generation of us that can't see further than their genitalia or whatever drink they're going to get or whatever high they're going to get from a substance or whatever porn or white woman or whatever nasty that they're going to get into. That is where all their energy and passion goes, or escaping from reality. You can't help such people.
That was well said. You was cooking. You definitely cooked. And I appreciate that. And one more note. A lot of what you're saying, I'll be dealing with within my own family, just like you just mentioned. My sister and my 2 nephews, they like literally get angry at me when I point out stuff when it comes to just like as far as Trump, Joe Biden. It's just how black people should be flown right now. And the first thing they'll say, you racist. How am I racist? So it's okay for a bunch of immigrants to come over here and get free stuff off our tax dollar. It's okay. But when I point this out, I'm angry, I'm mad. I should be looking out for everybody. What does that mean?
Well, you know what? The first thing you would say to someone, you have to trick people, because a lot of people say stupid stuff because we don't check or challenge dumb people in our community. A lot of people didn't have opportunities to be educated and other properly, and we as a people are very compassionate. We tend to make allowances and try to work with people because we who understand know about segregation, we know about Jim Crow, we know about how spirits have been broken. We don't do stuff like I had to tell that Negro, I'm not going to talk to him because he doesn't read, and therefore we don't have anything in common. Not to look down on him, but because I'm so I could tell you and you wouldn't believe me, because you don't have the infrastructure in your mind to understand it. If I gave it to you, I would say this to you. I began to lose family members dealing with me the minute I graduated from high school. People didn't speak to me anymore. That was God. I mean, yeah, people for high school. But I can tell you, in my neighborhood, folk wanted to fight you if they saw you coming home from school with books. Like that was people just going nuts because you have a book in your hand. Like it's going to do something to somebody. Are you following me? I used to, when I went to Howard last time working on my doctorate, I had a lot of books and documentary films, bookshelves on my wall. I noticed.
Get your phone, Professor Short. Come to your phone. You'll be losing you.
Hold on. Well, that's them. It's not me. I'm right on my phone. If you were to, look, all I'm going to say to you is, I noticed when people would visit me, they would look at the books on the wall, and they would get scared and angry with me. I wasn't asking anyone to read anything. I wasn't bothering them. Just have people come through, and the people just freak out off the books. These are people in college, black men and women, but mostly brothers, freak out like, what the book? I was trying to figure out what's going on with, and I realized, oh my God, even though these people in college and university, and you'll find a lot of university people, they don't read or study either. It's all fake. It's transactional. You do enough coursework so you can get your degree, so you don't have to read or write again. You'll get your job.
Make it until you make it.
So let me tell you what happened. I found some stuff, Dr. Dre's, remember the album, The Chronic? That was the marijuana leaf? I got a whole bunch of stuff with marijuana, Biggie, and I put it at the end of my bookshelves as a test to see if I was right, that people were hating me over wanting to learn. And when they would come in, they would look at all the books, and the only thing they would notice is the picture of Biggie Small and the weed. Everything else was dismissed. Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, none of that counted. The weed and Biggie, yes. That's what a lot of... Yeah, I did it on purpose, because you got to be honest. If you're going to help black people, you got to be real. We're real when people play sports. We're real when it comes to having a dance partner. When it comes down to having a struggle, why do we get romantic? Why do we get romantic about Tethers and Africans and illegals? Why so much optimism and hope? And yet you don't want a sorry person playing basketball on your team, a sorry person playing football, a sorry person doing anything. You don't want a sorry person if you got a group and you're trying to make some music. They can't play their instrument or they can't harmonize. Why is it for things that entertain us, we have very high, in fact, the most exacting standards in the world. But when it comes down to survival and our liberation, we suck.
Got you. Hey, Brother Alpha, I appreciate you. Dr. Short, it's always a pleasure being in your company and let you cook people and drop knowledge. I just appreciate all y'all. Appreciate everybody in the room. and I land my plane. Thank you.
Much respect, family. Much respect to everybody, man. We holding it down. I told everybody we was going to turn up. I knew this was going to be a good one. Much respect to everybody. My brother Rotity in the place. Go ahead, family. Rotity been hitting me up from work saying he ready to get in on this. So go ahead, Ro.
What's the deal, family? Can y'all hear me?
Yes, indeed, brother.
All right, I'm sitting in the car right now enjoying this. Hey, I want to send a shout out to Dr. Short. I appreciate you, man. I'll chop it up with you later in the back room. First off, man, I wanted to say, yeah, that Essence Festival shit, man, that was a wonderful sight watching them sorry bastards lose out on it. Because it was just beautiful for my home state to do their ass like that. It made so much sense. They took their stupid asses up and they're talking about some Joe life is just like jambalaya. That's the dumbest shit I ever heard in my damn life. It's about like saying they got good hair and they shit look like peppercorn. Come on, bro. That shit don't even fit together. You dig what I'm saying? The second thing I wanted to say is when y'all was talking about them Tethers been running around here starting to, just like that little, this is the best part I wanted to tell y'all. That motherfucker, the little Jamaican dude that just left, I got a song for everybody in here that one of his people made. Don't let him fool ya, because that's what his punk ass tried to do. He tried to goddamn Bob Marley our ass. Get his ass up out of here. Just like he tried to say he was from South Carolina, or his people was from South Carolina. I hate hearing that shit. I'm gonna get you. Oh, I'm Creole from Louisiana. Oh, that shit burned me up when I hear that. Now, I got a trick that I can get him with. I just gotta be able to say it to him when I catch him. Because this is some shit that we got in Louisiana that don't nobody else have, and them dumb bastards don't know about it. But I get the ass on that if I catch it. I always hear them saying, I'm from Louisiana, I'm from Baton Rouge. You ain't from no goddamn Baton Rouge. They beat your ass in Baton Rouge. The people in Scotlandville don't play that shit. Don't come out there with that bullshit. I know for a fact because my brother them down there. Then we got New Orleans and they try to run that scam on New Orleans. I got family in New Orleans. You can't run that shit on me about New Orleans, and you can't bring it up north where me and Jason Black from, because you bring it up there, I really have roast your ass. My boy Marcus Starr down here, he's from Monroe. He know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we up in here. And the other thing, Alpha, I wanted to say, man, that Penny dude, I couldn't get that dude out of my head, man. He just kept running his mouth, talking about economics and all this shit. Bro, we are the epitome of economics. We make economy in this goddamn country. If it wasn't for us, this country would fall into shit. And that's plain and simple. We are the economy here. If you think about it, we had Black Wall Street, we had Wilmington, we had Rosewood, we had all of these big prosperous towns. We got billionaires, we got whole goddamn record labels and everything that we got on our own. We had to get out the ground. And then he come with his stupid ass talking about we need some economics. Man, if you don't get your dumb ass out of here talking about you 25%, 25 your ass up out of here like what's them boys, the loonies say. Nigga, your $5 don't even count no more. Get your $5 ass out of here. Talking about you some damn 25%. I ain't never in my life heard nobody say they 25%. That's that, just like they run that DNA shit. Ain't no baby, we ain't babies. We ain't trying to find no baby mama or no baby daddy. Fuck that. We don't need no DNA. We got people like Dr. Short that can get us our info. We got other people in it. We got family members that can get us our info. And something that they don't know, we got family Bibles. A family Bible will tell you every goddamn thing you want to know about your lineage. And I guarantee you they ain't got one. Hell, they ain't even got no damn hairline. How they gonna have a Bible? Motherfuckers can't run. They run so much they leave all their goddamn shit with themselves, man. Bunch of tribal ass, sorry, no good ass bastards. And then they come their asses over here talking about what we ain't got and what we can't do, and we ain't got no culture. The only culture I know y'all got, Tethers. The only culture that I know y'all got is fleeing and leeching. And the leeching part, that's the biggest part of y'all culture. Other than fleeing, y'all, I got a name for all y'all. Y'all either Jump Part Jetsons or you goddamn Fred Fleastones. You motherfuckers flee and y'all some jump pods. Y'all ain't worth a shit. And I'll tell you like that, and I mean that shit. All right, Alpha, I'm good, man. Appreciate y'all holding it down for me. Let me get my damn work on. Y'all had me working. Feeling good at work. Dr. Short spitting that G. I love it, man. I appreciate y'all, man. Y'all fine. My brother said Fred Fleastone. God damn.
I done heard it all tonight. Shout out to my brother Ro. All day, fam. You know it ain't space without you, player. All right, I'm going to get to the speakers. Let me get to some new ones real quick. I'm going to send it to my brother from Cleveland because I know Cleveland in the house. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my brother Eastside. As you know, it's all on you, Buckeye style, brother.
Hey, man, what's going on? How's everybody doing?
Lovely, brother.
Man, listen, I just wanted to chime in because I got a bit of a story. I'm going to keep it as quick as possible so we can get to the other speakers. But, you know, as you know, I've been doing security for the better half of 20 years. We used to actually have to do security at McDonald's. We had like 4 locations. And after the brother sold it, this was an old school cat. He was FBA. But when he sold it to some Jamaicans. Man, not even a whole year went past before 90% of the staff was replaced by the Jamaicans. And I'm telling you, like every other time I went up there, I would see new faces. You know, and that just goes to show you, you know what I'm saying, pushed out of our own, and this is in our own neighborhood, you know, and I did kind of wanted to roast that, you know what I'm saying, that wasn't that one guy, you know, that teller, because, you know, when I hear him say 25% FBA, I think about the white folks when they said they 164 Cherokee. You know, better sit this $5 ass down before we make change, and we will, because we ain't got time for around these people, you know. And another thing I want to mention, I just don't understand why it's not clicking with these people that we're saying, and we said this ad nauseum, that we do not hate anybody. What we're doing is G-checking all the teleclass, because we check our own coons, our own Sambos, like y'all even ran the people that come from our lineage. That's what the bullshit. So if we gonna call hands on our people, they gotta call hands on theirs. Otherwise, when we start doing it, I'm them complaining about it. You know, and you know, we seem to be the only one who's actively going against supremacy itself. So, you know, I'll just go ahead and land for now on that one.
Shout out to you, my brother. Shout out to all my brothers and shout out to all my sisters. Have y'all noticed that when we get together and we have these conversations, we shut it down? And I'm talking about full time, not 25%, okay? Not 32% either. I know we had $5 FBAs, man, but I never thought we had 25% FBAs up in here. Y'all know we ran that out the paint. We ain't going for that. We was not about to sit here and say that. Well, fam, if Mr. Jamaican Man thought that was going to fly, you're going to have to go back to your tether school and come up with something better, all right? I remember when tethers were a little more clever. All right, these tethers today are just real down bad, real broke down. And the reason is because of us. Everything they do is because of us. They only come to this country because of us. They only get tangibles and benefits because of us. But guess what? All of that stuff they cut off. I told everybody, them foundational Black American EBT cards is over. It's done. That TPS, Tether Protective Service, done. All of these tethers now got to hold their own nuts. All of them. The females got to hold their coochie nuts. All right? And guarantee you one damn thing is that foundational Black Americans, everything we do, everything that we permeate is going to stay right here in-house. We ain't sharing it with nobody. We seen what sharing gets us. It gets us nothing. It gets us nowhere. I want everybody to look at the results of the last 5 years opposed to the last 50. The last 50, when everybody was out here playing and having fun and all lives matter, you seen what you got. You got a bunch of arrogant-ass tethers. Now I want you to look at the last 5 years. You ain't even got to go back that far. Look what it's got now, fam. It's got foundational Black Americans, lineage, heritage, and culture stronger than ever. We are very strong. I'm talking about we are the main people on the planet. Everywhere you look, everywhere you go, people are talking about foundational Black Americans in places we're not even at. If you want to judge the power of a lineage, look at how many times people speak about us and then look how little we even talk about them. They say us specifically. We just call them some big-ass tethers, all right? Just one big tether. And that's the way we're going to continue to do it, and that's the way we're going to operate, and that's why shit is moving right now. I told everybody in Washington, D.C. at the Rally for Reparations when I was on stage and rocked the house, I told everybody we went from the yes, we can era to the hell to the no era. Hell to the no, you ain't one of us. Hell to the no, we ain't friends. Hell to the no, we ain't buddies. Hell to the no, you ain't got no hairline. And hell to the yes, your ass is going back home. So if you add all that up, look what you got now. A love being a foundational Black American. I love this lineage. I love this heritage. I love this culture. I love all my brothers. I love all my sisters. And if you want to talk about brothers and sisters, let me add this as well. And I said this on my broadcast the other night. And by the way, everybody subscribe to the Black Alpha Network. We're going to put another 3,000 live in the chat tomorrow. But that's another topic, another day. I want everybody to notice this. Where that gender war shit at? You ain't seen the gender war shit, have you? Let me tell you what you seen. You seen brothers and sisters standing next to each other, checking all these tethers. Y'all know damn well they're always trying to divide us between our men and our women, our kings and our queens, right? Now, if you look, all that shit is over with. You don't even see that. The only people you still see on that dusty shit be a bunch of tethers anyway, pretending to be us. And since we calling out all their asses pretending to be us, it doesn't really work. I see our lineage, heritage, and culture stronger than ever. A lot of people have already alluded to the fact that we've got some young brothers and sisters out here getting it. Dr. Randy Short was just speaking about that. Look at all the generations that are all together right now. Look at all the different regions. Everybody knows, live on my broadcast, I always started off by giving out a roll call. And I tell everybody, put your city, your town, your state, your region, put your area code, your zip code in the chat. Because when motherfuckers play this all back, they're going to understand that we are united and we coming at the world ready or not. We taking this whole goddamn thing over. So hell yeah, foundational Black Americans is in here. Hell yeah, we running them out the paint. And hell yeah, if you love being a foundational Black American, this is the best time to be alive. It's FBA only, FBA always, and Tethers got to get the hell about the way. Now let me send this to my brother Capone, because I know my brother Capone about to cook this whole goddamn thing on up. So go ahead, my good brother.
Black Alpha, I don't know why you are so divisive. I don't understand the xenophobia with the Black African American community. Why do you hate us? What is going on with the divisiveness, the delineation, why do we have to do this if we are all one, brother? If the police pulled us over, they wouldn't know if I was an FBA or a Nigerian, okay? But why is this happening to us as the diaspora, as the Black people? Well, let me tell you, Mr. Foo-Foo, y'all come over here and undermine us. Y'all come over here and with this fake Indian tribalism. Oh yeah, I want to salute you again, my brother, for doing this lovely broadcast on a real one's birthday, man. Salute to you. You know, I put a couple of donations in that little cash up of yours, my brother. And I just want to say thank you again. Because every time you check a tether, it reminds me of that little scene in Boys to the Hood. Kind of pulled up on Trey talking about, you think you tough. Well, that's what we're going to do to these tethers. You think you FBA. What you looking at, what you looking at, little nigga? You think you tough. Well, if you think you FBA and today, that ain't happening. Because we have accolades that they want. Our people done fought for these amendments, for us, by us, and there is no co-opting that type of work. So just like I said before, I salute to you, Brother Alpha. I salute the Queen Alpha for letting this soldier do God's work, because I know it's hard. But yeah, salute to you, my sister. And salute to all the real ones, you know. Brother EJ, let's continue to bless these corn-headed peppers, head tethers with these sticks. And make sure, you know, they understand the work of the ancestors is everlasting. Because we do not need to let our children fight this battle, as I said before. So stay with your power tools, ladies and gentlemen. Protect these children and educate them the right way. Let them know that these invaders look like us. They sound like us. They are in these weak-ass fraternities and groups, talking all this nonsense. Want to bring in everybody who look like us, that is not us, to undermine us, to get our true just dudes. So as we go on with this delineation situation, I encourage everybody to get a good book, put Black Alpha on for your children. You know, we're going to clean up some of the episodes, but let them hear the new Black media. There is a whole lot of soldiers out here doing the work that goes unnoticed to the kids. And for that being said, love, peace, reparations, delineation, and deportation. Brother Alpha, I appreciate the space. Salute to all the vanguards of the lineage, and I land on that.
My good brother. You said it's your birthday today, family?
Yes, indeed, my brother. Thank you for the broadcast on the real one's birthday, brother.
Man, happy birthday. Happy G-Day to you, family. Hey, when every time I hear you get them reparations and deportations, fam, that certified salute go on up, brother. So I appreciate you.
Hey, you know what? You need to put that on your broadcast on the bottom every time you end it, brother. You can have that. You know, from me to you for my birthday. Love, peace, reparations, delineation, and deportation. Certified salute.
Certified salute, family. My brother done hit me off with a couple of them pictures with them coons dancing too for the coon alert. So I appreciate that double time, y'all. It's a family.
Shit, I remember that.
Yeah, it's a family affair. Each one teach one. We all do a little. We all do a lot, man. We in here super thick. I'm loving the energy. I'm loving the family. Y'all know I run around here all day long and say I'm the #1 activist, because I am. And I ain't the #1 activist without the family. See, different between me and a lot of other people, man, they just be on their own. You know what I mean? I'm down with all my brothers East Coast. I love the East Coast. My wife from the East Coast. You know what I'm saying? I love the South. I'm from the South. I'm from Ohio. I'm from both. You know, I love the West Coast. Shout out to the whole West. Shout out to the Midwest. It don't matter. I done lived all the way across this whole goddamn country. And everywhere I go, I see nothing but love from foundational Black Americans. Don't let none of these people tell you that you ain't really about that. Don't let none of these people tell you that we ain't rocking. Shout out to my brother Ro. I met my brother Ro in Dallas. Shout out to him. You know what I'm saying? My brother Eastsider, straight out of Cleveland. You already know, brother, it's a buck out there. You dig? So I'm loving the foundational Black American energy. Don't let none of these fucking people tell us that we don't rock together or we ain't solid. That's bullshit. They only tell you these things, family, is because they know that's our strong point. Remember, the dominant society and the global system of white supremacy or any other form of opposition, they only send these enactors in areas in which foundational Black Americans have a lot of power. Meaning, when they were trying to stop us with the gender divide, that shows you that we was really strong together. That's why they scared. They always trying to separate our family because they understand that the foundational Black American family is strong. They try to separate the young from the older, all right? They try to separate the older from the elders because they understand that's a strong point. And the thing they're going to try to do now is come up with every single aspect to stop us from being a lineage. They're going to come up with these fake-ass reports talking about family reunions are down. And shout out to everybody who was posting their family reunion pictures. Okay, how the hell family reunions are down, y'all, during social media? When we out here connected with folks on social media we didn't even know we was related to? Bullshit. And how the hell do you compute that? You don't. So they're going to try to come with all those different things. And what are we doing, y'all? We knocking every one of the motherfuckers down. Every time they put up some bullshit, we knocking it down. That's what I'm loving about this era. Because I've seen the dominant society run all their different types of attacks on us. The difference between then and now is that every one they run, we completely throw that shit right on out. That's the beautiful part about it. This lineage, heritage, and culture is super strong. I'm loving the energy that we have. I'm loving the path that we're on. And I tell people all the time, we're done veering lanes, everybody. We're not veering lanes no more. We ain't trying to switch on over to the left lane or the right lane. We found our lane, and the next stop is reparations into the bank. You ain't got to take your foot off that damn pedal, y'all. We're already on the right path, and that right path is going to take us straight to that cash payment. And anybody who gets in the way of that is going to have to deal with foundationals, and that's not what they want. Never has. My sister Boykin, go ahead. Undefeated, I had you up here, but it dropped. If you want to come back up, you know I got you. Go ahead, Boykin.
Hey, I'm just thinking of some song lyrics from Foundational Black American and fellow Seattleite James Hendricks. I stand up next to the side of a mountain and chop it down with the edge of my hand. Okay, listen. When we're standing up next to these tethers and these slicksters, we gotta chop them down. Just like what we did with that agent that tried to slither in amongst us. He tried all of that slick shit before when he was around coons and around weak-minded people. But he came into our space uninvited, unwanted, and he ran up against some real ones. Okay? I respect the fact that Brooke just brought him out and asked him, why are you in our spaces? And to be honest with you, Brooke, we need to ask those questions of all of those damn immigrants who come up in our faces and up in our spaces. Why are you here? Why are you not with your own people telling them this stuff? Very, very good questions. And we need to start doing that, because the more questions we direct towards them and their energy, the more they gonna shut the hell grow up and they're going to start thinking before they can try any stupid, slick shit. Because it's all a script, okay? It's a script. I'm out here in Washington State where you got more Africans than foundational black Americans. You know why? There is a reverse migration of all of the black professionals from the Seattle, from the Puget Sound region. Because we've had it, okay? We fought the good fight. We've had it. You've got these people coming from Somalia, Kenya, Ethiopia, and Eritrea, even though there are some writers, but you got to pick and choose, okay? When they started taking over our cultural forms, like every year since the 1930s and 1940s, there's always been an African-American. It's not even African-American anymore. It's called Tether Palooza. But the foundational black Americans have always had a Juneteenth cultural celebration that goes all the way back to 1931. Okay? When those East Africans came in by the boatloads or the plane loads in the 90s and the 2000s, they took it over and they turned it into Tetherpalooza. I mean, the nasty, undermining behavior that happened at Essence Festival that now people are talking about, that's been going on in a lot of the Seattle black spaces for 30 years now, okay? And that's why people have taken their money, kept it within foundational black American businesses, and then they started running off the foundational black American businesses to Tacoma. There's nothing wrong with Tacoma, okay? At least you got a foothold in Tacoma because you know where people are and you know where they stand in Tacoma. And for folks who have lived in Tacoma or got people in Tacoma, you know what I'm talking about, all right? But for the most part, it's the onslaught of tetherism that has supplanted common sense thinking, okay? I took an early retirement after being with the company for 26 years, okay? I was the only foundational black American and really black-based in upper management, okay? And I had people coming for me left and right. So I got my own consulting firm right now, and I'm getting ready to relocate back east, simply because I only want to look out for foundational black Americans and our business interests. Only. That's it. And people have said, well, you're being divisive. No, I'm not being divisive. I'm acting with prudence because I know for a fact that I've seen how these people moved at the professional levels, all of them, junior, mid-level, executive level. When you give them an inch, they will take a mile. You give them an opportunity to feed off of you, they will suck you dry and eat your dead body and grind your bones to make bread. You don't let them in. You don't even tolerate them. Just like how we ran that tether out of this space. That's what we must do from here on out. You know, somebody called me xenophobic. And I told them, you don't even know what the word xenophobic means. Okay? If you call yourself an American and you want to call another American xenophobic, then you're not an American. Because first and foremost, black Americans of the soil can never be xenophobic. You know why? Because we've always had a culture of welcoming others. All right? And that was to our chagrin. That was to our mistake. If we truly mistrusted foreigners, we wouldn't have these open borders. We wouldn't have lax immigration policies. The shit would have stayed locked down in 1965. The shit would have stayed locked down and there would be no melanated or no black-skinned immigrants coming in over on top of us. Hell, there wouldn't even be any Vietnamese bull people. All right? I just gotta say this once and for all. Dr. Short, if you're still in here, thank you for the wisdom. Thank you for the backstories and putting everything together. I call it concatenation. A lot of people don't know that word, but us nerds do. Thank you for concatenating or connecting the dots. Thank you, Black Alpha and Queen Alpha. I know it's late over there because it's 8:59 over here on the left coast. Now it's midnight, so I'm going to go and take it easy. I got a flight tomorrow morning because I have to do some business down in hot Atlanta in the middle of July. See, it's only 80 degrees here, okay, and it's no humidity. So 80 degrees is like terribly hot in the Seattle area. But I gotta go to hot Atlanta where I know it's like 90-something degrees with all the high heat and humidity. That's all right. That's all right. I'm going to take care of grown folk and foundational Black American business and go visit my sister and brother-in-law. So, good night, everybody, and Godspeed.
Hey, sis, I just want to add on, you lucky, because New York, we've been dealing with humidity for the last 2 weeks. It's been muggy over here.
Much respect, much respect. Boy, can you stay safe on your travels, you heard me?
Yes, sir.
All day. And y'all know, I'm down here in Georgia, man, so we don't really want to hear y'all talk about how hot it is now. EJ, I see you with your hand up, brother. I already know. We used to the slave plantation heat, so the rest of y'all Negroes across the country got to get used to this down South Georgia, heat. So, just be ready for it. Get you some water and, just get ready for this, heat. But, the moral of the story is, throughout this whole time, we've been in the space, Tethers, they do have a culture. They just don't want to do nothing with it in their homeland. So they got to come over here and tell us that we don't have no culture. So they try to go in the opposite direction when you try to actually tell them what to do. See, a lot of them, if not the majority of them, but a large percentage of them, they have something in their homeland that they don't want to fight for. They have land, they have resources, but they're not fighting for it. So you mean to tell me that white people and other colonizers can come to your country and tell you what to do when y'all are the majority? See, if we were the majority, even though we're a small percentage of the United States of America, guess how much power we could have and how many resources we could still get if we were the majority in the United States of America. But us being the small minority, if not the small percentage of people in the United States of America, we still get on these people's necks and we still put in that work. And it always people outside of our lineage that don't have that strong spirit, like the people that came before them. See, the people that actually wanted to do something for their countries, they got rid of them if it wasn't for betrayal and them just selling them for, a 6-pack of red stripe and, broken bamboo sticks, because, they've been getting cracked beside their heads for the longest. See, they had people that actually wanted to do something for them. Next thing you know, they end up mysteriously passing away. And next thing you know, they got these other people in here. Then when they get caught up in these scandals, they be falling dead asleep when, these white folks that was actually hiring them for the job, just turning on them and going to get a new monkey to be on the strings. They real good puppet masters when it comes to these tenders. So they got to take their energy out on, the FBA family, but we ain't really going for it. So, as we can see with numerous examples throughout the space, you had a Mexico coming here earlier trying to interrupt, Brother Marcel. You had that Bussy Jamaican Tether come up in here talking about he was FBA, but, layer by layer, like a pile of funky-ass onions, we just start, getting him out of his space. We start taking the energy away from him. And next thing you know, these motherfuckers turn into a gremlin and just showed his true colors. And, Andre, he just a damn babbler, so I don't even want to get on that undercover Tethers, jockstrap. We've been dealing with that Negro for years. Old Twitter spaces are still on YouTube with him just constantly babbling. And, you really lucky, because Black Afro really gave you grace. I remember in the old days,
we'll let these idiots talk for a little while, then we'll just kick them out of this space. I don't have the tendency, let alone the patience to deal with certain motherfuckers on this app. So, I just really hit them with the block button and just going on about my business. So, I'm just gonna bow out and just, land the plane and hopefully don't hit a nigga across the head with the stick and don't make their hairlines more crooked. But, with this being said, this has been another wonderful space. I'm gonna land my plane right about now because I'm almost about to fall out on y'all, man. Salute.
Appreciate you, my brother, my brother, my brother. Appreciate you, man. It ain't a space without EJ, y'all. Good game, y'all. Good game. Let me add to what my brother said, and I'm going to send it to Undefeated right after this. Let me add one thing. We got to look at this. Foundational Black Americans, we do more with less, and everybody else does less with more. Think about this. Africa, the whole continent, because they always want to say that, right? Whenever we call out Africa, they always want to be like, we have multiple different countries and multiple different languages. Yep, and all their asses are underachieving, still getting yoked up by the colonizer. Africa is a whole continent, the biggest continent, do all these things, got all these people, all that history, and you're still losing. Okay, let's talk about Hispanics. Hispanics, where you want to go? You want to go to Texas? You want to go to Arizona? New Mexico? They border Mexico. Look what they're doing right here. Imagine if foundational Black Americans had all of those different cities, all of those different states where we occupied and had the majority of population. They'll have the majority in Arizona, the majority in Nevada, the majority in California, the majority in New Mexico, and still ain't doing shit. Underachievers. You want to talk about the Caribbean? Look at all the different places in the Caribbean. Y'all got all that turf and still losing. So when you look at people who have a whole continent, Africa, still losing. You start looking at all of South America, including places right here in America, including 50 million new illegals who just came here last night, still losing. You talk about all the different Caribbean countries and still losing. But then you talk about this certified foundational Black American lineage right here in America with about 50 million of us. Damn. You want to talk about some winners? You want to talk about people who are really making it happen? Don't be surprised that the people who took lemons and made lemonade are taking the population in which we have right here, which is less than a lot of other people, and we whooping all their asses. It used to be a time when we used to be running past these people and we could still see them. Fam, at this point, we can't see these motherfuckers no more. We can't see these motherfuckers. They so far behind us, fam, we can't even see them. And that's exactly where they're supposed to be. Said it in the beginning, y'all. There's winners, there's losers, and there's nothing in between. Foundational Black Americans keep on winning, and Tethers keep on swimming. Go ahead, Undefeated.
All right, brother Alpha. Beautiful, beautiful space. This is what we needed. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna lie, man. When I first began to, join your spaces, brother, I wasn't, too sure about what you was doing, brother. And I know it's hard to understand, but I was on some other shit. Man, listen, bro. The shit you on, bro, this is that Renaissance type of shit, bro. This is that revolutionary type of shit. I ain't even gonna cap. This is what we need. Listening to this space and hearing all the family come up, bro, when I heard the story about the sleeping giant, I know we all know what the sleeping giant is. I used to think the sleeping giant, because back then I was a Pan-African. I used to think the sleeping giant was black people, melanated, against white people. But guess what? Through the years, bro, I wisened up, got a little smarter, you know what I'm saying, and realized this. And this is one of the points that I be hitting these Pan-Africans with, and a lot of these people that be coming to my comment section trying to, throw me off. The reality is this. White supremacy is fairly new. First of all, still today, we just witnessed white people about to, initiate World War III. They really don't get along. And so, this whole idea of Pan-Africanism came by way of Black Americans, right? Our lineage saying, hey, look, we're going to have to combat this, right? So, they want to, all white people join together and work together. We're going to all black people. That's the best way to do it. We outnumber them, power numbers. Let's do it. We knew it was an easy science. We could just take care of it, but niggas ain't want to get, down with the program. But the point is there's never been a time in history. I mean, before the arrival of the European on the planet, because he wasn't always here, it was melanated across every continent. It inhabited every continent. And guess what? There's never been a time where everybody seen things the same. You feel me? There's never been a time where black people all across the globe, you feel me, on planet Earth was in unison and didn't have squabbles, right? Didn't have disagreements and, you know what I'm saying, challenges, right? Dog. even though there was golden ages, even though there was other empires that risen, right, and did amazing things, that doesn't include all black people on the planet, right? So this whole idea, came about by way of combating this white problem. You understand? And so, okay, cool. But just because the white people decided to do what they did, and some of them pissed off because they ain't really get a fair end of the shake, and you see they crying right now. But just because they came together and did what they did and found a way to dominate, for a little period of time, doesn't mean at that same goddamn time, the black people that was beefing with each other, having issues with each other, squash their issues and just united. You feel me? We never did that. And that's what we tried to do. You know what I'm saying? And nobody want to rock with that. And so now we delineating and we see a whole bunch of shit. And I'm glad this shit happened the way it's happened. I'm glad immigration, they let all these motherfuckers in. I'm glad we got to see their true colors. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of our people is blind. You see the everyday black American right now really waking up to this shit. The whole, like I talked about out of Africa theory, man, that shit debunked. Then like another point I hit them with, their failure to develop opportunities for themselves, so they flee to Asian and European. You feel me? So look, you can't fix your problem. Y'all can't get y'all right. But at the same time, it's in my connection. I don't know, but y'all wanna come over here and try to, dictate or tell me what it is I should be doing to try to teach me. Hold on, you can't teach me shit. I'm a first worlder. You feel me? Not only that, look at all our inventions and patents. I mean, while we was locked down in chains, they coming out this shit flaming. I mean, what you niggas bring into the table, though? Y'all ain't got shit. You ain't worth shit. Like, for real, though. No disrespect. I'm just being honest. Real nigga shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm just being honest. I mean, I see what you got. Okay, cool. But I'm talking about on some power shit. Y'all niggas ain't... No, bro. Let just be 100. I'm just judge this shit fairly, right? But we got people that's in third world countries that's coming out of real shithole countries, like Donald Trump said, right? And they know that. And they come into the first world where we made it possible for them. You feel me? They see us on TV, they want to be like us in the UK and Africa. Everybody want to be like us. All the genres we fucking created, they you know what I'm saying? Guests in our house and they know it. Some of them talking about it. I'm glad to hear that too. They recognize it. You know what I'm saying? This ain't no lie. But for other melanated people to come to this country, you feel me? And then align against us and then not say, okay, look, okay, I seen you on the TV screen. We see what y'all doing, the civil rights. We see what y'all, okay, so we want to get out of our situation. We tired of this shit too. We thought everybody had our heart. That's what I like what Dr. Short was talking about earlier. No, they ain't like us, bro. They don't have the teachings and the things we was brought up with to make us, spiritually who we are. They're not us. And so we thought that everybody that looked like us and that had the same oppressors automatically had to, you feel me, feel like how we felt and wanted to do the same. No, that shit don't work like that. And how it doesn't, because these niggas ain't never got along. Never. Look at Africa right now. You got a minority of Chinese and Asians running the whole continent. Literally running the whole for the most part. You feel me? The people over there that's got their own little shit, they ain't really got nothing. When these white nations come up, on television and they talking about power, you don't see the Africans nowhere. Like, be honest, they ain't, man. If any one of these European nations wanted to go at these Africans, what they can do? Nothing. Let's be honest. I'm just being honest. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, okay, who is these people though? They know their position like we stupid, like we don't know what the fuck going on. We see who y'all live, nigga. We used to give y'all money nigga, my mom, when I was growing up, dog, they just come on the TV, feed their ass. They had the big bellies, flies flying around their ass. My mama done put some of their ass through school. She done told us when we was growing up, oh, y'all got brothers. I'm like, we got brothers. Oh, they Africans, I don't know if y'all know, but back then you could, pay into shit and whatever they was doing, dog.
It was that savage struggle. It was that savage struggle shit. Remember the woman that she got fat? I'm agreeing with you, brother. Yes, savage struggles, UNICEF. Yes, we were feeding their asses and they grew up to hate us. Ain't that a bitch?
That's right, and they know that. You see what I'm saying? That is diabolical. That is a problem. And then the Essence Fest. You see what I'm saying? We talking about they trying to colonize us now. You feel me? Like, you can tell I'm not that educated, but at the same time, I'm not fucking dumb, though, bro. Like, the nigga gonna ride on your ass. I don't know who said it, but, man, listen. Don't count the fucking streets out, please. Niggas ain't really thinking about what all y'all thinking about. Niggas just know, go get it. You feel me? Like, seriously. Some niggas sitting back like, man, hold on, man, what the fuck these niggas got going on? That's the army. You see what I'm saying? Like, man, listen. Because it's a whole bunch of... listen, I respect Dr. Short. Listen, I don't want you out there, big dog. We got you protected. You stay in the back. You feel me? Stay in the back. Black Apple, stay in the back. You feel me? But it's people like me and other, black Americans, bro, who gonna stand on this shit. We not with it at all. You see what I'm saying? We see what's going on, bro. We got problems. So that's why we sit back and let them fight each other. Tupac said, they're like, oh, y'all gonna sit back? No, we ain't. Y'all ain't fucking with us. Y'all ain't looking out for us. Y'all ain't never did. It's been parasitic the whole time. So now y'all saying, oh, we all, bro. Man, no, we not. No, y'all, the crackers don't fuck with us. Y'all don't fuck with us. Shit, nobody fuck with us. Man, shit, we sitting at home on the couch, but we ain't got nothing to do with it. That's what's going on. And that's why it's very important. I think this is what our ancestors really, really wanted to see while they was alive. When I brought up that point about the sleeping giant, y'all need to understand this is the one act that needed to happen to bring about the sleeping giant. Okay, first of all, how is the giant sleep? What is causing the giant to be sleep? Right? His awareness of knowing what's going on around him. He was lost. He was in the darkness. He thought everybody, it was all one. Flat blackness. He didn't know. You feel me? He was a tribe amongst himself. He didn't know his history. You feel me? He didn't know how the world really works. Now we finding out that ain't nobody. That's why I think, who said it? Somebody said, I don't know if it was Tarina Sheep, but somebody said it. Listen, if it was not for black Americans still existing right now, the world would have been uncrumbled. They would have been destroyed themselves. Listen, we are the glue. We are the moral compass. Think about it. They all of them look to us for morality. Look to us for the choices and decision making. See how we move. They follow our lead. If we was out the picture, they would only see their shit. They would kill each other because they all parasitic. They all eat. They don't come with love. They don't come godly. They're not fucking godly. They're not. And guess what? They come with a smile just like the white man. You understand? Like this shit, and I'm gonna land on that. I love this shit, bro. Black Alpha keep pushing this shit. Like I said, like I'm finna clear this shit up. When I first came on, I was like, I ain't know. I mean, I was rocking with you, but I didn't know you was this hard body. Is what I'm really saying, bro. I didn't know you was coming this hard body as far as making sure the family knew what was going on and putting your life on the line, your channel on the line. You know, all this shit, bro. This shit big. You feel me? Like I didn't even know the immigrants was as much of a threat as they are. I didn't really know. I knew it was a problem, but as time went on, I'm realizing, I know security trial back in the, they were pushing delineation and this and that. You feel me? And them the first, I got, into it, not into it, but them the first people that I actually encountered, right, that was actually talking that language, right? Seriously, on some, some grown man shit, nigga, like ready about to die about this shit. So I was like attracted to it by the nature of that. You know what I'm saying? Just be honest, and I heard you, and I know you was, you were treating the shit hard and shit, but I know treating the shit don't be stepping that hard, right? Like how they were, but then I started listening, and the more, that's why you be seeing me in your space, always laughing and throwing up my emoji, because I've been hearing you, bro. I've been with you. You know what I'm saying? And on God, bro, like we need this shit, and I ain't gonna lie, you a pillar. You know what I'm saying? Because look how many people in this space. This shit been rocking like this for hours. So real niggas gotta stand up, and it's gonna come time. If it come that time, y'all know where we at. You know what I'm saying? I'm just a phone call away, and I'm gonna land on that.
Appreciate you, my good brother. I appreciate that, fam. Much respect. Appreciate the love, too, my good brother. Yes, y'all. That's exactly what it is. Let me go ahead and say exactly what we all been thinking, what my brother just laid out as well. You absolutely right. These people are they supremacists. Tethers are supremacists at the end of the day. Okay, they use supremacist talking points and say exactly the same thing that supremacists say. So you have to see them as the same. One thing that this generation has done, and that's why I call it the reparations generation. And when I say reparations, I mean repair. We repaired a lot of bullshit that people were thinking in the past, thinking like everybody was on the same page. We all had friends, and that's okay. That's how people were back in the 80s and the 70s. But there was always a segment of our community that were delineating. There just weren't enough. Everything, fam, no matter what we are doing today, I want everybody to know we've always had a percentage of us who are out here rocking on that type of time. What we've done with the black grassroots, and I'm talking about all of y'all who are going to these places, who are standing on business, all we've done, we signal boosted to where now here come the cavalry. Okay, we went from a certain percentage of black folks that were really stomping grassroots, focus, pushing principle. Now we've got millions of us, and this is the first time that you have the grassroots in control of the community. It used to be all these other people, the boule. That's why DrRandyShort is always going in on the boule. So he's making sure that that same boule that was always trying to hijack the community, and they were the ones who put African American on the table. We're looking at receipts now and newspaper articles that came out in the 80s, and black folks said they didn't want that shit then. So what happened is that we got rid of the boule. The boule is not in control of our community. What separated us from every other community is that every other community, the folks who give a damn about the community, were the ones who control the community. Our community, the motherfuckers who didn't care about the community, were the ones in control until now. Now, the people who genuinely have passion, who care about the community, who care about these young little black sisters who are coming up, these young little black brothers who are coming up, the ones who give a damn about tomorrow, who won't sell each other out for some butter biscuits. We done got rid of all them motherfuckers out the community, so now it's the real brothers and sisters who are making the change. So if everybody wants to see where the changes came from, the changes came from the fact that the grassroots is in control of the community, and that's how it's supposed to be. I see everybody out there holding it down. And since we in here talking about holding it down, my brother Arthur, I see you. I want everybody to go into the comment section of this and donate to the American Freedmen Fund. Our brother's doing good work. Shout out to my sister Brooke. Brooke be out there really stomping in NYC. Much respect. And all of you guys in here. And I gotta put that on the table because each one teach one. We all do a little, we all do a lot. Vanguard, I see you. You be out there holding down in California. Family, I'm giving everybody all these different places where we active. We active as hell. And I'm talking about real active, not just people going outside with a megaphone and just yelling at people. I'm talking about us really being out there saying real things and truly eliciting change in the community. That's what I'm talking about. It's got to be done with a purpose, it's got to be done with placement, and it's got to be done with accuracy. Any motherfucker can just show up and start spewing out things. No, we got our mind right, we got our focus strong, we got our intelligence up, and we're coming and we're going at it with these people. A lot of people see me, I basically G-checked Kamala Harris. You know, I had my microphone, I was talking to Kamala, and next thing you know, they were trying to get me out the paint. That's no problem. I did that in real life. You know what I'm saying? This is what we have to really do, and I'm loving the fact that we're doing it. We're all active. There ain't no leaders in the community, man. We all rocking as one. This is also another time where there's not one person, two people. The lineage is the leader, the code within the lineage. That's why I say certified foundational black Americans. So I'm loving everything that we're all doing. And let me say this as well, since we are here. I got to give a big shout out to DrRandyShort, okay? This is a gentleman that I call to get advice from, to speak to, if I have any ideas that I want to run by him. And DrRandyShort is always extremely gracious, and he's always looking out for me. I was with Randy Short in Washington, D.C. We actually all went out to eat, hang out, and met my family, and I want to send the biggest certified salute. I made sure that I gave him a call today and wanted to see if he could please be a guest in this space. And he's been in here dropping knowledge. I want everybody to know you got DrRandyShort here, who hung out with us the whole time and roasted the Tethers with us, y'all, and broke down real game about everything. And this is what we have to do. I'm always trying to connect everybody. As I'm talking about the roll call, I want my people from the east and the west to get together, from the north and the south to get together. I want all of us to get together. I want the older folks, the younger folks. I want the light-skinned folks and the dark-skinned folks. I want all of us to be together because we're stronger when we are together. So I want to send much respect to DrRandyShort for always, being there for me whenever I call. I appreciate you. Infinity. my good brother. And thank you for giving everybody the knowledge that you have and having that relentless energy of getting rid of all those boulets and those coons and everybody who gets in our way. I love that. So much respect to you. Much respect to the family. Much respect to Rick. That's my brother. Much respect to all of y'all, man. I appreciate the family. I appreciate everybody who's came through. No matter what time you guys are on, y'all just keep doing what you're doing. I said this in DC and I'll say this again. We don't need to do better. We don't need to change nothing. Keep doing what you're doing right now. Keep doing what you're doing right now. And stay on that right path. Don't veer lanes. Turn up the heat, turn up the volume, turn up the energy. That's it, fam. We're not trying to find a good position or a good role. We've already got it. And since we've already got it, fam, let's go ahead and make it happen. You know, Foundational Black Americans, we make it happen all the time, every single day. Because when you FBA all day. When you certified all the time. So, fam, if we was up the bat, we hitting the grand slams. We throwing the winning touchdown, and we hitting them shots from the three-point line. We pulling up from 50, fam, nothing but net. That's how FBA does. So, Tethers have no culture. Tethers get the hell up out the way. And Foundational Black Americans, we gonna keep on winning. Eastsiders, I know you had your hand up, brother. Did you want to say something before I shut this down?
Yes. To piggyback off what our sister Boykin was saying, when she harkened back to 1965 with the immigration and everything, the civil rights, when we allowed that to happen and actually pushed forward, we essentially allowed the fifth column, in our community. I want to see if I can put it up in the Jumbotron. I can't even do it, but anyway, basically it's a subversive tactic in order to, to kind of keep us off balance. They start off as monitoring, and before you know it, what they end up doing is they start undermining our progress. I encourage everybody to look that up, to look up the fifth column, see what it represents, see what it means and everything, because like Jason Black always said, power isn't inclusive, it's exclusive. So we can't be xenophobic. If you was to go to anybody, whether it was any walk of life, you can't just walk up and assume yourself to be a part of their situation, because there's a vetting process, something we should have done. But nevertheless, in order to gain access anywhere, you have to have permission. And that's pretty much how they managed to get one over on us. Now, as far as you said, when they were saying that we don't have a culture, where's the Black Wall Street? Where's the Black Wall Street in these African countries throughout the Caribbean? Where do they have these economic powerhouses that they controlled at the time? Because before we were sabotaged, we managed to control an economic powerhouse. When they started, by the time that they actually, bombed us and flooded our neighborhoods and communities and everything, we had billionaires. And then everybody, for those that's asking what about now, we're still being sabotaged, every day. You can't just show a few tokens and think, hey, well, this is progress. We also have to be cognizant, of having enemy agents that might slip in amongst us. And like our brother in the feeder said, we need to have a hedge of protection around people like you, Tariq, and DrRandyShort, Sister Brooke. We gotta have y'all a security detail. And hopefully, before the year's out, I'll be down in Atlanta. I'm probably gonna try to move down there. So if I can get down there, man, I'm gonna link up with you, Black Alpha. I'll in there.
Appreciate you, my Buckeye brother, man. Much respect, y'all. Much respect. Absolutely. I love that. Fam, we looking out for each other. We riding. And I appreciate everybody, because I get so many people that hit me up and be like, yo, Alpha, you need anything? You good? Y'all know when I go to these scenes, and I was on the hate crime scene in Jacksonville, and the FBI was there, the ATF was there. I was having brothers and sisters like, man, I'll get down there in a minute. So I appreciate how we look out for each other. We hold each other down. We got each other's backs. That's it, man. So I want everybody to take your love for Foundational Black Americans as a culture, and I want you to take that same energy and same love that you have, and I want you to put it towards gatekeeping and delineating. Your delineating energy has to be as strong as your love for your community, okay? Because if you do not gatekeep. These people are going to try to infiltrate. And like I said before, ain't nobody going to be upset when foundational Black Americans is gone because they don't care now. They all want to be us. I tell this as well. Last year, it was they not like us. This year and beyond, it's all about us. Every single thing is about foundational Black Americans. I want you to be very selfish. I want you to be very arrogant. I want you to be very confident. Do that. Because this is how you get by in the system of supremacy, foundational Black American empowerment. That's how we move, and that's how we're moving, and this is why everybody shook. If you ain't got the memo, y'all, the whole world pissed off at us right now. The whole goddamn world is mad. So enjoy making these people mad, because they only mad because you win it. Remember, they don't hate a broke nigga. Remember that. When a motherfucker reaching into their pockets and they can't pull out a dime or a penny, don't nobody care about that motherfucker. That's why we don't care about the Tethers, because they broke as a joke. All right? And their inner tubes can't flow. Understand that. So everybody's mad at FBA because we're winning. Everybody's mad at FBA because of our passion. Everybody's mad at FBA because we're on one accord. The solidarity amongst ourselves is here. That's another point I'm going to make, fam. We used to get taught that we need to be united with everybody. And then we found out, no. We need to be united with ourselves. There used to be a point where they told us about solidarity with the world. Then we found out, no, solidarity with ourselves. So we took every single thing that they told us we needed to do to the world and cut the whole world off. And we took all that and we said it's going to be right here in the house. So instead of dishing out all of our energy to everybody else and letting them be vampires and drain us, we said money, finance, resources, thought, energy, effort, we're going to do all that within foundational Black America, as I call it, the winner's circle, and everybody else is on the outside. The reason why America is changing is because of foundational Black Americans. The reason why everybody's upset and they can't stop talking about us is because foundational Black Americans. Much love and respect, and I send certified salutes up above to all the Black people who did not live to see this day. But I'm telling y'all, there were people who prayed that they'd see a day where Black people were doing what we're doing now. They just didn't make it. They seen all the tap dancing, they seen all the cooning, and they said, I can't wait to see a day where we're on code. And they may not have been here, but we're here. And this is why the ancestors are putting in work. Remember this, the ancestors don't work for you if you don't work for them. So when you was running around here calling yourself an African American, the ancestors was like, well, hold on. How the hell am I going to work with these people spiritually when these motherfuckers are saying that they African? As soon as we start saying foundational Black American freedmen, you start seeing shit like plantations burning down. How many motherfuckers Lake Lanier done snatched up? Family, it ain't a coincidence, y'all. So mentally, physically, spiritually, speak it, believe it, receive it. Foundational Black Americans in every single corridor and all elements, we're in tune and we're in sync. So now we're living proof of what the foundational Black Americans of the past wanted us to do. Now we're living proof that it has actually happened. Y'all know it's different, y'all. There's a look, there's a gleam in everybody's eyes. When you see foundational Black Americans and you walking down the street and you see a brother, sister who's on code, it's just a different look. I'm old enough to remember, fam, when motherfuckers was out here tap dancing and cooning, they walked right by you. There wasn't a vibe, an energy, a frequency that there is now, okay? I remember, and I was very young, but I remember it. Now I'm a grown-ass man, and I see there's just a different energy. I see the grandma's 60-something years old, and she had that I ain't fucking around look. And she was meaning I'm not fucking around with Julio, Romero, Fufu, Joe Loft. Everything is in house right now, y'all. This is how it's supposed to be. We just live and prove how it's supposed to be. Remember, not all melanin is created equal, all right? Not all victims of white supremacy are created equal. We done got that thought out our head because we thought everybody who's got melanin must be on the same page. Found out, no, they're not. These motherfuckers don't like us. We used to believe if one person is a victim of supremacy and all people who are victims of supremacy, they're all on the same page. Found out that's not true. So that's why I say it's the reparations generation. We repaired all the bullshit thoughts. We repaired all the misnomers. We repaired all the lies. And the difference between us is that we can repair shit. They can't repair that hairline. So the reparation generation is in full swing, full effect, and I send a certified salute to all my brothers and sisters in the South. And by the way, we done brought that back too, right? All right, because motherfuckers was running around here talking about the motherland was Africa. And we said, no, our motherland is right here in the South, North America, the good old USA, and there'd be no USA without FBA. So you want to talk about a homeland, you want to talk about the household, and you want to talk about the country that we created, then you got to talk about foundational Black Americans. You can't get away from the foundation, fam. And every foundation needs an architect. And who are those architects? That be us. And in us we trust. Certified salute, man. Y'all stay good. Everybody, Go to my page, subscribe to the Black Alpha Network. We done rocked in here, fam. We done kept about 300, 400 people in here all the way until the next day, fam. So we started off at 7 o'clock and it's 12 o'clock and we still in here rocking. But we put out energy. Remember, y'all, don't nobody love us more than us. Ain't nobody on the same page more than us. And when you wake up as a foundational Black American freeman, you already won and we get it done. See y'all tomorrow on the Black Alpha Network, 8 p.m. Tap in, y'all. Stay good. Peace and love. Peace and love. Peace and love. Certified salute. Checkmate.